Chapter 500. Damn it. Why am I turning green? As the battle began, Xiaoling was the first to charge forward. As he swept his giant hammer across, he interrupted the twin spider's web-spinning attack. Next, Xiaoling began fighting both enemies at once. Aggro was secured. Everyone moved behind the two spiders. Make sure not to get hit by the crystal stone. Also, damage dealers must prioritize killing the twin spider queen. Her skills are the most troublesome. Li Mingho, it'll be tough for you, but you must always interrupt the twin spider king's web attack. Even if your damage output is lower, it's fine. While Xiaoling is building aggro, Cheng Qianma gave further commands. At that moment, Wang Fugue asked with some confusion, "Captain, should I also move behind the boss?" Cheng Qianma nodded and explained, "Even though you're away from the main group, you might avoid the crystal stone attack. But if the spider swarm spawns on the outside, you might get overwhelmed by continuous attacks and fail to heal yourself. So, you should come over with us. That way, we can help you clear out the little spiders." After hearing Cheng Qianma's explanation, Wang Fugue imagined the scene in his head. Since Cheng Qianma didn't want to face this swarm of disgusting crawlers alone, he quickly moved closer to the group. Aggro is secure now. Everyone attack. After hearing the battle command, everyone rushed out. Even Wang Fugue ran quickly. 7 or 8 seconds later, everyone reached their positions. They officially joined the battle. The battle started off smoothly, but as the first wave of spiderlings, after being summoned, chaos immediately broke out, because at the same time, the twin lords also released the Lord's Milk, and the unlucky guy was none other than Li Mingho, who was again tasked with interrupting. "Captain, I'm hit with a debuff. My interrupts might not go well." Li Mingho was extremely anxious now. He knew how important his role was, but after getting debuffed, he would get paralyzed every 10 seconds, something he couldn't control at all. So he quickly asked Cheng Qianma what to do. Cheng Qianma kept attacking. While glancing at him, his brows furrowed slightly. Originally, he thought his own DPS was higher than Li Mingho's, so it made sense to let him interrupt, while Cheng focused on damage. That was a more efficient arrangement. But now that Li Mingho was debuffed, the paralysis effect might cause a drop in interrupt frequency. To be safe, he could only switch roles for now. "No problem. You focus on DPS Genji the Twin Lords. Leave the Lord to me." Just as Cheng Qianma gave the signal, he switched positions with Li Mingho, and right then, the first wave of little spiders arrived. "Old Wei, don't hesitate. Just use your ULT now. Let the Infernal help clear the spiders." Cheng Qianma didn't hold back either. He signaled Wei Xing to use the ultimate. After all, every second counted now. With 2 Infernals out, at least the first 3 waves of spiders could be handled by them directly. "Alright. Watch me, my children. Come forth." Wei Xing used a totally shameless style to summon his minions. He summoned 2 meteors. In the next second, the meteors landed squarely among the spider swarm. Right after that, he multitasked, charging straight at the twin spider queen himself, while commanding the Hellfire to attack the nearby little spiders. Since the Hellfire has a built-in splash effect, it was extremely effective at wiping out these small creatures. Very soon, half a minute had passed since the battle started. Now, the twin spider queen, under the team's fierce assault, had her HP reduced to 62%. Very efficient. Meanwhile, the twin spider king, because earlier only Li Mingho occasionally interrupted him, still had 95% of his HP, barely scratched. Everything seemed to be going perfect. But the next second, cold sweat broke out on Wang Fugue's back, because Xiaoling, while under 2 stacks of corrosive venom, was hit by the twin spider king's crystal blast. His body was instantly encased in a layer of white stone. Unable to use any skills, Xiaoling's HP began plummeting rapidly. "Oh my god, his HP is dropping way too fast." While frantically healing, Wang Fugue couldn't help but lament the hardship. Ever since Cheng Qianma forcibly dragged him into this secret realm expedition, he hadn't had a moment of ease. And truth be told, that was indeed the case for any team. The higher the level of the secret realm they challenge, the greater the pressure on the healers. If Wang Fugue himself wasn't already very powerful and had reached level 48, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long, though it was tough. Along the way, he also found a unique kind of joy. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, when running secret realms with other teams. However, not long after, he suddenly shouted out loud, "Damn, why did I turn green?" It turned out the Twin Lords had just released the second wave of the Lord's Milk, and this time the target was none other than Wang Fugue. Among the 7 of them, if anyone was least afraid of periodic paralysis, it was definitely Cheng Qianma, who had a passive purification ability. But as luck would have it, he was just too fortunate. Both times the Twin Lords cast, they didn't pick him. But if you had to pick who was most afraid of paralysis, it was absolutely Wang Fugue, because many of his healing spells required several seconds of pre-casting, and a paralysis every 10 seconds would severely mess up his healing rhythm. If he lost rhythm, Xiaoling, who was tanking both bosses, could be in real danger. There might come a moment when Xiaoling desperately needed a big heal, and Wang Fugue was paralyzed. That could mean instant death. Because of that, when Cheng Qianma saw Wang Fugue covered in green glow, his expression instantly turned. In the end, He had no choice but to order everyone to pop ultimates early. Take down the Twin Lords first, then talk. Otherwise, Chilling wouldn't last much longer. Follow my lead. Everyone, use your ultimates now. The Twin Lord's HP is almost gone. With Chung Qianma's loud command, every DPS class except Weisheng popped their ultimate. Light erupted in all directions. Chapter 501. Stacking Crit Rate. The legendary Big Red Hand. At the moment when everyone triggered their ultimates, Chung Qianma switched his weapon from the Radiant Thousand Blade Fan into a single-handed sword form. He didn't use any class ultimate, but instead activated Killing Intense Surge, which he hadn't used in ages. In that very moment, red and blue auras appeared around everyone nearby. Their physical both increased by 5%. At the same time, orange numbers began popping up continuously on the Twin Lords. In the Apocalypse continent, only true damage that ignores defense shows up in orange. These attacks naturally came from the Killing Intense Surge effect. However, Chung Qianma's attacks didn't stop there. After using Killing Intense Surge, he continued unleashing other sword skills. Very soon, the red and blue auras on everyone grew even brighter. The passive effect of Killing Intense Surge was triggered at this moment. At that time, Huang Tian, who was unleashing his ultimate, shouted out excitedly. Damn! Old Mo, you're awesome. My crit rate instantly jumped by 10%. Chung Qianma smiled faintly. Without saying a word, he just continued to ramp up his attacks. After all, ultimates for all classes take a bit of time to cast, but since his attack speed was extremely fast, he wanted to trigger the passive of Killing Intense Surge as much as possible. That way he could provide more critical rate boosts for his teammates. The sword skills he used were those with average damage, but high hit counts. So, with a 35% trigger rate, the passive version of Killing Intense Surge ended up activating 3 times, counting the initial active use of Killing Intense Surge. This allowed his teammates' ultimates to enjoy a 20% critical rate boost. In that moment, all sorts of dazzling ultimates were unleashed madly onto the Twin Lords. With the massive crit rate boost, everyone's damage output suddenly surged. The Twin Lords, who still had around 60% HP left, were instantly burst down by a barrage of crit ultimates. At that moment, Wang Fuguei, who had been silently watching behind the team, was stunned. After getting hit by the Lord's milk, he thought the team had fallen into a serious crisis, but in just one burst round from the team, they instantly killed the Twin Lords who still had 60% HP. Holy crap, that damage is insane. Huh, I'm not green anymore. With the death of the Twin Lords, the debuffs on Wang Fuguei and Li Mingho also disappeared instantly. Just 1 second ago, the team was in a dire situation. The next second, it was completely resolved. It was incredibly efficient. I dealt a ton of damage just now. Lin Ruashi happily raised her Divine Light War Spear. She was very pleased with her performance. The others also showed excited expressions. After all, they didn't have as high a crit rate as Chung Qianma. The thrill of landing continuous crits felt absolutely amazing. Old Mo, why don't you switch to being a full-time support from now on? Us bros are all solid DPS. We won't let you down. Not gonna lie. If we could keep that 20% crit rate bonus permanently, we'd all be super scions. Weisheng was in a good mood and started joking with Chung Qianma, but Lin Ruashi wasn't having it. She huffed and said angrily, "Humph. Even with that 20% crit boost, you still couldn't out DPS Chung Qianma." That one sentence instantly made things awkward for Weisheng. What Lin Ruashi said was absolutely true. What Lin Ruashi said was absolutely spot on, but she was not convinced. Good grief. Even with a 20 or even 200%, I still wouldn't beat that old monster, Chung Qianma, unless I outlevel him by more than 10 levels. Who could possibly beat him? Don't you think so, Old Mo? Although Weisheng's words were a bit shameless, they were also true. With Chung Qianma's current power, even giving an ordinary person 100% crit chance wouldn't surpass her terrifying damage output. You sure talk a lot, huh? Just focus on your DPS. Chung Qianma couldn't be bothered arguing with Weisheng. He shot her a glare, and then shifted his attacks toward the Twin Boar King. With the Twin Boar Queen's death, the hardest part of this battle was already over. Not only was her annoying paralysis skill gone, but even the web-spitting speed had The Twin Boar King, who still had plenty of HP, was now completely in despair. Her body was relentlessly battered by all sorts of skills. Even her signature skill, Corrosive Venom, on her own, couldn't effectively stack on Qiuling. At this point, Wang Fuguei was finally completely freed up. Now even he could spare some time to attack. Violent Priestess returns to the battlefield. 1 minute later, the Twin Boar King's life finally reached its end. Soon, a loot chest appeared on her corpse. Everyone, please hear me out. Give me another chance to prove myself. I promise this time I'll definitely pull useful gear. Trust me. Huang Tian, who had been holding back all this time, was the first to jump out. She spoke with unshakable resolve, expressing her determination to everyone. Zhongren, look at me. Let me take a look at you. Then they both turned their eyes to Chung Qianma. After all, she was the team leader. Seeing that, everyone was looking at Chung Qianma. Huang Tian started playing the emotional, "Old Mo, we're brothers, right? You're not gonna make me carry the Black Hand title forever, are you? Just give me one chance, please." Huang Tian knew, as long as Chung Chinma nodded, everything would be resolved. So his tone was extremely humble. "Alright then, you go open it." Chung Chinma felt like his brain was about to fry, so he quickly sent Huang Tian off. After getting approval, Huang Tian happily ran to the Twin Boar King's corpse. Then he carefully opened the lid of the treasure chest. Soon, everyone heard his hearty laughter. "Told you I wasn't cursed. This time, I'm a super red hand. Who dares call me unlucky now?" Huang Tian looked at the loot in his hands, nearly laughing himself silly. His excitement made everyone rush over immediately. Then Wei Xing even blurted out a line of sea language. Chapter 502. Glory of the Warrior Team Triggered Video. Congratulations on obtaining an epic tier video. Glory of the Warrior. Glory of the Warrior. Quality. Epic. Plus 12 strength. Plus 15 agility. Plus 12 spirit. Durability. Never wears out. Item level. 60. Item effect. When attacking, has a 10% chance to trigger Warrior's Blessing, increasing the whole team's attack power by 12%. For 8 seconds. No internal cooldown. When everyone saw the attributes of the Warrior's Radiance, they all gasped in surprise. Among all equipment types, amulets and rings have always been the hardest to get. This time, not only did Huang Tian pull an amulet, but it was even of epic quality. No wonder he was laughing so arrogantly just now. Even though the item level of the Warrior's Radiance is only 60, its effects are already astonishing. It's a very rare team-oriented amulet, much better than those that only trigger for individuals. Good grief. You really turned your luck around. Now that we have this amulet, if luck is on our side, it's practically like giving the whole team a 12% damage boost. That's just awesome. Even Wei Xing, who usually butted heads with Huang Tian, had to admit, the effect of the Warrior's Radiance really was incredible. Hearing this, Huang Tian placed his hands on his hips and wore an expression begging for more praise. "Not bad, not bad. We won't call you Bad Luck Tian anymore." Even Chung Chinma, for once, patted Huang Tian on the shoulder and offered some rare words of praise. That made Huang Tian even prouder. After some bragging, everyone began to discuss who should get this precious accessory. This is a chance-based triggering accessory. In my opinion, it should go to the fastest attacking class. Yes, judging from our current team, our captain and sister Rua, she have the fastest attack speeds. Xiaoling is a tank and Wang Fuguwei is a healer, so this gear isn't suitable for them. So they shared their thoughts. In fact, if we ranked Eternal Peak Squad by attack speed right now, the top tier would definitely be Lin Ruashi and Chung Chi. With her SS grade talent and equipment, Lin Ruashi's attack speed was even slightly faster than Chung Chinma's. The second tier would be Huang Tian and Li Mingho. Although their attack speeds were top-notch in their classes, they still couldn't compare to those two monsters. As for Wei Xing, being a magic class, she wasn't even in the running since she didn't rely on attack speed. Her role wasn't based on attack speed anyway. I suggest we give this accessory to Ruashi. Huang Tian wasn't a petty person. She excluded herself out of consideration for the team's improvement. She voluntarily stepped aside. At the same time, Li Mingho also nodded slightly. She was an assassin class, often needing to carry out special tasks. She wasn't great at sustained frontal combat, so she was willing to give up the competition. Seeing everyone being so considerate, Lin Ruashi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. No. The equipment dropped in the dungeon. Everyone contributed. How could you just give it to me directly? Why don't we stick to the usual method? Everyone roll for it. That would be fair. Lin Ruashi didn't want to be treated as someone special, so she suggested rolling for it herself. Rolling was a very common loot distribution method. Everyone rolls a random number out of 100. Whoever gets the highest number gets the item. Leave it to luck, so no one feels unfairly treated. If this epic loot caused resentment, Lin Ruashi would rather not have it. Ruashi, you're being too polite. We're thinking about the team as a whole. Your attack speed is the highest in the team right now, and your overall strength is obvious. Clearly, a trigger-based video like this one would be most effective in your hands. As for Old Mo, she's got a ton of goodies already. She definitely wouldn't fight you for it, right, Old Mo? You two are basically family now, right? Isn't that right? Old Mo, you're practically a couple already, aren't you? Wei Xing praised Lin Ruashi's strength, while also dragging Chung Chinma into it. What a slime move. Sure enough, everyone burst out laughing at the words, a couple, and Lin Ruashi's little face turned as red as an apple. Although Chung Chinma felt a bit helpless, everyone's analysis was indeed correct. The two amulets she currently held were the PvP artifact titled Curse Garment and the Magic Nemesis Magic Distortion Device. Both of these amulets had special effects no less powerful than Warrior's Radiance, so there was no need for her to switch. Smiling, she turned to Lin Ruashi and said, since everyone agrees it suits you best, then take it. Seeing even Chung Chinma give her blessing, Lin Ruashi finally agreed. After equipping the Warrior's Radiance, her stats saw another significant boost. With that, Lin Ruashi became the second member of Eternal Peak Squad to possess an amulet. This item has no internal cooldown, so when attack speed increases in the future, the Warrior's Blessing buff could even remain active most of the time. Ruashi, since you already have an attack speed boost, you'll reach the agility threshold much later than everyone else. So later on, you can try. Focusing fully on an attack speed build, based on his experience, Chung Qianma gave his advice. Lin Ruashi's innate attack speed bonus is 40%, which is entirely independent of her agility stat. So when others reach 40% attack speed, they've likely already added 100 or 200 agility points. At that point, agility's benefits would already be heavily diminished, but she would still be far from her limit. So in the future, she could definitely consider going full attack speed to fully maximize her advantage. After thinking it over, Lin Ruashi nodded seriously. The prototype of Apocalypse's future fastest attacking warrior was born at this moment. Chapter 503, 7 against 5. The advantage is ours. After successfully taking down the twin spiders, their progress through the upper floors of the Black Tower was now more than halfway complete. Now that Lin Ruashi had obtained everyone's damage output saw a noticeable increase. Their speed at clearing mobs was getting faster and faster. In just half an hour, they were already approaching the area of the second-to-last boss. But just at that moment, Chung Qianma suddenly waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop for a moment. Then he pointed to the last group of mobs ahead, and slowly said, "Hold your fire, everyone. I have something to say." Everyone was puzzled. Things had been going smoothly so far. Why suddenly stop attacking? "What's wrong, old Mo? We were just getting into it." Huang Tian, never one to keep quiet, was the first to ask. The others also looked at Chung Qianma in confusion. After we clear this last group of mobs, we'll be facing the fourth boss of the Black Tower. This boss isn't just one person. Technically, it's a team of 5. So to make things a bit easier, I've decided to injure myself first. Everyone froze at the word injure. They were completely confused, especially Wang Fuguei. He was always sensitive about health and damage. He hated seeing teammates take damage. So he asked with genuine confusion, "Captain, we've got 7 people. The fourth boss only has 5. 7 versus 5. We have the advantage. Why would you injure yourself?" Wang Fuguei's logic was based on the healer's perspective, hence his confusion. But Chung Qianma just smiled and shook his head, then said mysteriously, "You'll understand soon enough. Trust me. You'll be thanking me for this later." With that, Chung Qianma started undressing, or more precisely, unequipping his gear. That fired up Wei Xing. "Whoa there. We've got a lady in the party. Don't go stripping down just like that. We're not that kind of group." Wei Xing's teasing instantly made Lin Ruashi blush. She was the only woman in the team, after all, and instinctively turned away, not daring to look at Chung Qianma's body. It was at that moment, Chung Qianma suddenly realized she had forgotten about Lin Ruashi. She let out a few awkward coughs, and then said, "Ruashi, bear with it for a bit. I'll be done soon." Then, she quickly stripped off all her equipment. She turned around and gave everyone a slight smile. "Old Wang, I may be going to hurt myself, but don't let me die, okay? Just keep my HP at around 10%. As for the rest of you, once my health drops down, immediately kill all the mobs." This put Wang Fuguei in a tough spot. Other people usually ask healers to keep their HP as full as possible, but not Chung Qianma. She actually asked him to keep her HP at around 10% at all times. Reverse health control, seriously? Although no one understood what trick Chung Qianma was playing at, they still followed her instructions. Only Lin Ruashi was too embarrassed to look back. After all, Chung Qianma was now only wearing a pair of shorts. Everything else was bare. "Sister Ruashi, are you really not going to take a peek? Honestly, normally you wouldn't notice, but take a look today and you'll be surprised. Old Mo's physique is no joke. Broad where it should be, big where it counts, slim where it should be. Basically, a model's physique." Huang Tian seemed to have picked up bad habits from Wei Xing and started teasing Lin Ruashi. Hearing this, images filled Lin Ruashi's mind, and even the tips of her ears turned red. Not listening. Just hurry up and fight." Lin Ruashi refused to give in, still unwilling to turn around. Huang Tian and Wei Xing both chuckled wickedly, looking as sleazy as they could possibly be. "You two itching for trouble again? Hurry up and follow along. Chung Qianma's practically naked right now, so it's a bit cold. She won't last long." Then she grabbed her radiant 1000-blade fan and charged into the mob pack. Meanwhile, Wang Fuguei began pre-calculating the damage, trying to figure out what level of healing spell would keep Chung Qianma alive, but still let her HP drop to about 10%. When the mobs ahead saw a nearly naked Chung Qianma, they were stunned for a few seconds, but very quickly, they paid the price for their hesitation. Because even though Chung Qianma was only wielding a weapon now, her stats were still terrifying. After all, she's the only one in this world with a 1.5x stat multiplier. Her radiant 1000-blade fan / non-stop, and the mob's HP dropped rapidly. But since she wasn't wearing any gear, her defense was basically 0, so her health started plummeting just as fast. After a while, the others saw that it was about time and joined in. This time, Wang Fuguei didn't have to watch Xiuling's health at all. He only needed to manage Chung Qianma's. 2 minutes later, all the mobs were dead, and Chung Qianma's HP was left at exactly 11%. "Old Wang, not quite there, huh? You left 1% too much," Chung Qianma teased jokingly. But Wang Fugui just rolled his eyes. He replied with annoyance. Oh please. With that fragile little body of yours, I was afraid you'd get one shot. If I didn't top you off a bit, I wouldn't feel safe. In fact, for healers, deliberately controlling their healing output without overdoing it is an extremely difficult task. He had never encountered such an outrageous request before, so he basically had no experience with reverse health control. If it weren't for his precise calculations and exceptional foresight, Cheng Qianma might have already died. All right, you're the healer. You're the boss. Cheng Qianma smiled helplessly. Chapter 50. Wait a minute. Something doesn't seem right. The second to last boss on the upper floors of the Black Tower is called Iron Arena. From the name alone, you could tell this boss doesn't refer to just one person. Comes with an entire arena team. The Iron Arena it hosts a battle team made entirely of elite Iron Dwarfs. Don't be fooled just because their team has only 5 members, while Eternal Peak Squad had 7 people. You might think this boss fight would be a breeze, but that's not the case. Because the strength of the Iron Elite Squad and their class composition are not fixed, their average power level adjusts based on the strength of the current challenger team. Simply put, the stronger the challenger team, the stronger their opponents become, and vice versa. That's exactly why Cheng Qianma had deliberately lowered her power earlier, because this would significantly reduce how the dungeon evaluated her power. Here, the dungeon's evaluation isn't based on level, but actual combat strength. In other words, your total attribute points, your build, learned skills, current state, and so on, all contribute to the evaluation. For example, by taking off her equipment, Cheng Qianma effectively lowered her total attributes, and by reducing her HP, she lowered her current state rating. These are insights she gained through many trials. In her previous life, understanding this hidden mechanic, ordinary people have no idea that there's a crystal orb at the entrance of the Black Iron Arena. As long as the team leader places their hand on it, a Black Iron Elite Squad will be generated based on specific conditions. At the same time, the doors to the Black Iron Arena will also open. Once the doors are open, Cheng Qianma can put his gear back on and fully restore his status, which would reduce the difficulty. Of course, there is a lower limit to power assessment. Otherwise, it would be too easy to exploit. According to hidden mechanics, first, the Black Iron Elite Squad will use the strongest member in the challenge team as a benchmark, then generate a general range of strength. After that, further adjustments are made. The benchmark player has the biggest influence on the outcome. The other strengths are only used as supplementary factors. With Cheng Qianma's power, he would no doubt be chosen by the dungeon as the reference, so only his current stats would be heavily evaluated. When Cheng Qianma brought everyone to the Black Iron Arena entrance, he briefly explained the situation. Everyone's faces immediately turned quite colorful. What the heck? You even know something this obscure? Seriously? I'm starting to wonder. Are you even human? Huang Tian was stunned. He even called Cheng Qianma an alien. In fact, Cheng Qianma wanted to say, "Sorry, I actually an alien from Earth." Everyone, wait a sec. I'll go activate the crystal orb first. After all, without clothes, it's a bit cold. Cheng Qianma chuckled, then walked up to the crystal orb. He placed his right hand on it. And soon the arena doors in front rumbled open. Inside, 5 Black Iron Dwarf elites instantly spawned. While Cheng Qianma was getting dressed, everyone turned their eyes toward the arena, and then their expressions became increasingly strange. Why do I feel like this boss is way tougher than the last one? Seeing the newly spawned Iron Squad, Li Mingho carefully analyzed the situation. The reason he said that was because even though Cheng Qianma had pulled some tricks, the monsters inside were still high level. At this moment, there were 5 people in the Iron Arena team. Their roles were perfectly balanced as tank, healer, melee DPS, ranged DPS, and magic DPS, practically flawless, and their average level was as high as 57. Even more surprising, their average HP exceeded 80,000. So if you calculate it, considering the Iron Elite Squad as a whole, their total HP reached 400,000. That's way stronger than the Twin Spiders. Wait, old Mo, according to what you just said, why are these mobs still so ridiculously strong? Wei Xing voiced the question on everyone's mind after seeing the monster's HP. The others nodded in agreement. Cheng Qianma already stripped off her gear and got beaten half to death. So why are the mobs still so high level? Could something have gone wrong? But after Cheng Qianma geared back up and glanced at the arena, she revealed a helpless smile. You guys should be grateful. If I hadn't pulled that little trick earlier, the mobs here would have been sky high in level. Everyone wasn't stupid, so they naturally understood what she meant. What she was saying was, if she had activated the crystal at full strength, the Iron Elite Squad's strength would have been even higher than this. In other words, her actual power level hadn't really been shown yet. After all, this Iron Squad was built based on her power template. Old Mo, can you tell us straight? If we fought normally, what level would these mobs have reached? Huang Tian voiced what everyone was wondering. Everyone knew Cheng Qianma was powerful, but they didn't have a clear sense of just how strong. Now they could use the Iron Arena's mechanics to get a rough estimate of her strength. Since the Iron Elite Squad stats could serve as a concrete reference, a conservative estimate, the reinforcements are at least level 60. In fact, Chung Qianma deliberately downplayed it to avoid shocking everyone. He purposely understated it. If we count his full strength, the Black Iron Elite Squad's level would probably be around level 62. Yet even after hearing his kind lie, everyone's minds were still blank. Chapter 505. Forcing a kill on the healing turning Huanglong I Moon. Stop spacing out, all of you. Let's just treat this as a rehearsal for the big fight. Although Weisheng was the first to snap out of it, what he said just didn't sound right. Big fight my foot. If you can't talk properly, then shut up. Huang Tian said angrily, yet with amusement. What I meant was group PvP. What did you think I meant? Weisheng sneered with a twitch of his mouth. That left Huang Tian awkward. Yeah, I thought you meant group PvP. Their banter helped ease the heavy atmosphere on the field quite a bit. Chung Qianma glanced at the opponents, then slowly said, although they're all strong, there's no need for us to underestimate ourselves. We'll first focus on eliminating their healer. After that, things will be easier. Li Mingho and I will go in for the kill. Weisheng, support with long-range focus fire. Huang Tian, handle mobility. But make sure to stay near old Wang. Act quickly if anything happens. What we can think of, the enemy can too. Ruashi, focus all your power on attacking their magic DPS. Try to trigger Warrior's Blessing as much as possible. As for Chilling, do your best to intercept their fighters and protect our ranged units. Chung Qianma made the most accurate judgment. Based on the current strengths of the team, everyone nodded in agreement afterward. The group PvP battle officially began. As soon as everyone stepped into the Iron Arena, the 5 elite Iron Dwarves immediately scattered. Chung Qianma and Li Mingho instantly went into assault mode. Then they both charged straight at the enemy healer. I'll use Soul Shock to lock down their healer, so he can't heal. Li Mingho, don't hesitate. Go straight for your ultimate. Chung Qianma explained her plan as they moved. Li Mingho nodded. He and Chung Qianma then split left and right, circling around to the back of the enemy form. At the same time, the rest quickly grouped together. Seeing Chung Qianma and Li Mingho hadn't attacked yet, Weisheng went ahead and started debuffing the others. 5 seconds later, Chung Qianma was the first to sneak up on the enemy healer. Then she unleashed Soul Shock from her tidal curse garment. Li Mingho activating Silver Moon's second-tier ultimate, Moonwheel Dance. Moonwheel Dance. After using Moonwheel Dance, Silver Moon entered flash mode. All attacks gained a 30% bleeding effect, plus 50% crit damage and 30% attack speed boost. It lasts for a total of 10 seconds. Li Mingho's body turned into a glowing streak, and with incredible speed, he slashed at the enemy healer with his daggers. In an instant, flashes of light erupted everywhere. Chung Qianma wasn't to be outdone. She also unleashed Silver Moon's Moonwheel Dance. Her goal was mainly to stack the bleeding effect as much as possible. With both Moonwheel attacks, the enemy healer got hit with a double bleed stack. The effect was absolutely devastating. The Iron Dwarf healer, who had 80,000 HP, was instantly cut down to around 30,000 by Chung Qianma and Li Mingho's ultimates. Their damage output was brutal, and the healer kept bleeding out. Without anyone helping, he'd likely die very soon. The Iron Dwarf elites weren't fools. At first, they hadn't spotted Chung Qianma and Li Mingho, but now they had. Of course they had to help. Their tank suddenly used a protection skill, charging at Li Mingho at high speed. Li Mingho couldn't dodge in time, instantly knocked flying. Just as the enemy tank prepared to pursue Li Mingho further, Weisheng, who had been waiting in the distance, suddenly he raised his staff high, and a pair of skeletal hands appeared beneath the enemy tank's feet. Get up quick. I can only hold them for 2 seconds at most. As a warlock, Weisheng was never skilled at crowd control, so he could only disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm. Li Mingho reacted swiftly. After getting up, he immediately Sprint is an assassin's support skill, increasing movement speed by 50% for 15 seconds. With the speed boost, the enemy tank would find it much harder to cause him trouble again. In the distance, Huang Tian and Lin Ruashi, seeing the enemy tank pull away, seized the moment to unleash a fierce assault on the enemy mage. Huang Tian opened with an upper slash, launching the Black Iron Dwarf mage into the air. Then, together with Lin Ruashi, they executed a dazzling aerial combo. Thrusting strike, aerial slash, dragon fawn, fluorescent falling blade. The two classes' distinct skills created a marvelous synergy at that moment. They attacked in perfect alternation, never clashing, with flawless coordination, and Lin Ruashi, with her blazing attack speed, quickly triggered the warrior's blessing effect. In an instant, the entire Eternal Peak team glowed with a faint red aura. Their attack power increased by 12%. This is awesome. Watch my ultimate. With incredibly precise positioning, Huang Tian suddenly appeared behind the enemy mage. Then he instantly unleashed Phantom Sword Dance. With the 12% attack boost, Phantom Sword Dance dealt staggering damage. But Lin Ruashi didn't rush to attack. Instead, she scanned the nearby area with fishlight. Then she gave a slight smile. Yellow Dragon Flame Moon. The Divine Spear of Radiance in Lin Ruashi's hand was initially aimed at the enemy mage. When the Golden Dragon successfully hit its target, it suddenly changed. as Lin Ruashi abruptly redirected the spear toward the Iron Dwarf healer nearby. In an instant, a dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield. The golden dragon twisted at an unnatural angle, suddenly turning 90 degrees, charging straight at the Iron Dwarf healer. Everyone was stunned by Lin Ruashi's maneuver, especially Huang Tian, who was watching up close, and even shouted in surprise. So the golden dragon can change direction? Sister Ruashi, you're awesome. But wait, weren't we supposed to focus the mage together? Why did you turn to hit the healer? Just as Huang Tian finished, the already bleeding enemy healer was struck dead on by the redirected golden dragon. That hit instantly killed them. Even Cheng Qianma couldn't help but smile. When did this girl learn such a trick? Chapter 506, Holy Radiance Revelation, the terrifying ultimate of the evangelist. Not bad at all. Cheng Qianma shot Lin Ruashi a look of praise. He had never taught her that move. It was completely something Lin Ruashi figured out on her own. Isn't it awesome? I've been thinking about this for a long time. Looks like it can expand the attack range of Dragon's Gaze, and it doesn't waste any remaining duration. The principle of Dragon is that the battle mage manually controls the direction of the attack, sending the golden dragon, imbued with dragon runes, toward the enemy. But under normal circumstances, the dragon can only attack once per target. Even if the dragon runes remain active, it still can't turn back. But the clever Lin Ruashi thought, if the dragon could turn, couldn't it hit another target? Since the dragon runes were still active, she had this idea for quite a while. And just now, seeing the perfect opportunity, she tried it. Who would have thought? With her incredible talent, it worked on the first try. In less than 2 minutes from the start, she helped Cheng Qianma and the others swiftly take down the enemy healer. In today's battle, she's been the key attacker. No way. I need to think later about how to improve Phantom Sword Dance. I can't let Ruashi outshine me. While attacking the enemy mage, Huang Tian secretly resolved himself. In truth, his talent was not inferior to Lin Ruashi's, perhaps even greater. But because he was usually a bit lazy, he felt a little shaken just now, as the Black Iron Elite team lost their healer. Huang Tian and Lin Ruashi, along with the others, Wang Fu and Wei Shun, were together. Now, the Eternal Peak team was split into 3 groups, making the situation extremely dangerous. The enemy's battlefield balance was completely shattered. The remaining Black Iron Dwarves, as if provoked, all unleashed their ultimates at once. Old Wang went straight for his ultimate. Li Mingho, get over here quick. Cheng Qianma sensed the dire situation and urgently issued orders. He and Li Mingho were on the outskirts, too far to reach the others, so they had to face the enemy's ultimates alone. Meanwhile, Huang Tian and Lin Ruashi, split into 3 groups, faced a highly dangerous situation. The enemy tank's ultimate granted all teammates a protective shield, absorbing 5,000 damage, and granting immunity to all crowd control, lasting 20 seconds. The mage's ultimate summoned a volcano, indiscriminately attacking all enemies, lasting 25 seconds. The range class's ultimate targeted everyone, executing multiple sword barrages with incredible power. As for the melee class, it randomly selects one awakened player to deal massive single-target damage, and he had just chosen his target, the MVP of this battle, Lin Ruashi. So at this critical moment, Cheng Qianma first activated the concentrated chi barrier to shield himself and Li Mingho from part of the Then he instructed Wang Fuguei to use her ultimate skill to save the others. As soon as Cheng Qianma finished speaking, a volcanic wing emerged in the center of the iron arena. In an instant, lava erupted continuously from the crater towards everyone. Very quickly, everyone's health began to plummet. Meanwhile, the Iron Elite melee fighter unleashed countless sword strikes at Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi, unable to react in time, watched her health drop visibly fast. She even coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The enemy's melee attacks were almost too fast to see, so she was completely unable to defend herself effectively. Just as Lin Ruashi's health was about to fall below 30%, Wang Fuguei finally finished chanting her ultimate. Right after hearing Cheng Qianma's command, she immediately began charging her spell. Only at this moment did she manage to complete it. As a preacher, Wang Fuguei's second awakening ultimate can heal the entire team. It's incredibly powerful. At this moment, she raised her staff high and shouted loudly, "Holy Light Revelation, activate!" After Wang Fuguei shouted, a wave of holy energy swept across the entire battlefield. In an instant, countless warm lights poured into everyone's bodies. Originally, except for Cheng Qianma and Li Mingho, all the members of Eternal Peak had been losing health rapidly. But with the arrival of this light, their health began to recover at an astonishing rate. Holy Light Revelation. The Preacher's second awakening ultimate emits a divine aura of warm light. The Preacher can heal the entire team, restoring 5% of allies' total health per second. It also grants attribute enhancement, boosting all stats by 30%. It lasts for a total of 12 seconds. Holy Light Revelation not only restores 50% of the team's total health over 10 seconds, but also grants them incredible buffs. Bear in mind, whether it's faster health regeneration or increased attributes, Holy Light Revelation calculates everything by percentage. This means that the higher an awakened one's health and attributes, the greater the benefit they receive. the members of Eternal Peak. Each of them was a monster with explosives, so at this moment, they all received an astonishing boost, especially Chingqianma, with her already insane base stats. A 30% stat bonus turned her straight into a Super Saiyan. As expected of the preacher's ultimate skill, the effect was truly astonishing. Chingqianma felt her whole body brimming with power. She actually charged out of the ultimate aura shield alone, heading straight for the enemy's spellcasters. Her constitution stat, after the 30% boost, gave her HP a staggering 10,211 points. That was almost equal to Qiuling's original HP. With this monstrous amount of health, plus a 5% per second regeneration rate, she could tank the lava damage head-on and still kill the enemy. At this moment, the enemy mage was still trying to maintain their volcano ultimate. They were completely unable to defend themselves. Now they had to face Super Saiyan mode Chengqianma. The outcome was obvious. In just 10 seconds, Chengqianma, going full throttle, unleashed a barrage of combos and took them down on the spot. The volcano ultimate disappeared along with them. Now the enemies only had a tank, a melee DPS, and a ranged DPS left. 3 versus 7. How could they possibly be a match for the Eternal Apex squad? The next 5 or 6 minutes basically became garbage time. Chengqianma and her team utterly crushed the Black Iron Dwarf Elite Squad. At this point, only the final boss remained. On this upper floor of the Black Tower, Chapter 507, Advanced Group EXP Books, Full Team Level Up. That was such an awesome fight. If only Old Wang's ultimate could stay active forever, that'd be perfect. Huang Tian was still reliving her heroic moment, and everyone else also felt the thrill of battle. Sure thing. Just go negotiate with the continent of Revelation, and have them make my holy light revelation permanent, and make it cost no mana too. Then we'd be unstoppable, gods or demons alike. We'd crush anyone in our way. Wang Fugue replied half-jokingly. Everyone burst out laughing. Then came the exciting moment. Who should be the one to open the chest now? I suggest we let Sister Ruashi do it. She made a great contribution just now. Wen Sheng surprisingly nominated Lin Ruashi. Everyone else had no objections. If it hadn't been for Lin Ruashi, they wouldn't have turned the tide so quickly. Finally, something reasonable out of you. Chengqianma teased with a laugh. Seeing everyone's expectant gaze, Lin Ruashi slowly walked toward the chest. Soon, a brilliant light radiated before her eyes. Huh. It's actually an experience book. Lin Ruashi exclaimed instinctively. Everyone else was a bit surprised too. So the reward chest could give experience books? That makes things tricky. If it had been equipment, at least they could distribute it based on needs. But everyone can use an experience book. So who should get it? Looks like Sister Ruashi isn't that lucky. Pulling an experience book isn't as good as my lucky draw. Huang Tian placed her hands on her hips, ready to boast about her earlier lucky draw. But the next second, her face... Because Lin Ruashi spoke up again. The name of the experience book is actually Advanced Group Experience Tome. When they heard the words group and advanced, everyone was dumbfounded. Huang Tian ran over in disbelief, but then let out a wail. Comparison really is the thief of joy. Sister Ruashi's luck is absolutely insane. Damn. This book actually gives every team member 6 million EXP at once. We're rich now. Although Huang Tian was mocking Lin Ruashi, he was secretly overjoyed. Rewarding everyone with 6 million EXP was obviously insane. Even Chengqianma showed a surprised expression. She had previously absorbed an advanced EXP book from Gu Zizhen alone, so she knew just how rare this thing was. Who would have thought the Black Tower could drop an upgraded version? This was something even she didn't know. As expected of little Ruashi, I suggest we let her open all the loot boxes from now on. Certain players who think they're lucky just once should probably back off. Wei Xing had been wanting to roast Huang Tian, but never had the chance. Now Lin Ruashi's lucky hands were just the weapon she needed. Bullshit. Let's see you open the next chest, then. I really want to see which of us is unluckier. Huang Tian shot back, clearly unconvinced. Wei Xing wasn't about to back down either, and patted her chest confidently. Bring it on. I'll open it. How about a father-son duel? If I get better loot than you have to call me dad. Holding a long-time grudge, Wei Xing saw Huang Tian take the bait and seized her chance for revenge. There was no way she'd back down now. Huang Tian had always been confident in himself, so he agreed without a second thought. Bring it on. If someone's that eager to be my son, then I'll make it happen. Everyone else was left speechless by how childish their banter was. They just didn't know what to say. Soon after, Lin Ruashi absorbed the group Advanced EXP book right in front of everyone. In that instant, golden particles shimmered all over their bodies, and the next second, everyone leveled up. Previously, Li Mingho had missed the last Secret Realm event, so her level was the lowest at only 40. Now, after gaining 6 million experience points, she instantly leveled up twice to level 42. Both Huang Tian and Lin Ruashi were level 42 before, and now they've reached somewhere past level 43. Next was Chengqianma, who had been catching up from behind. Her level caught up with Wen Xing's, both reaching level 43. Now, they both leveled up to 44. Finally, the two highest level players in Eternal Peak Xiaoling and Wang Fugui leveled up to 48 and 49 respectively. After the whole team leveled up, everyone was absolutely thrilled, especially Huang Tian. Goodness. We haven't even collected the final clear rewards yet, and we all already gained a level. If we clear this later, wouldn't old Wang become Eternal Peaks? First player to reach level 50. That would make him a third awakening powerhouse. That would be ridiculously awesome. Huang Tian's not wrong. Wang Fugui was indeed in an excellent mood. He never expected that being dragged into the secret realm would bring such an incredible leveling speed. This kind of absurd progress was something he had never even dreamed of. Huang Tian was right. Once they take down the final boss, they'll receive another huge experience reward. After this run, we have to train hard and aim to reach third awakening as soon as possible. Seeing everyone's morale sky high, Cheng Qianma decided to fan the flames. According to his original plan, after this secret realm run, they'd first clear out Lingyue City to stabilize their base of operations. After that, everyone would go all out for third awakening. At that time, he would also report to the soul of Flame Dragon. Once Eternal Peak's whole team reaches third awakening, it would be time for them to start encountering Awakened from other countries. I wonder if... Because here we come. Countless images of foreigners flashed through Cheng Qianma's mind. The corners of her mouth began to curl upward slightly. Chapter 508. The Final Battle. Vimsak. Old Mo. That dragonkin over there must be the final boss of the Black Tower's upper level, right? Huang Tian pointed into the distance. There stood a 4-meter-tall dragonkin warrior. It said that dragonkin are hybrids born from dragons and humans, so they possess both human intelligence and formidable physical strength. That's right. Vimsak is the official boss of this chamber. Everyone, gather around. Class is about to start. After successfully clearing the Black Iron Dwarf Assault Arena, Cheng Qianma's team spent another 20 minutes clearing mobs. Now, they had finally reached the end of this dungeon. Everyone was in good spirits, since they were about to receive their final rewards, so they eagerly gathered around Cheng Qianma. Cheng Qianma glanced at Vimsak's profile, then slowly said, Vimsak. Level 58 Elite Dragonkin Warrior, 420,000 HP. This boss is one of the rare dual-type monsters. Not only does he have incredible strength, he can also cast fire magic. As for him, Vimsak has 3 active skills and 1 passive skill. First off, he has strong innate physical resistance, reducing all incoming physical damage by 30%. This is a sharp contrast from the previous Elemental Walker. Back then, the Eternal Apex Squad had an advantage when fighting Abel the Elemental Walker. After all, they only had Weisheng as their magic damage dealer. But now, the situation is completely reversed. Whether it's Huang Tian, Lin Ruoshi, or Li Mingho, they all primarily deal physical damage. Even if they have some skills with elemental damage, there aren't many. Now, Cheng Qianma, our all-rounder, has to switch to magic mode and join Weisheng in dealing damage. That concludes his passive skills. Now, let's talk about the 3 active abilities. Wimsak's first skill is called War Summon. Every time its health drops by 25%, it summons 2 Ho Dragons to fight. So in theory, there will usually be 6 Ho Dragons throughout the boss fight. That's at Wimsak's 75%, 50%, and 25% HP marks. These Ho Dragons come with random attributes of ice, fire, earth, wind, or lightning. Each Ho Dragon has completely different magic skills, so different combinations bring different challenges, which makes it really troublesome to handle. The second skill is Spear Throw. At regular intervals, Wimsak randomly locks onto a target and hurls a spear at them. This skill has a 100% hit rate. Unless special tactics are used, it's basically unavoidable. What's worse is, once the target is hit by the spear, they'll instantly take a staggering 3,500 damage and be forced into a stun for 3 seconds. It's absolutely brutal. In the past, many teams have wiped because their healers got stunned at a critical moment, which led to a total party wipe. As for the final skill, this is what makes Wimsak so nasty. It's called Flame Parasite. Wimsak plants flame seeds on every member of the team. These seeds can only be neutralized when exactly 2 players come close to. If the number exceeds 2, the flame seed will instantly explode, dealing 5,000 to everyone within an 8-meter radius. Moreover, if you ignore the flame seed, it will explode on its own after 6 seconds, dealing the same 5,000. It was exactly because of this special mechanic that the Eternal Apex Squad faced serious trouble. You see, the upper level of the Black Tower is a team-type dungeon. The max player count is 7, and 7 is an odd number. That means, even if everyone plays flawlessly and removes all the flame seeds, there will still be 1 person left without a target to link with, and that unlucky soul will be guaranteed to take 5,000 points of fire damage. 5,000 fire damage for any non-tank class. That's roughly 90% of their HP. And for squishy magic classes, like Weisheng, she only has 5,387 HP total. If she gets hit by a flame parasite, unless she's at full health, she'll most likely be one-shot. So flame parasite will be the toughest mechanic the Eternal Apex Squad has to deal with. After hearing Vimsak's skills, everyone fell silent. There was no doubt. Vimsack was more than qualified as the final boss of the Black Tower's upper level. In fact, his strength was borderline excessive. At least the other skills had countermeasures. But how do you even deal with Flame Parasite? It was easy to predict. Once the battle started, the scene would become pure chaos. And when that happened, there was no way he could guarantee he'd find the unlucky one fast enough and heal them to full in time. Wang Fuguei was on the verge of tears. This final boss fight was a literal nightmare. And we haven't even touched on how broken Flame Parasite is. Vimsack's summoned elemental servants were enough trouble on their own. Those things come with elemental magic by default, and definitely pack a punch. If they weren't taken down in time, and Vimsack cast Flame Parasite afterward, everyone would also have to reposition immediately, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The consequences would be simply unimaginable. This battle is definitely tough, so there are a few key points we need to pay extra attention to. First point, we need to control the boss's HP. When Vimsack's health is close to 75%, we need to burst hard and push it straight below 50%. That way, we can skip one round of War Summon, which will ease the healer's pressure. Second point, we need to prearrange groups to deal with Flame Parasite. Xiaoling and Huang Tian will be one group. Wang Fuguei and Wenxing will be another. And Lin Ruashi and Li Mingho will be one group. You just cleanse each other. Don't worry about me. Last point, when the Ho Dragon appears, whoever gets targeted must immediately move toward Xiaoling and let him tank it. Don't run around aimlessly. After hearing Cheng Qianma's analysis, everyone gasped. Meeting these requirements won't be easy at all, especially Wang Fuguei, who asked with confusion, Captain, you're really going to take 5,000 fire damage each time, without needing my healing? Cheng Qianma smiled slightly, and replied with full confidence, of course. Chapter 509, Infinite Refresh, 12 Black Orbs. Just focus on your own tasks. Don't worry about me. Xiaoling, go ahead. Cheng Qianmo reassured everyone, and told Xiaoling to engage the boss. Xiaoling nodded, and charged straight at Vimsack. Pathetic weaklings. How dare you invade the Black Tower? Taste my wrath. As soon as Vimsack entered combat, he let out an ear-piercing roar. 5 seconds later, Xiaoling established aggro. The others began their attacks one after another. Since Vimsack lacked close-range attacks, Huang Tian, Lin Ruashi, and Li Mingho could safely deal damage up close. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianma switched to his ranged mage form, standing alongside Weisheng and Wang Fuguei. Foreigner, the main damage in this boss fight is on us too. You'd better step up. Cheng Qianma had just unleashed a blazing impact, then turned to Weisheng with a reminder. Weisheng pursed his lips, saying with utmost confidence, what's the problem? You don't trust my damage? Just watch. Here I go. No sooner had Weisheng spoken than his damage output began to ramp up. One after another, various debuffs were applied to Vimsack, now covered in colorful effects. Vimsack looked somewhat comical. Cheng Qianma gave a slight smile. Of course, he trusted Weisheng's strength. His earlier words were just a spark, his fighting spirit. After all, like Huang Tian, this guy needed a bit of prodding to go all out. At that moment, he raised his staff, unleashing 1,000 blades of light, then activated his mage machine gun mode. The so-called mage machine gun meant he repeatedly used the elementalist's lowest tier skill, Magic Bullet. Though the skill's damage was low, its casting speed was incredibly fast, especially with his insane agility boost. The casting delay was basically eliminated, so now it looked like he was firing magical projectiles, like a machine gun. Wang Fuguei stood to the side healing, completely stunned by the scene. Although he knew Cheng Qianma had many tricks up his sleeve, this move right now seemed utterly ridiculous. He originally wanted to ask about it, but his expression changed drastically. The very next second, a black orb suddenly appeared right in front of Cheng Qianma. What's more surprising? Every few seconds, the number of black orbs kept increasing. It was really bizarre. Isn't this the elementalist's Void Orb? Damn. How did the captain pull this off? Void Orb. Doesn't it have a cooldown? Wang Fuguei didn't know the exact cooldown of Void Orb, but he knew that no elementalist could possibly cast it as fast as Cheng Qianma. Old Wang, seriously, you're almost at third awakening, and you still get this worked up? His insane tricks. You should be used to them by now. Honestly, you can't apply normal logic to him. Relax. Wensheng was long used to Cheng Qianma's terrifying abilities, so he spoke up to calm Wang Fuguei. Cheng Qianma just smiled, without saying a word. He was fully focused on stacking Void Orb passives. After hearing Wensheng's words, Wang Fuguei nodded slightly. His mindset was still too narrow. All along this journey, he had seen plenty of Cheng Qianma's peculiarities, so he really should stay calmer. Otherwise, it'd seem like he'd never witnessed. In just 30 seconds, with a 40% trigger chance, Cheng Qianma managed to summon 12 Void Orbs. Such a wild spectacle truly left everyone in awe. Of course, this was also Cheng Qianma's first time fully spamming Void Orbs. He hadn't been this free before, as a torrent of black orbs surged toward Vimsack. Combined with everyone's relentless attacks, his health bar began dropping at an alarming rate, quickly falling to 82%. At that moment, Vimsack suddenly raised his spear high, aiming it at Chung Qianma in the distance. He seemed to despise this human before him, so he hurled the spear with great speed. With a whoosh, the spear tore through the air at a terrifying pace. But the next second, a loud rang out. Chung Qianma, with inhuman reflexes, instantly altered the form of 1,000 blades of light and executed a perfect block. Vimsac's spear throw didn't deal him a shred of damage. Chung Qianma gave a slight smile, taking the chance to stop spamming void orbs. After all, Vimsac's health was nearing 75%. Once the void orbs were released, he could no longer control them, so he had to stop attacking early to avoid any mishaps. Everyone, control your damage. Don't get carried away, Chung Qianma shouted loudly to the team. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. But right at that moment, suddenly, flames erupted all over Vimsac's body. Immediately after, from his mouth, he fired 7 flame seeds in succession. They targeted everyone. Everyone, spread out first. Then find your assigned teammate. Qiuling, you can stay where you are. Huang Tian will come to you. Seeing the flame seeds about to hit everyone, Chung Qianma immediately gave the command. After much practice together, Eternal Peak's execution power had become astonishing. So, as soon as Chung Qianma finished speaking, everyone sprang into action. Originally, their formation had melee clustered together and ranged grouped separately, but in the next second, everyone except Qiuling dispersed immediately after getting hit by the flame seeds. They quickly moved to their assigned partners to cleanse the effect. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was a sight to behold. At this moment, only Chung Qianma stood alone on the outer edge. There was no one around him. Half of the 6-second timer for the explosion had already passed, while everyone else had successfully cleansed their flame seeds. Chung Qianma simply smiled. Chapter 510. The Marvel of Magic Reflection. Here comes the biggest threat. Magic Reflection. Taste the power of your own skill. 3 seconds left. Qiuling, Huang Tian, fall back 10 meters. After Chung Qianma shouted, a light blue barrier appeared around him. Since Huang Tian was paired with since they were all in melee range at the time, Chung Qianma's sudden shout startled them all. What the hell, old Mo, what are you doing? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Fall back, quick. Huang Tian didn't know what was coming, but Chung Qianma's urgent yell was clearly a red flag, so he immediately told Qiuling to retreat. Qiuling reacted quickly too. After casting one last skill, he quickly backed off. Not long after, the flame seed on Chung Qianma hit its 6-second limit. What happened next was shocking. The moment the flame seed on her body detonated, Vimsac's body also exploded. Boom. After the deafening blast, Chung Qianma was completely unharmed. The words, damage immune, appeared above her. Meanwhile, Vimsac's HP instantly dropped by 1%, down to 76%. The reason for this absurd event was, of course, intentional on Chung Qianma's part. In fact, she could have activated magic reflection early, before the flame hit her. That way, the flame seed wouldn't have exploded on her at all. But doing that would cause the reflected flame seed to randomly target someone else on the field, ally or enemy. After all, flame impact is one of Vimsac's attacks. Until it explodes, it's just a projectile bounced back by magic reflection. Therefore, it still had a flight path. In other words, its hit detection wasn't resolved yet. And magic reflection, in anything but a 1v1 scenario, doesn't always reflect onto the enemy. So in this case, if Chung Qianma had activated it early, it could easily endanger his teammates, so he didn't dare to counterattack. Otherwise, the carefully assigned cleansing pairs might all be for nothing. After all, there was only one enemy, but his team had 6 members. If he forcefully reflected the damage, it would obviously put his own side at a disadvantage. So, he chose to use the hidden mechanic of magic reflection for delayed effects like the flame seeds. As long as magic reflection is active, Chung Qianma himself won't take any damage. At the same time, he can reflect the damage directly back to the caster. After all, at this moment, the flame seeds were fully parasitized onto his body, so the hit registration had already concluded. It was impossible for it to bounce to a teammate. The only remaining target was Vimsac himself. Not many people knew about this hidden mechanic. After all, not everyone had access to magic deflectors. This kind of absurd playstyle was something only the all-rounder King Chung Qianma had experimented with in his past life. Besides that, there was another benefit to doing this. Since the reflected flame seed only dealt 5,000 damage, it wouldn't suddenly push Vimsac's HP below 75%. So Chung Qianma didn't have to worry about losing the chance to skip another war summon because of the reflected damage. His maneuver just now was truly a double win. The damage wasn't high, but the insult was immense. Amazing. That counterattack was brilliant. I'm impressed. As the team's professional hype master, Huang Tian was the first to shout praise. The others were equally energized. Chung Qianma's move just now, although not highly damaging, greatly boosted the team's morale. After all, the pressure from Vimsac was still overwhelming. They needed to face him with even greater composure. Less chatting. The boss's HP is almost down. All DPS except Wenshun. Everyone, unleash your ultimates. Foreigner, save your ultimate. for when the first war summon is activated. Chung Qianma gave precise tactical instructions. Everyone nodded in agreement. In an instant, four completely different ultimates erupted simultaneously. Vimsac's HP instantly dropped from 76% to 48%. Come forth, my children. Vimsac suddenly raised both hands and activated the first war summon. In the next second, a red and a blue dragon flew in from behind the group. Two elemental drakes. Holy crap. A clash of fire and ice, huh? Take my ultimate, bastards. Although Weisheng was closest to the fire and ice drakes, he remained perfectly calm. He raised his staff high and summoned two massive meteorites from the sky. Boom. After two thunderous impacts, the meteors struck the fire and ice drakes, briefly stunning them. That ultimate, in terms of timing and accuracy, was absolutely perfect. No honor, huh? You like sneak attacks? Well, I can do that too. Let's beat the crap out of them. Seizing the opportunity, Weisheng commanded both Hellfires to launch a wild assault on the fire and ice drakes. Now that all the ultimates were spent, there was no more room for tricks. Everyone had to go all out, while also staying alert for Flame Parasite. As she cast spells, Chung Qianmo reminded everyone. They all knew. Being able to skip one more summon was already pushing their limits. Even if someone came up with a brilliant strategy, if their DPS wasn't high enough, and they couldn't bring down at least 26% of Vimsac's HP in a short time, it would all be for nothing. So, everything they could do had already been done. The rest was a matter of brute force. From here on, Eternal Peak Squad was locked in a prolonged battle. They had to go all out on damage, while constantly staying alert for a second wave of Flame Parasite. Time ticked away, second by second. When Wimsac's HP dropped to 25%, the biggest challenge of the fight arrived. It was as if Wimsac had calculated everything in advance. He first unleashed Flame Parasite, then hurled his spear at Wang Fuguei, forcing him into a stun. At the same time, because of Wenxing's debuff, Wimsac's health was precisely pushed down to 24%, which perfectly met the condition to trigger a second war summon. At this moment, Wenxing's Hellfire had already expired due to its duration running out, so the two newly spawned hatchlings were completely unguarded. Everyone else was busy repositioning in advance, and could only watch helplessly as they charged into the crowd. To make matters worse, this time, the two hatchlings spawned were lightning and fire attributes, the strongest offensive combination. At this critical moment, Chung Qianma stepped forward. Chapter 511, Twin Dragons Unleashed. Four dragons soaring, the black and red hatchlings, initially locked onto Wang Fuguei and Lin Ruoxi respectively, and at this moment, Wang Fuguei was still stunned, completely defenseless. As for Lin Ruoxi, she was in a slightly better, at least she was a melee class, and could take a few hits. But right next to her was Li Mingho, and they were standing very close. If they got caught in an AoE attack, it would be bad. Wensheng, go help Old Wang. She's stunned and can't move. Old Wang came to her senses, and immediately healed the team. I'll handle the twin drakes, Chung Yuxuan commanded, then activated the sprint effect of her Farstride node, dashing straight toward the Thunderfire twin drakes. She only had 2 seconds left before the flame seed on her would explode. An extremely dangerous situation. At this critical moment, she used Flame Wave Slash on the nearest fire drake. At the same time, luck was on her side. The passive of Flame Wave Slash triggered. In an instant, 11 sword beams burst forth. She perfectly timed Flame Wave Slash's 0.5 second invincibility window to dodge the explosion from the flame seed. At the same time, she pulled aggro from the fire drake. Wang Fuguei was now safe, but the thunder drake beside her suddenly opened its mouth. A storm of arcs and lightning flashed wildly from its jaws. Oh no, this is bad. In the next second, a chain lightning bolt struck Lin Ruoxi from afar, and those electric arcs also hit Li Mingho nearby. Their HP bars dropped by about 40% instantly. It was a massive hit. Seeing the danger, Chung Qianma quickly used Jieba's Sky Web Trap, dragging the Thunder Drake over. Fortunately, after 3 seconds of stun, Wang Fuguei finally recovered. Seeing the team's HPs in bad shape, she immediately began healing everyone. The battlefield was now split in two. Qiuling and the others continued attacking Vimsac, while Chung Qianma handled both drakes solo. Since you're here, don't even think of leaving. Stay right where you are. Chung Qianma suddenly activated the secondary skill of Poisonous Interlink. Venom Web Snare, a huge fishing net, instantly trapped the twin dragons of lightning and fire inside. At the same time, deep purple marks quickly appeared on their skin. This was a sign of paralysis toxin. Now, the twin dragons of lightning and fire were immobilized for the next 5 seconds, and their movement speed was reduced by 40%. This created an excellent opportunity for the others to dish out damage. The fire-type Ho Dragon, snapping out of it, seemed enraged by Chung Qianma, and suddenly spewed a blast of flame at her. But Chung Qianma didn't defend at all. Instead, she switched her Radiant Thousand Blade into spear form, and chose to take it head-on. Come on, let's trade blows. Chung Qianma curled her lips into a cruel smile. After unleashing a series of thrusts, countless small red bats flew from the tip of her spear. The dance of blood surge was triggered. Cheng Qianma had just taken the full brunt of the flame blast, losing nearly 3,500 HP instantly. And that was even with 20% magic resistance. If it had been anyone else, they would have lost at least 4,300 HP. But very quickly, her health began recovering at a visible speed. With her extremely high attack power and 20% lifesteal, Cheng Qianma had the upper hand in this brawl. In just a few seconds, she had already recovered 60% of the HP she had just lost. Now, the aggro of the twin dragons was firmly locked onto Cheng Qianma, so the others could attack Wimsack without any hesitation. Everyone, pick up the pace. Try to finish off Wimsack before old Mo takes down the dragons. Huang Tian, for once, spoke words of encouragement. The whole team was immediately energized. They weren't worried about Cheng Qianma's safety at all. Now, they just didn't want to get outperformed. After all, there were 6 of them in the fight, and Wimsack's HP was already running low. If they couldn't finish him off 6 against 1, that would just... At that moment, Cheng Qianma was battling the twin dragons of lightning and fire not far away, and naturally heard Huang Tian's words. She chuckled softly. Then you'd all better hurry up. I'm almost done on my end. Yellow Dragon's performance. Unleash. Thanks to her earlier spear skills, she had already collected 13 dark glyphs. So now, she could freely unleash her combat arts ultimate. A yellow dragon soared forth, accompanied by 13 massive dragon glyphs, charging directly at the fire drake. But Cheng Qianma's assault didn't end there. She then used the warlord's second-tier ultimate, Flowing Cloud Annihilation on the thunder drake. Flowing Cloud Annihilation summons a massive wind element dragon that indiscriminately attacks everything in front of it and applies a group armor break effect, reducing target's armor by 100%. Since warlords also wield spears, Cheng Qianma could freely switch between different class ultimates. The Thunderfire twin drakes were still immobilized, completely unable to dodge. They could only watch helplessly as they were bombarded. This moment could definitely go down in the annals of apocalypse history. Cheng Qianma soloing both drakes and executing a literal twin dragons rising from the sea, a move that not only crushed them physically but mentally. The moment the dragons were unleashed, Cheng Qianma suddenly realized that all her skills had fully cooled down. Lucky break. Her rapid cooldown passive had finally triggered. Now prepare yourselves for unlimited terror. With her skills refreshed, Cheng Qianma's DPS peaked once again. She quickly performed 2 rapid combos, recharging the 13 dark glyphs again. Then, repeating the same routine, she unleashed Flowing Cloud Annihilation plus Yellow Dragon covers the moon combo again. This time, it wasn't just twin dragons rising. It was 4 dragons soaring, 1 in front, 1 behind. 4 dragons roared in the skies with thunderous howls. The immobilized Thunderfire drakes could only stare wide-eyed in horror. Chapter 512. Everyone levels up together. Second candidate for Tier 3. Somebody wake me. Damn, that's 4 dragons. I'm not seeing things, right? Nope, you're seeing it right. It's really 4 dragons. For ultimates, Yellow Dragon shrouds the moon and Flowing Cloud illusion. 2 ultimates from completely different classes, and I actually got to see them both used by the same person in my lifetime. That's freaking insane. The captain is amazing. At that moment, the entire Eternal Peak squad was stunned by the deafening dragon roars, even though they kept attacking. All their eyes were drawn to the 4 dragon-shaped phantoms in the sky. No one could tear their eyes away from the sight. It was just too incredible, too outrageous. Even those already used to Cheng Qianma's strength still looked utterly shocked. Very soon, the 4 dragon phantoms struck the twin dragons of lightning and fire. They had at least 70% to 80% HP remaining, but were instantly killed. Meanwhile, Huang Tian and the others had bragged that they'd finish off Wimsack first, but he still had 14% HP left. 6 against 1, and they still lost the race. You guys aren't up to it. Looks like I win again. Cheng Qianma twirled her spear gracefully with one hand, looking effortlessly elegant. Lin Ruashi's eyes were already sparkling at the sight. No girl could resist Cheng Qianma's heroics just now. Damn it. We actually got taunted by that old monster. Let's pick up the pace, everyone. Huang Tian snapped out of his shock, just in time to hear Cheng Qianma's taunt, and immediately ramped up his attacks. The others felt a bit embarrassed too, so they unleashed their full firepower. 1 minute later, just as Wimsack was about to unleash a 3rd flame parasite, they finally took him down. With that, Eternal Peak's expedition to the upper floor of the Black Tower was a complete success. When a golden chest appeared on Wimsack's corpse, a string of system messages popped up for everyone. Cheng Qianma was no exception. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Black Tower upper floor. Time taken, 5 hours, 2 minutes, 29 seconds. This result has broken the historical best record. Triggered the Soul Reaver effect. Individual rating upgraded to SSS+. Team rating upgraded to SSS+. Overall rating upgraded to SSS+. Gained experience points increased to 2,400 talent stream points. Number of King's chests increased to 2. Congratulations on obtaining the Advanced Attraction buff for the Upper Black Tower Secret Realm. Advanced Luck. Advanced Luck. Increases critical hit rate by 10%. Increases class-specific equipment drop rate by 20%. Increases chance of triggering hidden quests by 30%. At that moment, after confirming their rewards, everyone showed ecstatic expressions, especially Wang Fugue, who shouted, "Holy crap, my gosh, we actually got the legendary SSS Plus rating. And the King's Chest. Not only did I smoothly hit level 50, but the excess experience was even stored for me. 2400 talent stream experience points. Well, let me jump straight to level 51 after my third class advancement. This is awesome. Captain, I love you." After Wang Fugue's excited outburst, golden light flashed repeatedly around the others. Their levels were lower than Wang Fugue's, so they leveled up even faster. After this battle, the massive 2400 talent stream experience directly boosted Li Mingho by 5 levels, instantly reaching level 47. To think, before entering the upper black tower, he was just a level 40 rookie. In just one secret realm run, he gained 7 levels. This speed was nothing short of astonishing. Huang Tian and Lin Ruashi, previously at level 43.5, also gained 5 levels, reaching an impressive level 48. Cheng Qianma and Wei Sheng, both at level 44 before, with the 2400 talent stream experience points, also hit level 48 simultaneously, especially Wei Sheng, who was now just a step away from level 49. As for Qiuling, the second highest in level, he gained 2.5 levels, becoming the second after Wang Fugue, to reach level 50, a near third-class advancement powerhouse. The Eternal Peak team's ability to gain such staggering experience came down to 2 reasons. First, their average level was previously below 40, yet they challenged the upper black tower, which had a recommended level. An epic dungeon for levels 50 to 60, clearing it across such a level gap, naturally grants an incredible amount of experience. You know? Normally, only awakened ones who've gone through 3 class advancements would challenge this place, led by Cheng Qianma. They've achieved an incredible leap. Secondly, the Eternal Peak squad performed flawlessly. In this dungeon run, everyone delivered an outstanding performance. So, even without the special reward from the Soul Reviver, they earned it through their own effort, achieving an SSS team rating. And with the forced boost from the Soul Reviver, their final score reached an unprecedented SSS+. This level of rating is usually only available in Nightmare difficulty, but Cheng Qianma and his team once again leveled up beyond expectations. Of course, they didn't know the SSS+ rating was thanks to Cheng Qianma. They all thought it was their own effort, and Cheng Qianma, not wanting to dampen their spirits, naturally didn't mention it. So, these 2 reasons combined created the miracle of the entire team's level surge. If anyone could see the Eternal Peak squad members shining continuously with light, they would definitely be stunned, because this result is simply beyond anyone's imagination. But with Cheng Qianma around, nothing is impossible anymore. In fact, this rapid leveling was already in Cheng Qianma's plan. It's the main reason he brought everyone to farm the upper floors of the Tower of Flying Colors. From the start, he planned for them to level up quickly and reach the 3rd advancement stage early. Without a doubt, his goal has been perfectly achieved. 2 King's Chests. Let's see what treasures they hold. Cheng Qianma excitedly opened the rewards. Chapter 513. SSS-rated Ornamental Superspecies. As Cheng Qianma opened the first King's Chest, a brilliant light instantly burst out from inside. Congratulations! You've obtained Original Magnetic Iron ×1, Legendary Quality. Original Magnetic Iron. Looks like the upgrade progress for the Glimmering Thousand. Although Cheng Qianma didn't get any equipment or skills from the first King's Chest, he was still very excited. Because Original Magnetic Iron is the key main material for upgrading the Glimmering Thousand Blade fan to its 3rd stage. The reason he hadn't upgraded the weapon for a long time before was precisely because he couldn't find Original Magnetic Iron. To upgrade the Glimmering Thousand Blade fan to stage 3, you need 5 rare supplementary materials and 1 main material. Each of these 6 materials is incredibly valuable and extremely rare. Cheng Qianma had only gone into a high-level dungeon just to grind experience, yet ended up getting the rarest main material. According to what he knows, the drop rate for Original Magnetic Iron is only around 12%. Totally absurd. So getting this material was more exciting than any equipment. No matter how good other gear is, can it compare to the evolving Glimmering Thousand Blade fan? Obviously not. The final form of the Glimmering Thousand Blade fan is definitely beyond even legendary weapons. Perfect. An excellent start. Next up, let's see what the second King's Chest has in store. Hopefully another rare axe-type weapon. In a great mood, Cheng Qianma was already fantasizing about the future. However, reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. Because when the second King's Chest opened, not only was there no gear or skill, there wasn't even a trace of high-grade material. But in the next second, a meow suddenly came from the chest. Meow. A tiny black and white kitten jumped out of the chest. Then it rubbed up against Cheng Qianma's pant leg, clearly treating him like its feeder. Cheng Qianma's face darkened immediately. He had worked so hard to get 2 King's Chests, and ended up with a useless pet. At this moment, everyone else was also checking their rewards, and they noticed the little kitten next to Cheng Qianma. Wow. So adorable. Lin Ruashi's maternal instincts instantly kicked in. She scooped up the little kitten. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten, as if understanding her, kept snuggling in Lin Ruashi's arms. It seemed like something special. You got this little thing from the king's chest? That's just hilarious. I actually pulled a third advancement weapon. Huang Tian, from his king's chest, drew a one-handed sword called Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher wasn't just epic quality. It also had a high item level of 80. He was clearly on a roll. So he couldn't resist teasing Cheng Qianma. The kitten is cute though. I think it's great. Whether Lin Ruashi genuinely loved the kitten, or was defending Cheng Qianma, either way, she unusually responded to Huang Tian. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the sight. No way. Could this kitten actually understand human speech? That's really something rare. Wei Shen kept staring at the little kitten, and couldn't figure out what made her worthy of jumping out of a king's chest. So he switched perspectives, to see if she had human-like intelligence. After all, such a small pet can't be used as a mount, nor as a battle pet. She's basically just ornamental. If she didn't have any special traits, people might misunderstand. So the kitten's presence in the king's chest was rather intriguing. Even for someone as knowledgeable as her, she'd never seen such a pet. But since this kitten jumped out of a king's chest, she was definitely no ordinary creature. Cheng Qianma was absolutely sure of that. Let me check your stats. Cheng Qianma quickly opened the pet interface. At the moment, it displayed information for 2 pets. The first, naturally, was the Emerald Dragon Qingdai. The second was this little kitten. Emerald Dragon Qingdai, an SS rank pet, of exceptional quality. When used as a flying mount, it boosts stats by 5%. Moreover, its stats are relatively high. So the kitten's stats, Destiny Cat Yao, an SS rank pet, of supreme quality. For ornamental purposes, after seeing the kitten's name and attributes, Cheng Qianma immediately showed a strange expression, especially after comparing it to Qingdai. The stark contrast gave him a sense of unreality. Destiny Cat Yao? What a domineering name. It's actually an SS rank supreme quality pet. That's even stronger than Qingdai. But its role says, for ornamental purposes. What's that supposed to mean? Cheng Qianma glanced at the kitten, and noticed it was staring back at him. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. An SS rank supreme quality pet for ornamental purposes? Would you even believe that yourself? Cheng Qianma was tempted to have a serious talk with the kitten, to ask if it thought it deserved that title. But, of course, that was impossible. How could a kitten speak human language? Looking at the harmless, top-tier kitten, Cheng Qianma could only laugh and cry. The reward from the second king's chest felt like a massive joke on him. After sorting out his helpless feelings, Cheng Qianma forced a smile with great effort. He recalled a stray cat he had taken in during his past life, and decided to name the kitten. From now on, I'll call you Yujiang. The name Yujiang was a play on the sound of fish sauce, because the stray cat he adopted in his past life loved fish, so he gave it this name. The kitten seemed thrilled to receive a new name, mewing happily several times. Cheng Qianma looked at Yujiang, feeling a bit sorry for it, and picked it up. However, no one noticed that when Yujiang entered Cheng Qianma's arms, she actually smiled. Chapter 514, a fearsome crit rate, rising to fame in a single battle. For the moment, Cheng Qianma still couldn't figure out what made Yujiang special, so he simply let it go. Hopefully, Yujiang will surprise me in the future. Cheng Qianma helplessly opened his personal panel. He had just leveled up 4 times in a row. Did that give him 24 free attribute points? Name, Cheng Qianma. Race, human. Class, second advancement, Soul Reviver. Level, 48. 105487-7254877. Strength, 110. Equipment bonus, plus 125. Agility, 122. Equipment bonus, plus 98. Spirit, 106. Equipment bonus, plus 57. Constitution, 100. Equipment bonus, plus 87. Health points, 8,967. Mana points, 5,960. Armor value, 750. Same level physical damage reduction, 31.1%. Attack speed bonus, 40.3%. Critical rate, 49.6%. Critical damage bonus, 34%. Magic resistance, 20%. Penetration, 15%. Ignore resistance, 20%. Mana recovery, restores 3% of total mana every 5 seconds. Awaken talent, X-Class conversion LV7. Combat power assessment, 2,500,547. Unallocated points, 0. Guild gold, 680,000 gold. Synergy buffs, basic amplification, magic blessing, advanced penetration, advanced luck. Titles, Elder of the Life Profession Association, Red Street Assassin of the Dark Brotherhood, Council Member of the Blacksmith Association, President of Eternal Peak, Committee Member of the Xi'an Nation University Development Alliance. Following the original plan, Cheng Qianma spent 19 free attribute points to raise his constitution to 100. His 4 core attributes, without counting equipment bonuses, successfully broke past the 100-point threshold. This was an unprecedented feat since the birth of the Apocalypse continent. With the remaining 5 points, he began stacking agility again. Now that all of Cheng Qianma's main attributes had surpassed 100, the marginal benefits had returned to the same starting line. Naturally, he needed to keep stacking agility, which was tied to attack speed. After all, his trump card was still his wide array of passive skills. As long as his attack speed was high enough, the trigger rate for his late-game passives would become increasingly outrageous. This 4-level jump not only pushed Cheng Qianma's health past the 8,000 mark, reaching an astonishing 8,967, but his combat power also soared, instantly increasing by nearly 42,000 points. It directly exceeded 250,000. Even though he hasn't reached 3rd advancement yet, he's already stronger than many 3rd advancement experts. It's honestly a bit outrageous. This powerful advanced luck buff and my currently activated advanced penetration are each impressive in their own right, but thankfully, advanced buffs have up to 2 active, so I can just take both. After activating advanced luck, Cheng Qianma glanced at his nearly 50% crit rate, feeling immensely pleased. This effect is no joke. The 10% crit rate boost from advanced luck is completely independent from his attributes, so it stacks perfectly, without any diminishing returns. What's more, he also gained a 20% boost to equipment drop rate, and a 30% increase in hidden quest trigger chance. Although these 2 attributes aren't very useful to him personally, they're hugely beneficial to the rest of Eternal Peak, whether it's improved loot drops or extra hidden quests. Both provide significant advantages. This trip to the upper levels of the Black Tower, Eternal Peak squad, not only gained massive experience, but also upgraded their gear. Now, it's no exaggeration to say, everyone has gone through a transformation. Their strength has been completely reborn. As long as they don't face a full 3rd advancement team, I'm confident they can win. Once we're out of here, team activities will pause for now. Xiao Ling and Wang Fuguwei, go for 3rd advancement as soon as you can. I'll be waiting for your good news. The rest, follow me to clear the Linghua City area. Then we'll all switch to intense skill training mode. Don't let the 2 of them leave you behind. Our next goal is to gradually compete with Awakened from other nations. Cheng Qianma shared his next plan with everyone. Everyone instantly felt their blood boiling and grew even more excited. Once everyone reaches 3rd advancement, we'll aim even higher. That would mean stepping into a whole new realm. Who wouldn't want to bring glory to our nation and fight against foreigners? Xia Nation has been suppressed for far too long. It desperately needs fresh blood, and the Eternal Peak Guild will lead the charge. Don't worry, old Mo. None of us will slack off to crush foreign enemies. I, Huang Tian, will be the first to charge into battle. I believe everyone else feels the same. Huang Tian's passionate boldness instantly inspired everyone. They all felt a surge of passion within, yearning to be unleashed. Cheng Qianma smiled and nodded. As long as everyone has a clear goal at all times, we won't fall into confusion. That's crucial. Let's go. It's time to head out. With that, Cheng Qianma led the group out of the upper Black Tower. However, they didn't know that outside the Black Tower, things had already exploded. Because earlier, the Eternal Peak team had successfully broken the historical best record, and the stone monument outside the secret realm had updated its information. Now, the names of Cheng Qianma and his 7 teammates stood proudly at the top. They had beaten the 2nd place record by a staggering 40+ minutes. This left the Awakened outside in disbelief. Many people there had personally watched Cheng Qianma and his team enter. They knew their average level wasn't high. In fact, it was quite low. Yet, with such levels, they had claimed 1st place with an unstoppable, crushing dominance. It was simply unbelievable. Even more shocking, the Eternal Peak team's achievement was an unprecedented SSS plus rating. This was beyond anyone's imagination. So, every Awakened outside the secret realm at that moment was spreading this astonishing news. The 4 words, Eternal Peak. Originally, they were only famous in the Linghua City area. But with this overwhelming and terrifying achievement, news quickly spread to many other regions. Now, even many powerful level 67 guilds are aware of Eternal Peak. This rising star, Eternal Peak, truly made a name for themselves in one battle. However, right after boosting their reputation, someone else took notice of Cheng Qianma. Chapter 515, The Shift in Status. Linghua City Sweep Season. The weather's really nice today. Another lazy day? Gu Qian lounged lazily on a bench, surrounded by all kinds of fruits, looking extremely relaxed. With Eternal Peak's current strength, no one in the Linghua City area dared to mess with them. As the deputy guild leader and head bodyguard, he basically had nothing to do. So, every day was just eating and drinking, or basking in the sun. Today was no exception for Gu Qian. Just as he stuffed an orange slice into his mouth, 5 black shadows suddenly appeared in the sky. Gu Qian was startled at first, thinking to himself, who's so blind to dare mess with Eternal Peak right now? But not long after, when he saw the figures clearly, the orange in his mouth fell out instantly. What the hell? Am I seeing things? They all look like they're hacking. Their leveling speed is faster than a rocket. With his sharp eyes, Gu Qian instantly spotted Cheng Qianma's group level. Before they left last time, their average level was under 45, yet after just 2 days, Now their lowest is already level 47. Such an insane leap. How could he not be shocked? A few minutes later, Chung Qianmao, riding his azure drake, was the first to land in an open area of Eternal City. Then, the others landed one after another. The City of Eternity was now thriving. Not only was the guild packed with members, but the number of outsiders coming to shop grew day by day. The city now had the vibe of a small main hub. It was getting closer and closer to Chung Qianmao's goal. When the guild members saw their president return, they let out enthusiastic cheers. Chung Qianmao's prestige in the City of Eternity was at its peak. Everyone looked up to him as an idol. The outsiders who came to shop also cast envious glances. Eternal Peak was currently dominating the Lingwei City region. As Chung Qianmao rose to prominence, his guild members also basked in the glory. The status of guild members had skyrocketed in the outside world. Unless there was an irreconcilable grudge, outsiders generally gave Eternal Peak some respect, turning big issues into small ones and small ones into nothing. So, now, joining Eternal Peak was like carrying a hidden protective charm that was more valuable than any treasure. After all, in the Apocalypse continent, the most precious thing was one's own life. At that moment, hearing the crowd's cheers, Chung Qianmao scanned the scene with a smile, then gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. He was very satisfied with the spirit Eternal Peak was displaying. Everyone's worked hard. Keep it up. After a few more formal words, Chung Qianmao opened the guild panel. He wanted to check how the recruitment plan had progressed in the days he was away. Guild name, Eternal Peak. Guild level, 5. Base name, City of Eternity. President, Chung Qianmao. Guild members, 396,400. Influence range, 3,000 meter radius. Special structures, Emerald Dragon Cliff. World Tree. Growth stage, details viewable. Special products. Produces 15 units of life essence every 2 days. Hatch 1 emerald wormling egg every 7 days. Ordinary buildings. Ultimate Iron Forge. Ultimate Herb House. Ultimate Leather Workshop. Ultimate Engineering Shed. Basic Training Hall. Ultimate Residence. Guild Warehouse. Guild Quest Board. Upgrade requirements. 25,000 units of wood. 25,000 units of stone. 15,000 units of minerals. 12,000 units of metal. 15,000 units of leather. 9,000 units of herbs. 1 million gold coins. Guild membership exceeding 350 people. Not bad, not bad. We're almost at full capacity. When Chung Qianmao checked the current guild members, it had already reached 396 people. He immediately knew that Du Shui and the others hadn't been slacking these past 2 days. And right at that moment, he saw the complicated look on Gu Qian's face as he walked toward him. Did you guys stumble upon some lucky encounter? How did you level up so insanely fast? Damn it. If it weren't for my higher level, I'd want to join you guys myself. Gu Qian asked half-jokingly. After hearing this, Chung Qianmao chuckled lightly. No lucky encounters. We just cleared the upper levels of the Black Tower. These words, Chung Qianmao said very casually, as if it was nothing special at all. But Gu Qian thought differently. His expression became quite a sight, given his level and experience. Of course he knew what kind of difficulty the upper Black Tower was, but even clearing it once shouldn't result in such rapid leveling. It's way too strange. Way too strange. No way. Clearing a king tier secret realm once lets everyone gain 4 or 5 levels on average. That's impossible. Based on the levels of Chung Qianmao's group, Gu Qian naturally assumed they had challenged a king tier difficulty for levels 40 to 50. But at that moment, Huang Tian said with great pride, not quite. We tackled epic tier Gu Qian was instantly stunned. Though that would explain the massive experience gain, how could they, at such low levels, clear the epic tier upper Black Tower? That's ridiculous. But his shock didn't end there. The next second, Wei Shen jumped in. Not only did we clear epic tier difficulty, we also broke the historical best record. Are you underestimating us, Vice President? Wei Shen and Huang Tian, true to their reputation as the show-off duo, teamed up perfectly, leaving Gu Qian thoroughly embarrassed. You guys are all freaks. Pretend I didn't ask, okay? Half dead from their retorts, Gu Qian chose to shut up. Otherwise, it'd seem like he was clueless. The others, watching their exchange, burst into laughter. After some casual banter, Chung Qianmao suddenly said with a serious expression, Old Gu, it's time to take action. Recall all members immediately. The day after tomorrow, we launched the Lingwei City sweep plan. As soon as he spoke, Chung Qianmao's presence radiated an aura of commanding authority. Chapter 516, Recall Order. Troops at the gates. Chung Qianmao's recall order had been issued. Every Eternal Peak member, no matter what they were doing, rushed back without delay. The reason he scheduled the battle for the 3rd day was of course deliberate. On one hand, everyone needed time to return. It was impossible for everyone to make it back in just 1 day. On the other hand, he needed to coordinate in advance with the 2 major associations in Lingwei City. Late last night, he quietly rode his Azure Drake and went alone to Lingwei City, where he stayed for quite a while. After he returned, Lingwei City's Life Professions Association and Blacksmith Association actually issued an unprecedented joint sanction list. This list included a total of 11 guilds by name, and even ranked them by level and strength. After consolidating Linghua City's life professions, Cheng Qianma was finally ready to play his trump card. Guild leader, reporting in. All personnel are assembled. We're ready to move out at any time. Xiao Tieshan's face was full of excitement, because behind him was a combat force of over 300 people. Moreover, even the lowest leveled awakened among them was already level 46. What's more enviable was this team's equipment level, which far surpassed other awakened of similar levels. Each member had at least one epic piece of gear, and the top fighters had as many as 3 or 4 epic items. Such a force appearing in the Linghua City area now. It's no exaggeration to say, it was absolutely a dimensional suppression. After hearing Xiao Tieshan's report, Cheng Qianma swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone was lined up neatly, fully equipped. Their morale was soaring. Looking at the team he had built with his own hands, Cheng Qianma felt extremely satisfied. Target, Galaxy Guild, move out, with his command. Logically speaking, Cheng Qianma's battle strategy should have been to start with the closer targets first. The Galaxy Guild. It's not the guild base closest to the Dark Forest, but their strength in the Linghua City region is the strongest among the 11 guilds. They are the top force. At the same time, they were also the first veteran guild on this land to reach level 5. The reason Cheng Qianma chose to target the Galaxy Guild first was to eliminate the strongest resistance with overwhelming speed. After all, his strike was unexpected, so he held the advantage of surprise. Once the Galaxy Guild is wiped out, if the surrounding forces realize what's happening, they might band together in response. So taking down the strongest resistance first is absolutely necessary. Currently, Eternal Apex has nearly 400 official members. About 90% of them are pure combat classes. Such an extreme ratio is thanks to the 100+ life class workers outside the borders. Without their selfless contributions, Eternal City wouldn't have reached its current economic scale. They would have had to cut 30% of their combat force. After careful consideration, Cheng Qianma decided that for the first purge battle, he would send out 300 awakened. The remaining 50 to 60 members would stay home and defend with Guqian. With Eternal City's current defenses, Cheng alone is enough to prevent any sneak attacks. Even though Guqian repeatedly requested to fight, Cheng Qianma flatly refused every time. After all, it was by using sneak tactics that he originally took over the Blood Fiend Society. Naturally, he wouldn't make the same low-level mistake. This time, the Blood Fiend Society will also send a battle team of nearly 80 people to attack the city together with Cheng Qianma. So in total, Eternal Apex deployed nearly 400 people just to secure a strong opening. This already shows great respect for the Galaxy Guild. If they were attacking some smaller second or third-tier guilds, just 100 or so people would have been more than enough. To avoid drawing attention from other forces, Cheng Qianma deliberately set out in the middle of the night. Every member was equipped with various high-quality potions, especially energy potions to restore stamina. Everyone carried at least 3 bottles. It was quite an extravagant move. With this, they didn't need to worry about exhausting themselves in the long march to the Galaxy Guild and ending up physically drained. Of course, such lavish spending could only be afforded by a wealthy guild like Eternal City, with resources to spare. If the Galaxy Guild tried this, they'd probably go bankrupt. 4 hours later, the entire Eternal Peak team kept replenishing their stamina. And finally, the outskirts of the Galaxy Guild's base. Their base was called the Eye of the Galaxy. The name sounded quite impressive. They named it this way because at the center of the Eye of the Galaxy base, there stood a special landmark building over 100 meters tall. From a distance, it looked like a giant eye. Everyone dismounted and advanced on foot. Cheng Qianma waved his hand and was the first to jump off his Azure Drake. The others followed his lead. After all, flying in on dragons, even though it was the middle of the night, would have been far too conspicuous. That clearly did not align with their plan for a surprise attack. Soon after, the entire Eternal Peak team had dismounted, and they quietly maneuvered through the forest. At this moment, the Galaxy Guild had no idea that someone would dare attempt a night raid. So, aside from a few on-duty sentries, everyone else was either asleep or not even in the base. After all, they were the #1 guild in the Linghua City region. They naturally assumed that no one would dare to be so bold as to raid the Eye of the Galaxy. I love thinking in reverse. You thought I wouldn't come, so I came anyway, and I brought a massive army all at once. 20 minutes later, the Eternal Apex forces had reached the edge of the forest. Right before their eyes stood the city of Eye of Galaxy. Although Eye of Galaxy wasn't as wealthy as Eternal Apex, they had placed iron walls with 1,000 durability points at all the key defensive points. Overall, iron walls made up over 50% of their city defenses among level 5 guilds. This ratio was quite impressive. After all, not has an overpowered passive like metal regeneration. Being able to gather this much metal for defense was already remarkable. Cheng Qianma looked at the iron walls in the distance, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Decent defenses, but ultimately useless. Listen to my command. Commence the siege. In an instant, the once dark walls of Eye of Galaxy suddenly lit up brightly. Rows of portable engineering devices unfolded at once. Chapter 517. Xiao Qingqing brought the action for everyone. Lu Jingxing had just laid down when he heard a commotion outside his room. Guild leader, something's wrong. We're under attack. At that moment, Chi-Ho came running in, looking extremely panicked. After hearing the report, Lu Jingxing's expression darkened. Who has the guts to come and mess with me? Let's go see for ourselves. Although Lu Jingxing was annoyed, his sweet dream had barely begun before being interrupted. He didn't seem particularly nervous, because not only was he the guild leader of Galaxy Guild, he was also a level 58 third-tier powerhouse. He knew very well the strength of his own guild. Galaxy Guild held dominance over the Linghua City region. Galaxy Guild held dominance over the Linghua City region. It had already been several years since they had any real opponents. A few minutes later, Lu Jingxing rode a crimson-feathered red pigeon, flying straight over the base. Originally, he wasn't too concerned, but when he saw the scale of the operation outside the city, his previous ease and was replaced by overwhelming shock. Which guild is this? Not only did they bring 30 portable siege machines, they also brought so many people. Lu Jingxing's heart was shaken. He squinted, trying hard to inspect the enemy's details. Soon, he discovered who they were. It turned out to be Eternal Peak. I was already generous enough not to cause you trouble, yet you dare to come knocking? Fine then, since you refuse the road to heaven, then go walk the road to hell. After confirming the enemy's identity, Lu Jingxing immediately activated the guild broadcast, ordering all guild members to prepare for battle. In less than 3 minutes, the well-trained members of the Galaxy Guild were all in position for defense. At the same time, the city's long-range weapons began to counterattack. This entire process, they had gone through many times before, so they handled it with ease. Bang! 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 The long-range firepower of both sides immediately clashed, exploding with earth-shattering sounds. Even the pitch-black night sky was lit up by the continuous explosions, illuminating the darkness. Seeing the Galaxy Guild fighting back, Cheng Qianma's lips curled into a smile. As expected of a level 5 guild, their reaction speed is pretty decent, but that's still not enough. Tanks in front, melee behind, engineering squads, scale the walls, all ranged firepower. Prioritize activating the living forces on the enemy walls. Earlier, Cheng Qianma was only relying on ranged firepower to attack, without giving the order to breach. Now that the timing was right, he quickly laid out the group assignments. Brothers, let's head into the city and have some fun. Cheng Qianma smiled slightly at Huang Tian and the others, then jumped onto Qingdai's back and shot up into the sky. Huang Tian and the others instantly understood his intent. They all climbed onto their mounts, faces filled with excitement. Cheng Qianma was planning a direct assault to destroy the Galaxy Guild's defensive weapons, since Eternal Apex had seized the initiative by striking first. Many of Galaxy Guild's walls were already damaged. This provided great support for several ranged units. After all, a defender's greatest advantage lies in natural cover and height. Now with many walls broken, Galaxy Guild's cover was instantly reduced by in the first wave of ranged fire exchange. Eternal Apex actually didn't lose any ground. Soon, when one large and 4 smaller emerald dragons took flight, the 2 guild's members had completely opposite reactions. On Eternal Apex's side, everyone was brimming with morale, their eyes filled with admiration. The 5 in the sky right now were all core members of Eternal Apex. Their willingness to lead the charge under fire greatly boosted the confidence of the rest. Meanwhile, on Galaxy Guild's side, things were much more uncomfortable. The guild members all wore expression. Cheng Qianma and the others weren't even 3rd tier yet, and yet they already had flying mounts. What was even more outrageous, they were riding extremely rare dragons. To the members of Galaxy Guild, you have to understand, their guild leader was only riding a red pigeon. In contrast, this created a huge psychological impact. For the members of the Galaxy Guild, their own guild leader was just riding a bird, and they always treated him carefully, afraid he might get hurt. But look at this now. The core members of the other guild each had their own dragon mount. How could they even compete? Lu Jingxing, who had been full of pride, now had a face as dark as iron. He had no idea how Cheng Qianma and his team managed to get so many dragons, not even at level 50 yet. These precious emerald dragons were being used as their mount. What a waste of treasures. Looks like my luck is good today. Your mounts. I'll gladly accept them. Although Lu Jingxing was shocked by Eternal Peak's wealth, he thought the other way around. This was also an opportunity. No matter how good your belongings are, if you don't have the strength to protect them, they'll only end up in someone else's hands. These people, not even level 50, were unworthy of such rare flying mounts. Want to enter the city? It won't be that easy. Lu Jingxing patted his red pigeon's neck and flew straight toward them. His first attack target was none other than Eternal Peak's guild leader, Cheng Qianma. Light energy suppression. Lu Jingxing was an ammunition expert. As soon as he entered firing range, he immediately unleashed a powerful suppressive attack. As soon as he was in range, he used a skill with strong range suppression, light energy suppression. Though this skill's damage wasn't particularly high, But whether it's attack frequency or range, it's all top tier. In aerial combat, firepower coverage is everything. The morale, which had been low among Galaxy Guild members, suddenly soared when they saw their guild leader take action. Cheers broke out instantly. They had just been overshadowed by Eternal Apex, and were still holding in their frustration. Now that the guild leader himself stepped in, they were naturally overjoyed. That's a light-powered dorm shot. So cool. Humph. No matter how powerful they act, what's the use? In the end, they're just paving the way for us. Exactly. Power is what truly matters. Guild leader, show them what fear really means. At this moment, the members of Galaxy Guild were full of morale. Even their attack frequency increased significantly. Lu Jingxing smiled faintly. This was exactly the scene he wanted to see. As long as he could quickly eliminate Eternal Apex's morale would collapse in an instant. At that point, what remained would be nothing more than a disorganized rabble, as a barrage of bullets rushed toward him. Cheng Qianma didn't show a trace of panic. He leaned close to Qingdai's neck and whispered in her ear, "Xiao Qingqing, give them a show." Chapter 518. If only old Wang hadn't left. Tai. Ever since becoming Cheng Qianma's mount, Qingdai had been bonded to him by blood, so she instantly understood what he meant. Qingdai lifted her head and let out a thunderous roar. He immediately put on an incredible display. At the same time, Cheng Qianma instinctively wrapped his arms around its neck to prevent himself from falling from the sky. In the next second, a barrage of bullets arrived as expected. Qingdai began evasive maneuvers at superhuman speed, dodging at high speed. Very quickly, its body even left afterimages. It was clear that the young Emerald Dragon had absolutely monstrous physical abilities. Such an astonishing sight instantly became the highlight of the battlefield. Whether they wanted to or not, everyone's attention was drawn to the sky. The volley of bullets fired by Lu Jingxing was perfectly dodged by Qingdai, without a single hit landing. In that moment, the members of Eternal Peak let out thunderous cheers. Their siege efforts intensified even further. Meanwhile, on the Galaxy Guild side, they were plunged into despair. They had never expected that their guild leader, who was 10 levels higher than Cheng Qianma, would miss every shot. It was simply unbelievable. What kind of insane speed was this? Lu Jingxing's pupils contracted. He was clearly shocked by Qingdai's speed. After all, before today, he had never fought against a dragon. Now that he witnessed Qingdai's terrifying abilities, he was not only shocked, but also envious. You don't deserve such a powerful flying mount. Hand it over to me. Lu Jingxing had now made up his mind to capture Cheng Qianma alive at any cost, so he could force him to surrender Qingdai. He pulled out a heavy sniper rifle and aimed at Cheng Qianma riding on Qingdai's back. Laser sniper. Get down from there. Laser sniper. He fired a laser beam at the target at incredible speed. It can deal massive damage and also inflicts a 5-second blind effect. This skill never misses. Laser Sniper is the ammo specialist's strongest single-target skill outside of their ultimate. Not only is it powerful, it also guarantees a hit and adds a blind effect. If Cheng Qianma gets hit mid-air, the consequences could be dire. An unavoidable strike. Let's see how you dodge that. Lu Jingxing was clearly enraged now, his gaze icy as he stared at Cheng Qianma in the distance. He thought Cheng Qianma would panic and frantically evade, but to his surprise, Cheng Qianma remained calm and composed. He even turned back and said to Huang Tian and the others, "I'll handle this old man. You all go destroy every defensive weapon in the city." Huang Tian and the others naturally trusted that Cheng Qianma would be fine, so they flew into the city at full speed. Cheng Qianma then patted Qingdai on the neck and chuckled lightly. "Let's charge straight ahead. Xiao Qingqing. You know what I mean." The bond between them allowed instant understanding. Qingdai suddenly accelerated, charging directly toward the laser beam. Lu Jingxing sneered and said, "You arrogant fool. Are you trying to tank it head-on?" Just as the laser was about to hit Cheng Qianma, Qingdai suddenly twisted midair by 90 degrees. The evasive maneuver was stunning, causing the laser to miss instantly. However, due to the laser's tracking attribute, it curved back 180 degrees after missing, and came chasing from behind. "Think you can dodge a tracking shot? Fool." Lu Jingxing believed Cheng Qianma and Qingdai were making a futile effort, his face full of scorn. His laser sniper had never once missed. "Xiao Qingqing. Let's speed up again. Our target is that red-feathered bird on the other side." Qingdai immediately followed Cheng Qianma's next command. It instantly accelerated again. Only it could rely on such insane speed to stop the laser beam from catching up to Cheng Qianma. If it had been any other flying mount right now, it would have been impossible. A few seconds later, the previously smug Lu Jingxing suddenly seemed to realize something. His face instantly turned deathly pale. "You? What are you trying to do? Don't come any closer." Of course, Qingdai ignored Lu Jingxing's plea. In the blink of an eye, it was right next to the red pigeon. In the next second, Cheng Qianma jumped off Qingdai's back with a smile, landing right behind Lu Jingxing. And at that very moment, the laser beam that had been chasing Qingdai arrived as well. "You dare." Lu Jingxing finally realized Cheng Qianma's plan. He instinctively tried to push Cheng Qianma away. Originally, he thought that with his level and stats, doing so would be easy, effortless, even, but harsh reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. When Lu Jingxing's hand, after bumping into Cheng Qianma, it felt like hitting an immovable mountain. No matter how hard he tried, Cheng Qianma's body didn't budge an inch. What are you doing? Don't be so aggressive. Let's test together the power of your laser beam. Cheng Qianma teased Lu Jingxing with a mocking tone. Then he used both hands to forcibly place Lu Jingxing in front of himself as a shield. Now it was Lu Jingxing who struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't move an inch. No. Lu Jingxing let out a miserable scream. The laser beam hit him squarely in the chest, although Cheng Qianma behind him also took some of the impact, losing a bit of health. Almost 90% of the laser's power was absorbed by Lu Jingxing alone. Before the fight began, Lu Jingxing never expected to be struck by his own laser shot and lose 35% of his health in an instant. He really ended up shooting himself in the foot. How can your strength be this great? This is impossible. Lu Jingxing, enduring excruciating pain, voiced his soul-crushing doubt, but Cheng Qianma completely ignored him and kicked him off the Chijiu mount. Then he jumped back onto the Qingdai's back and shot a hooking skill toward the ground below. If Old Wang hadn't left, seeing this scene, he would have been very pleased. Chapter 519. Fight fire with fire. Use their own methods against them. Oh my god. The guild leader is actually hanging in midair. What kind of monster is Cheng Qianma? His power is absolutely insane. He's far beyond just a moonstone-level fighter. Instead, he directly crossed Straight Street. The president won't just get beaten from start to finish, right? What do we do then? At this moment, the members of the Galaxy Guild all felt the sky was about to collapse. Cheng Qianma's strength completely surpassed their understanding. On the Tianqi continent, it's not like there aren't geniuses in cross-dire battles. Even moonstone-level ones exist. But between Cheng Qianma and Lu Jingxing, there's the difference between second turn and third turn. Such a massive gap absolutely cannot be simply measured by a 10-level difference. It can be said without hesitation that Cheng Qianma's appearance has shattered a fundamental rule of the Tianqi continent since its birth. That is, no one can fight across tiers. But he did it. And it looks like he did it quite effortlessly. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Cheng Qianma saw Lu Jingxing below, struggling to climb the rope. A cruel smile appeared on his face. He ordered Qingdai to immediately perform a 360-degree spin in the air. Lu Jingxing's body, which he had barely pulled up, instantly dropped back down. Cheng Qianma, I'm not done with you. Lu Jingxing had never suffered such humiliation. His blood pressure was now soaring to 180. Then he pulled out his gun, preparing to attack Cheng Qianma from below. But Cheng Qianma, how could he give him a chance to fight back? Little Qingqing, let's have a close encounter with the Emperor. Qingdai instantly understood. Then, at incredible speed, it dove toward the ground. A few seconds later, Lu Jingxing, still hanging, he crashed heavily onto the ground. At the same time, his head was buried into the dirt outside the city. It kept scraping along the ground. After several dives like that, his whole body was covered in mud. He looked just like a beggar. There was no trace of a third-tier guild leader's dignity left. Had enough of your dirt meal. Are you giving up yet? Cheng Qianma chuckled softly. Lu Jingxing was burning with frustration. He felt like he hadn't even used his full strength before falling into Cheng Qianma's trap. If only he had the chance for a proper head-on battle. Giant Eye ready. Galaxy Eye fire. Right now, Lu Jingxing couldn't attack properly at all. He could only unleash his final trump card. As a special building, the Galaxy Eye naturally possessed extraordinary power. It functioned like a high-grade magical cannon tower, capable of dealing indiscriminate area attacks. However, because of its immense power, it also had a long cooldown time. Each time it fired, it needed at least 2 days to recharge. If Lu Jingxing hadn't been cornered, he would never have used it so hastily. After all, the siege battle was still less than 20 minutes away. No one throws out their trump card at the start of a fight. As soon as Cheng Qianma heard Lu Jingxing's command, he turned his head. His eyes instantly locked onto the center of Galaxy's stronghold. That was exactly where the Galaxy Eye was located. The Galaxy Eye? It's nothing to worry about. Let your men have a taste of its power too. Little Qingqing, let's get up to the city wall. Cheng Qianma, being well informed, of course recognized the Galaxy Eye as a special defensive structure. This building was far inferior to the World Tree in terms of grade. So not only was he unconcerned, he even planned to make good use of it. Soon enough, Qingdai carried Lu Jingxing up to the city wall. Its massive body loomed over the wall, making the defenders of the galaxy. Even though many tried to rescue Lu Jingxing or attack Qingdai from below, but without exception, they all failed. On one hand, although Qingdai flew above the city wall, it didn't get particularly close. The people of the Galaxy Guild, even if they wanted to help Lu Jingxing untie the rope, couldn't reach him. On the other hand, their long-range attacks were utterly insignificant against Qingdai's immense defensive power, like mere scratches. So, everyone could only watch as Cheng Qianma dominated them, completely helpless. And at that moment, The eye of the galaxy finally finished charging. A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from its eye-like cannon barrel. The next second, a beam of light over 2 meters in diameter shot straight at Chung Qianma. Magic reflection. Chung Qianma, already prepared, suddenly stood up on Qin. Then he activated the special effect of the magic deflector. A faint blue light curtain instantly appeared around him. The moment the eye of the galaxy's beam hit him, it was deflected. And since Qing Dai was now directly above the city wall, the deflected beam instantly swept across the wall. Screams filled the air. The Galaxy Guild suffered countless casualties. Any awakener hit by the beam was instantly reduced to nothing. Fortunately, the Eternal Peak engineering team had only just climbed up. Seeing the situation turn dire, they immediately halted their ascent, carefully clinging to the outer side of the wall. This saved them from the eye of the galaxy's attack. What kind of skill is this? After witnessing Chung Qianma's astonishing tactics one after another, Lu Jingxing's mentality completely collapsed. Why does such a freakish second-turn awakener exist in this world? Is there any justice left? With just this magic reflection skill, Chung Qianma used the Eye of the Galaxy's attack to instantly wipe out 60% of the Galaxy Guild city defenses. Truly a miracle. With the massive loss of defenders, Eternal Peak's engineering team quickly scaled the wall. Tanks led the way, forcibly clearing a space. Then melee damage dealers followed closely behind. Lu Jingxing and the Galaxy Guild were locked in chaotic combat. However, due to the heavy losses just now, Galaxy Guild's defenses quickly started to crumble. In just 10 minutes, as more and more attackers scaled the walls, Eternal Peak gradually gained the upper hand. At the same time, good news arrived from inside the city. Huang Tian and the others, after relentless efforts, finally destroyed all of Galaxy Guild's defensive weapons. Now they could only watch helplessly as the portable siege engines outside kept bombarding the city with no way to stop them. So Eternal Peak not only has a monstrous guild leader, but every one of his subordinates is terrifyingly strong. Looking at his he finally made a painful decision. We, the Galaxy Guild, are willing to surrender and submit. Chapter 520, Dispute. The 9 Major Guilds Alliance has now fully assembled. Does anyone have something to say? A middle-aged man in armor spoke with a deeply troubled expression. Seated before him were 9 people, all with equally grim faces. If outsiders were present at this moment, they would be extremely shocked, because if they looked closely, they would see that everyone in the room was a guild leader from Linghua City's major guilds, and the man who just spoke was named Li Dijia. He had single-handedly founded the Blazing Storm Guild, which was previously second only to Galaxy Guild. Logically speaking, with his current position and strength in Linghua City, there shouldn't be anything troubling him this much, let alone something so serious that he would gather all the other guild leaders together. These people were usually rivals. If not for an earth-shattering event, they would never sit at the same table. But just a few days ago, they had all received terrifying news. The once top-ranked guild in Linghua City, Galaxy Guild, had suddenly submitted to Eternal Peak overnight. As the leading force in the region, the most powerful veteran guild, its strength is something all the guild leaders present know very well. Although Eternal Peak, this rising star, had been heard of before, no one could have possibly imagined that Eternal Peak would successfully conquer the Galaxy Guild. Even a fool could figure out that since the Galaxy Guild willingly submitted, it must have been defeated by Eternal Peak. As a result, the situation instantly became extremely dangerous. A guild that's only been around for 1 or 2 months could defeat the strongest force dominating Linghua City for years. What terrifying power would it take to achieve that? No one dared to think about it, nor did they want to, because they knew very well that Eternal Peak's blade might very well target them. So, as soon as news of the Galaxy Guild's surrender spread, Li Dijia, sensing great danger, could no longer sit still. He went to great lengths, finally gathering the other guild leaders. Just as he sent out a soul-piercing question, the others simultaneously showed grave expressions. In my opinion, Eternal Peak is definitely not to be trifled with. According to the rumors outside, their leader completely crushed Lu Jingxing, which is why the Galaxy Guild surrendered so decisively. Everyone, don't underestimate him. A man with slicked back hair spoke up first. But not long after, another guild leader sneered. Lao Ma, aren't you exaggerating their strength and undermining our own? Eternal Peak did defeat the Galaxy Guild. That's true. But to say their leader crushed Lu Jingxing? I absolutely don't believe it. If I remember correctly, that guy named Chung Qianma is still a second-turn awakener. He's not even level 50. And he could crush Lu Jingxing? Do you really believe that? Well, I, Garong, don't. If you ask me, this is just Eternal Peak exaggerating on purpose, trying to build themselves a legend. After hearing Garong's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. To be honest, all the rumors outside right now have been blown way out of proportion. They say Chung Qianma, as a second-tier fighter, crushed third-tier Lu Jingxing. They say every member of Eternal Peak has a dragon flying mount. They say every player in Eternal Peak is equipped with epic purple gear, and so on. Each rumor is more outrageous than the last. These reports, if you only heard one of them, you might actually believe it. But when they're all piled together, it just sounds way too ridiculous. For a newly emerging guild, it's absolutely essential to establish a spiritual leader, because it's an easy way to attract uninformed free awakeners. At the same time, this spiritual leader greatly boosts the guild's reputation. In fact, this tactic has been used often before. Many of the people here have used it themselves, so they all felt. Garang's analysis made perfect sense. Ma Baohua glanced around and noticed that his earlier comments hadn't been taken seriously, so he couldn't be bothered to press the issue. Then he cupped his hands toward Li Dijia, Guild Master. Our paths differ, so our strategies can't align. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Li Dijia watched Ma Baohua take the initiative to leave and instantly found himself in a dilemma. As the organizer of today's meeting, he had hoped to unite everyone, unite to confront Eternal Peak. But now, Ma Baohua has offended everyone. He can't possibly, just because of himself, stand against everyone else. So he had no choice but to nod reluctantly. After Ma Baohua left, the others sneered in disdain. They thought, no matter how strong Eternal Peak is, even without one ally, as long as the remaining 9 guilds, there wouldn't be any problem. So, losing one guild was no big deal. No one said anything about Ma Baohua's departure, and not a single person tried to stop him. Even so, no one actively tried to keep him. After leaving the meeting room, Ma Baohua said coldly, a bunch of arrogant, short-sighted fools. If Eternal Peak were so easy to deal with, would the Galaxy Guild have surrendered so easily? You think by banding together, your strengths will perfectly combine? Absolutely ridiculous. Of course, Ma Baohua didn't say this to the others. They wouldn't listen anyway. Since he couldn't align with them, he naturally needed to find another way out. Right now, the list has clearly split into 2 factions. Eternal Peak, having just subdued the Galaxy Guild, is at the height of its power, standing alone as its own force. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 guilds, under Li Dijia's mediation, have formed a temporary strategic alliance. Now, only Ma Baohua's guild is left isolated, with no support. To survive, he can only turn to the other side. Fine, I'll go meet this legendary figure myself. Having made up his mind, Ma Baohua's figure gradually headed toward the Dark Forest. Chapter 5:21. A personal visit. Ma Baohua's shock. Hello. I am Ma Baohua, Guild Master of the Huijin Guild. I would like to meet your Guild Master. Please pass along my request. Ma Baohua was always efficient in his actions. Since he had decided to speak with Cheng Qianma in person, he came over right away. When he saw Eternal City, its current scale, and the flow of people, he was left utterly speechless. At first, guild masters like himself had only heard rumors about Eternal City's rapid development. It seemed fast, supposedly, but without seeing it for themselves, they had no real understanding of what those rumors truly meant. Now, as Ma Baohua gazed at the towering metal walls and the well-trained patrol troops, he finally understood why Eternal Peak could defeat Galaxy Guild. Good thing I didn't follow those fools. If they had come to see this for themselves, they definitely wouldn't have made such ignorant comments. They've been sitting too high for too long. Looking at Eternal Peak's grand city, Ma Baohua couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he felt that the decision he made just an hour ago was truly wise. The Eternal Peak patrol members on duty looked a bit awkward when they heard Ma Baohua announce his name. Then, with a strange look, he said, "Please wait a moment. I'll pass along your message." Ma Baohua smiled and nodded. After all, he had come uninvited. It was only natural for them to report to their superiors. So he simply stood and waited. While waiting, he kept observing the surroundings. This city is truly impressive. It won't be long now. Their daily visitor traffic is almost catching up to half of Lingua City's. Ma Baohua watched the large number of merchants and customers constantly entering and leaving Eternal City, letting out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. 10 minutes later, the awakener responsible for delivering messages returned. "President Ma, please follow me. Vice President Gu requests your presence." Hearing this, Ma Baohua's brows slightly furrowed. By all rights, he was a guild president himself, and coming here alone today was already a significant show of sincerity. By reason and sentiment, it should be Cheng Qianma meeting him. No question. Why send just a vice president? Though somewhat displeased, Ma Baohua didn't voice it. He then followed the awakener into Eternal City. Good heavens. The layout of these buildings is quite sophisticated. Also, the number of lifestyle professionals in their guild, isn't it a bit absurdly high? Wait, what in the world is that mountain peak in the distance? There's actually a dragon? Ma Baohua walked and looked around, his worldview constantly being reshaped. As he learned more about Eternal Peak, when he saw the Emerald Dragon Fong, he completely lost his composure. So the rumor that Eternal Peak's core members each have a dragon is actually true? He hadn't even met Cheng Qianma yet, and the scenes before him had already scared him into a cold sweat. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. So the enemy we imagined before is actually this horrifying? The guild member leading the way naturally noticed Ma Baohua's expression. His lips unconsciously curved upward, and his chest puffed out a bit more. This was a sense of immense pride, a display of pride. His expression seemed to say, "Well, our guild is pretty strong, huh? Are you scared now?" It was precisely this sense of pride That made Eternal Peak's members more united than ever. They all felt proud to be part of Eternal Peak. More than 10 minutes later, Ma Baohua was led to an open area where Gu Qian was still leisurely sunbathing. Vice Guild Master Gu. I've brought the guest, the subordinate said respectfully. However, upon hearing this, Gu Qian didn't get up to greet him. Instead, he lazily replied, "Got it. Go on with your duties." Such a response instantly made Ma Baohua a bit angry. He felt he already had a good temper, but Eternal Peak seemed to give him no respect at all. Today, not only had they sent only the Vice Guild Master to receive him, but now, upon meeting, they didn't even bother to stand up. This was blatant disrespect. Just as Ma Baohua was about to erupt, Gu Qian finally stood up. After stretching lazily, he turned around and said, "So you're the guild master of Huijin Guild, here today to negotiate, right?" Though Gu Qian usually acted lazy, when it came to serious matters, a terrifying aura radiated from him. Ma Baohua had been furious, feeling he had come in good faith to negotiate, only to be completely ignored. But his feelings instantly changed, because he noticed Gu Qian's level 60. A third-tier powerhouse at level 65. This is just a third-tier powerhouse at level 65. Just like that. Just a vice president? Is there some mistake? When Ma Baohua saw Gu Qian's level, he was instantly struck as if by lightning. He no longer felt slighted. A mighty level 65 powerhouse coming to meet him. This wasn't disdain at all. It could even be considered an honor. But he couldn't understand why a mere level 5 guild could make such a powerhouse willingly serve as a vice president. With Gu Qian's abilities, he could easily start his own guild. Ma Baohua pays respects to Vice President Gu. "I truly wish to negotiate peace." Ma Baohua's expression immediately became extremely respectful. Though he was also a third-turn powerhouse, his level was only 56, far from comparable to Gu Qian. So he showed not the slightest disrespect. This was the respect all awakeners on the Tianqi continent held for the strong. "Sorry, that brat Cheng Qianmao isn't in the city right now. He's taken guild members to attack a second guild. If you want to talk, you can wait a bit. It'll probably take a few hours to finish the battle." Gu Qian very bluntly revealed Cheng Qianmao's whereabouts, without the slightest concealment, as if such critical information meant nothing even if shared with Ma Baohua. Though the speaker meant no harm, the listener took it to heart. After hearing this, Ma Baohua was instantly stunned. He never could have imagined Cheng Qianmao would move so fast. Are their bodies made of iron or something? It's only been a few days, and their injuries are already healed. Have they fully recovered? Chapter 12, Part 5, Recruiting and Expanding the Army. Confusion before the battle. You see, Ma Baohua's entire worldview collapsed repeatedly in just under an hour. Whether it was what he witnessed himself, or the astonishing things Gu Qian revealed, it all exceeded his wildest imagination. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood how terrifying Eternal Peak really was. In the end, he made a decisive choice to stay. He had to meet this legendary young guild master in person. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. Cheng Qianmao returned triumphantly with the expeditionary force. When Ma Baohua heard the sound of dragons roaring, echoing from the distant sky, he knew instantly that Cheng Qianmao had won yet another battle. And just as Gu Qian had said, are we really that vulnerable? Taking down a whole guild in just 4 hours? This is insane. If Ma Baohua hadn't seen this absurd event with his own eyes today, he would never have believed that all of this was actually real. Before long, Qing Dai carried Cheng Qianmao down to the ground. Then, the expeditionary force slowly marched into the city. In that moment, cheers erupted throughout the city. They had won yet another guild war. As Cheng Qianmao landed, Gu Qian walked over with a smile, and Ma Baohua followed nervously behind. Not bad at all. You finished 20 minutes, faster than your original estimate. Gu Qian checked the time, and let out a heartfelt sigh. After conquering their strongest rival, Galaxy Guild, Cheng Qianmao changed his approach to offense. Now he is venturing far out, constantly expanding outward. This approach has one advantage. It significantly shortens expedition time, and makes it hard for the enemy to provide quick support. At the same time, because he only rested for 2 days, he launched the second guild battle. Therefore, even though the remaining 9 guilds had formed an alliance, they had no time to react. As for why Eternal Pinnacle can operate so efficiently in continuous battles, it naturally comes down to him and Qin Yongchang jointly developing the epic Pinnacle Recovery Potion. This is a specialty of Eternal Pinnacle. Outsiders can only envy it. This person beside me is Ma Baohua, the leader of the Huijin Guild. He came here today to discuss with you matters regarding peace talks. When mentioning the word peace talks, Gu Qian deliberately raised his voice. He seemed to be hinting at something. Ma Baohua, being a guild leader, is naturally quick-witted. He immediately understood what Gu Qian was trying to convey. Gu Qian was telling him, "We are very strong. You don't seem qualified to negotiate peace. If you really want to continue this talk, then change your stance." It's not just about peace talks. We can discuss specific matters. Slowly. Ma Baohua felt a bit awkward at this moment. After all, Eternal Pinnacle's strength far exceeded his expectations. He had indeed considered peace talks before, since his Huijin Guild was somewhat competitive. But now, seeing Chung Qianma's strength, he completely lost confidence. So he immediately softened his tone. Negotiation? Then you can leave. If it's about becoming a vassal, then we can talk. Chung Qianma knew Gu Qian was helping him apply pressure, so he kept his tone firm. In truth, in the Lingyue City region now, Eternal Peak basically had no rivals left. What's more, 2 guilds had already bowed and submitted. Even if the other guilds united, they wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. After all, these people couldn't achieve true unity. They were just a temporary alliance of mutual interest. They had no experience in joint combat. So in Chung Qianma's eyes, they were nothing more than a ragtag bunch. Ma Baohua hadn't expected Chung Qianma's attitude to be so tough. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Huijin Guild was something he had built with great effort. No matter what, he had hundreds of members under his command. If Ma Baohua just declared surrender, he would never feel at ease. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here today, full of hope, hoping for something better. If surrender was his goal, he could have done it directly. Ma Baohua's original idea was to form an alliance with Eternal Peak. Even if their status was lower, he could still accept it. But he hadn't expected that Chung Qianma wasn't interested in negotiating terms. He only accepted vassals. This left Ma Baohua deeply frustrated. Guild Master Chung. To be honest, I came here today with sincerity. Currently, in the Lingyue City region, all the remaining guilds have formed an alliance. While their individual strength might not, together they are still quite formidable, willing to form an alliance with Eternal Pinnacle to lend you a hand. Ma Baohua, to convince Chung Qianma, actively betrayed his allies. In his view, as long as Chung Qianma believed the enemy alliance was powerful, the value of the Huijin Guild would greatly increase. By then, he would have plenty of room to maneuver. However, things didn't go as he imagined. After listening, Chung Qianma suddenly said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Ma Baohua was shocked. He didn't expect Chung Qianma to think this way. Wasn't he afraid of the enemy alliance attacking? Guild leader Chung, you're joking. I'm just stating the facts. To my knowledge, they're already recruiting and preparing. They're almost ready for battle. Once they launch a joint siege, I'm afraid even your Eternal City won't hold up. This is a siege with thousands of players. Although Ma Baohua had left early, 779, 00, 08, 279, 00:20:10, 160. He was well aware of the enemy alliance's general strategy, especially Li Dijia and his group. After losing another guild, they would definitely choose to strike first. Otherwise, sitting idly by, they would surely be picked off one by Chung Qianma. Based on Ma Baohua's understanding of Li Dijia, he definitely wouldn't be that foolish. After some thought, Ma Baohua felt the reason Chung Qianma was so tough just now was merely to raise his own status. This negotiation tactic is very common. Negotiation, after all, starts with talking. So after this explanation, Ma Baohua believed Chung Qianma's attitude should soften somewhat. What a pity. Harsh reality once again slapped him in the face, and this time, the slap was especially loud. Recruit and expand the army? Confused before the battle? You're welcome to let them try. Chung Qianma laughed mockingly. Chapter 5:23. The Anti-Eternal Peak Coalition on the Brink of War. Anti-Eternal Peak Coalition Discussion Group. Everyone. Something terrible just happened on my end. All the shops in Lingyue City refused to trade with my guild members. What the hell? So your guild is facing this too? I thought it was just me. Damn, same here. Did anyone ask why? Why did they suddenly stop doing business with us? Are they turning down easy money? Could this be Eternal Peak's doing? No way. Do they even have that kind of power? Previously, after Li Dijia's strategy meeting, to make communication easier, he created a private group chat called the Anti-Eternal Peak Coalition. Everyone in the group was a guild master from the major guilds. After careful discussion, they planned to declare war on Eternal Peak within 3 days. Originally, they thought everything was under control, so they went off to make battle preparations. After all, warfare requires tons of supplies and siege equipment. But early this morning, the group chat exploded in chaos. After exchanging information, everyone realized that every guild in the group had been banned from trading. This terrifying situation was something they had never experienced, so panic quickly spread. A guild war not only tests brute strength, but also strains logistics and supplies. This is the same principle as warfare in ancient times. If they can't purchase goods from Lingyue City, Li Dijia's side will have to buy from the auction house. But the problem is, not only are the auction house items expensive, many things are simply unavailable. For example, large-scale engineering equipment. In the Tianqi continent, the auction house and the shops in major cities have a complementary relationship. The auction house mainly deals in selling rare items or materials, while ore and various engineering equipment are primarily purchased through shops in the main cities. If Li Dijia and his group want to collectively declare war on Eternal Pinnacle, they'll need to prepare a large amount of potions and sufficient engineering equipment. However, they're now banned from trading, and they're feeling utterly frustrated. Without these critical supplies, how can they take down the Eternal City? In fact, Today's unusual situation was orchestrated by Chung Qianma. After discovering signs of the guilds uniting, he immediately instructed Lingwei City's Life Profession Association and the Blacksmith Association to impose joint economic sanctions on the 8 major guilds. Based on prior agreements between the 2 associations and Chung Qianma, whenever Chung Qianma has a demand, their stance must align with his. Once economic sanctions are imposed, no shop in Lingwei City is allowed to sell any items to the 8 major guilds. This economic sanction has completely struck the anti-Eternal Pinnacle Alliance's weak point. Though they have many members, without enough engineering equipment, how can they leverage their numerical advantage? Without enough recovery potions, how could they sustain a prolonged battle? Relying solely on their guild stockpile was nowhere near enough to support such a large-scale guild war. After all, not every guild was like Eternal Peak, with mountains of supplies stored in their warehouses. So these were real problems. Chung Qianma had used underhanded tactics to drastically reduce the numbers advantage of the 8 guilds. From my analysis, this is most likely Eternal Peak's doing. But let's not panic. Let's tally up our current stockpiles. Eternal Peak just finished a guild war yesterday. Right now, they're exhausted. As long as we have the manpower, we might still be able to take Eternal City. Li Dijia had been elected as the leader by everyone, both morally and practically. He needed to stabilize the troops. So, he immediately reassured everyone in the group chat and organized the next steps. After seeing his message, everyone calmed down a bit, because Li Dijia's analysis was spot on. Although the anti-Eternal Peak coalition was low on supplies, it also meant they could launch an attack sooner. Originally, they had planned to spend 3 days resupplying, but now they could declare war immediately. Meanwhile, Eternal Peak had just gone through a major battle yesterday. Today, their guild members definitely needed time to recover. So looking at it this way, as long as the anti-Eternal Peak coalition moves fast enough, victory isn't out of the question. After tallying everything up, they found that the total inventory of all guilds, there are a total of 21 portable engineering devices. As for regular recovery potions, we can ensure an average of 2 bottles per person. This level of pre-battle supplies, although insufficient when calculated for the 8 guilds, is still quite formidable, because, when viewing the 8 guilds as a whole, their strength is extremely terrifying. No single ordinary guild could possibly withstand it. So, after compiling the data, everyone's anxious hearts finally calmed down. After all, what Chung Qianma faces is the combined strength of 8 guilds. Even if their supplies are limited, as long as they have enough awakened, they can trade quantity for quality. This is the advantage of the human wave tactic. Our total inventory is much larger than expected. Everyone, don't panic. As long as we unite as quickly as possible, taking down the Eternal City won't be difficult. Everyone, set out immediately. 5 hours from now, we'll meet in the Dark Forest. This time, we must breach the Eternal City and let Chung Qianma know that Lingwei City isn't under his sole control. After hearing Li Dijia's passionate pre-battle speech, everyone felt their blood boiling. After the meeting adjourned, they immediately rallied their forces and headed toward the Dark Forest. The largest guild war in the Lingwei City region is about to erupt. At this very moment, Chung Qianma was naturally not idle. He knew that once the economic sanctions were issued, the enemy alliance would likely attack early. So today, he gathered the Shueisha Guild, the Inha Guild, and the Guangmingding Guild, which was just absorbed yesterday, to the Eternal City. In addition, there's the Huijing Guild, which has already surrendered. By this count, the Eternal Pinnacle Alliance today, they had also gathered the strength of 5 guilds. The number of fighters had reached an unprecedented scale of 1,000. So Chung Qianma was fully confident that he could crush the invading enemy head-on. The battlefield is set. Let's see how you respond. Chung Qianma stood atop the watchtower, hands behind his back. Chapter 5:24. Winning Hearts and Minds. Witness a battle for the ages. Everyone, once we cross this forest, we'll see Eternal City. Today's battle concerns our very survival, so everyone must give it their all. If anyone deserts on the battlefield, we will unite to punish them. According to plan, the 8 major guilds had brought most of their fighting forces. Now they had arrived at the outskirts of the Dark Forest. To stabilize morale, Li Dijia had just issued the strictest warning. If any guild dared to flee on their own, the remaining guilds would rise up together against them. Everyone understood the principle of mutual survival, so they all nodded in agreement. If they lost today's battle, they would never recover. They would eventually be swallowed whole by Eternal Peak. No one wanted to accept such a fate. So today, they brought out their very best forces, leaving only a few behind to guard their guild bases. Their combat force today had reached a staggering 1,800 fighters. Such power could sweep across the Apocalypse continent, easily crushing any level 5 guild. No question about it. However, just as this battle was about to erupt at any moment, on Eternal Peak's side, the atmosphere seemed unusually calm. Since you've all joined the ranks of Eternal Peak, you naturally understand. We share the same fate, the principle of shared fate. In the upcoming great battle, I ask everyone to fight the enemy with all your might. I, Chung Qianma, am not a stingy person. Once this battle is won, I will definitely give everyone satisfactory rewards. At this moment, Cheng Qianma, accompanied by a few people, arrived at Eternal Pinnacle's warehouse. While stating his expectations, he also showed the guild's inventory to the others. Among these people were Ma Baohua, who had voluntarily surrendered, and Lu Jingxing and others who had been defeated earlier. Their emotions were initially complex, because the enemies they were about to face were overwhelmingly powerful. However, after seeing Eternal Pinnacle, everyone's eyes widened, and they showed expressions of disbelief. This is just too rich. I, old Ma, have never bowed to anyone in my life, but today I'm truly convinced. Guild leader Cheng is truly a big shot. Since Ma Baohua had voluntarily surrendered, his relationship with Cheng Qianma was closer than that of the other guild leaders. After seeing the massive inventory in the warehouse, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxing and the others were speechless for a long time. After all, they had joined Eternal Pinnacle as defeated parties, and Cheng Qianma's terrifying presence had long been etched in their minds. So, even though they were extremely shocked, they didn't dare to. Let me give you all a heads up. If we win this ultimate battle, I will unify all the guilds in Linghua City. At that time, each of you will receive important positions. Moreover, the inventory in this warehouse will be fully open to everyone. In addition, I have in my possession a special building capable of breeding the Emerald Dragon clan. When the time comes, it will also be distributed to everyone. Cheng Qianma naturally knew that to get these people to give their all, he needed to offer enough incentives. So, he unreservedly opened the guild's inventory, and he drew up grand plans. With Eternal Peak's current wealth, it was beyond what these guild masters could imagine. Even an ordinary level 6 guild could hardly match this level. Sure enough, once Cheng Qianma made the tempting offer, Lu Jingxing, who had been silent for a long time, finally gave in. Guild Master Cheng, are you serious about this? As a third-tier powerhouse, Lu Jingxing naturally didn't care about stockpiles. What he valued was Cheng Qianma's character and vision. If the roles were reversed, Lu Jingxing doubted he could match Cheng Qianma's level. After all, if Cheng Qianma wanted to, he could have easily turned all these treasures into personal property. In fact, many guild masters had done exactly that. Who wouldn't want immense wealth? Riches beyond compare? Yet Cheng Qianma didn't look down on them for being defeated. Instead, he generously showed them the full extent of his strength. This not only revealed Cheng Qianma's generosity to Lu Jingxing, but also his terrifying. This man was not only incomprehensibly powerful, but also carried the presence of a true leader. His future potential was limitless. Perhaps following him wasn't such a bad idea. Otherwise, why would a level 65 third-tier willingly become his subordinate? After careful consideration, Lu Jingxing's mindset changed dramatically. That's why he had just asked that question. A gentleman's word is like a galloping horse. Cheng Qianma knew that since Lu Jingxing had asked, he must be tempted. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Lu Jingxing, at your service, guild master. From today onward, there is no more Galaxy Guild. Lu Jingxing was truly ruthless. Once he decided to side with Cheng Qianma, he acted with absolute resolve, even as a subordinate. He directly declared the dissolution of Galaxy Guild. Such decisiveness left the other two defeated guild masters in shock. For the other two guild masters to abandon everything so easily seemed impossible. But Lu Jingxing had done it. Others, whether willing or not, could only pledge their loyalty. Now, everyone is a grasshopper on the same rope. If we lose, Li Dijia and his group will absolutely not allow the defeated or defectors to make a comeback. So to survive, everyone can only give it their all. At this point, all the preparations, from pre-battle arrangements to rallying morale, Cheng Qianma has finally completed everything. Very good. Then today, let us witness an unprecedented season together. A fiery glow flickered in Cheng Qianma's eyes. Chapter 525, The Ultimate Battle. Everyone, take to the skies. Half an hour later, the anti-Eternal Peak coalition finally made it through the treacherous dark forest. Before their eyes stood a magnificent and imposing. All of it. The entire wall was made of metal. Eternal Peak is insanely wealthy. A guild leader, seeing the 5-meter-high metal walls, could hardly speak clearly. Today was also the first time Li Dijia had seen the Eternal City up close. Even he couldn't help but marvel. Cheng Qianma truly has some skill. An all-metal wall. This was something he had never even dared to imagine. Yet now, it stood naked before his eyes. It's not a bad thing that Eternal Peak is so rich. Once we breach their city, all their wealth will belong to us. Li Dijia, a seasoned veteran, as expected, easily turned black into white with just a few words. The guild leaders, still in shock just moments before, snapped back to reality. At the same time, greed appeared in their eyes. Indeed, as Li Dijia said, as long as they could destroy Eternal Peak today, they would all share unimaginable riches. Their blood instantly boiled with excitement. Later, stick to the plan we've made. We'll split up and attack from different directions. We must take the Eternal City swiftly. If it turns into a prolonged battle, it will be very unfavorable for us. Before arriving at the Eternal City, the 8 major guilds had already assigned roles based on their strengths. Some were in charge of controlling and protecting siege equipment. Some were responsible for scaling walls and breaching gates. Some were assigned to provide long-range firepower support. With an attacking force of 1,800, it's easy to create overwhelming firepower. Everyone was feeling a bit anxious. After all, an enormous fortune lay just beyond these walls. 5 minutes later, after all the allied forces emerged from the dark forest, the ultimate battle for Lingwei City officially began. Brothers, fight for honor. With Li Dijia's command, a massive number of awakened ones rushed forward. At the same time, they let out earth-shaking battle cries. The birds and beasts in the dark forest were startled and scattered by the massive wave of energy. Li Dijia watched his subordinates surge forward like a tide, rushing toward the city walls. His heart swelled with excitement. If it weren't for Eternal Peak, he could never have commanded so many people in his lifetime. Thus, he instantly felt immense pride. That feeling of waving a hand and sending thousands to charge was truly addictive. Perhaps this is what power is. The reason it captivates people so much. You are indeed strong, but with an assault of 1,800 people, let's see how you defend against it. On Li Dijia's face, a confident smile unconsciously appeared, but his smile didn't last long. The next second, it froze. The sound of continuous dragon roars echoed from the sky. At the same time, countless arrows shot out from the metal city walls. Even more shocking was that, on the battlements of Eternal Peak, 3 third-tier powerhouses appeared simultaneously. One of them was even a level 65 powerhouse. They actually have a level 65 powerhouse guarding the city. How is that possible? Furthermore, the usually arrogant Lu Jingxing didn't leave. Instead, they willingly became a subordinate of the city's leader. Wait a minute, how did Ma Baohua directly defect to the enemy? At this moment, all the guild leaders, including Li Dijia, showed expressions of disbelief. If Ma Baohua willingly defected, that could still be understood. After all, he had always been at odds with everyone. But for the lofty Lu Jingxing to willingly become a lackey, that's just absurd. As for that terrifying level 65 powerhouse, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. Before Li Dijia could snap out of it, Gu Qian and the others summoned their flying mounts from atop the city wall, and in the next second, 5 emerald dragons soared out from the city. They were none other than the Eternal Peak squad led by Cheng Qianma. In an instant, Eternal Peak deployed 8 flying awakened. Such a bold move left the anti-Eternal Peak coalition completely stunned. When did flying mounts become so cheap? How could they have so many? As Cheng Qianma and his team took to the skies, the morale of the Eternal Peak alliance soared to its peak, especially those who had joined later. It was their first time seeing such a terrifying lineup. Everyone's spirits surged, their eyes burning with fiery passion, because no matter what, they were now part of Eternal Peak. Long live the guild master. Long live Eternal Peak. No one knew who started the chant. But soon, everyone joined in. For a moment, their voices shook the heavens. The momentum the anti-Eternal Peak coalition had just managed to build was instantly crushed. Li Dijia, who had been full of confidence, quickly changed expression as the battle began. The forces that held the advantage in numbers failed to gain the upper hand in direct combat. In fact, they were being gradually suppressed. Eternal Peak's long-range firepower was terrifying. Why is their ranged output so powerful? Li Dijia's back was already drenched with sweat. Chapter 526. 8v8 Aerial Battle. Gu Qian's Wager. Li Dijia knew that with Ma Baohua and the others joining, Eternal Peak's numbers weren't small anymore. But even so, there was no way they had more people than his side. In his view, an 1,800-strong combat force was a power to be reckoned with anywhere. But in the first wave of clashes, they gained no advantage at all. This left him completely baffled. Why is this happening? Li Dijia was both helpless and furious. In fact, the reason for this bizarre situation. The reason for such an absurd situation. Mainly because the equipment on Eternal Peak's side is superior, not just by a small margin. The setup of at least one epic-grade item per person is something Li Dijia could never have imagined. Although each member of Eternal Peak only has a slight edge in strength, when thousands come together, it naturally transforms from a quantitative to a qualitative change. However, such hidden strength is something Li Dijia and his allies could never fathom in their lifetime. Everyone, charge with me. We absolutely cannot lose this battle. Li Dijia shouted with a grave expression. He knew that failing to gain an advantage in ranged combat was extremely dangerous. After all, their supplies were quite limited, while Eternal Peak had extremely sturdy city walls. If the battle dragged on, even without the city leader taking action, their side would be worn down to death. Now, with Eternal Peak coming on strong, deploying 8 flying awakened ones at once, he hurriedly called the other 7 guild leaders to join him in facing the challenge. It must be noted that air superiority is a critical factor in guild wars. Often, the guild that secures air control gains a significant advantage. If Eternal Peak dominated the skies, they could easily attack from above, launching large-scale group assaults. By then, the anti-Eternal Peak alliance would suffer immeasurable damage. After all, with no cover, they would be sitting targets. This was something Li Dijia absolutely could not accept. So, Even if he was reluctant to clash head-on with Gu Qian and their forces, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight. Once they lost air superiority, they could only wait to be pummeled. Soon, directly above Eternal City, 16 flying mounts appeared simultaneously, both sides combined. It was exactly 8 versus 8. This scene, in a mid-tier main city map, was definitely worthy of a level 7 rating. However, in terms of average level, Li Dijia's side still held a slight edge. Although they didn't have overwhelming powerhouses like Gu Qian, their average level had reached 52. Among the 8 guild leaders, only one had yet to complete the third-class advancement test. He was considered a candidate for third-class advancement. The others were already seasoned third-class powerhouses. As for Cheng Qianma's side, they were at a clear disadvantage in terms of level. Aside from Gu Qian, Manhwa, and Lu Jingxing, who were above level 50, none of the remaining 5 had surpassed level 48. For Li Dijia, this was good news. "I'll do my best to hold off Gu Qian," he said. "You guys figure out a way to quickly take down those 5 lower-leveled ones. Then we'll deal with Gu Qian together." In Li Dijia's eyes, although he was only level 57, trying to defeat the level 65 Gu Qian was clearly an impossible task. But if it was just stalling him for a while, he had some confidence in that. This way, they could leverage their level advantage to quickly eliminate Cheng Qianma and the others. After all, generally speaking, third-class powerhouses killing second-class awakened was not too difficult. As long as they took out those few youngsters, they could form an overwhelming numbers advantage. Even if Gu Qian was a level 65 powerhouse, he couldn't withstand being swarmed by so many. As the 8 guild leaders took to the skies, it seemed this had tipped toward the anti-Eternal Peak coalition. Yet, Cheng Qianma's expression remained calm. He even had a faint smile. "Little Cheng, Li Dijia seems to be looking down on you a bit. They seem to be prioritizing taking out you and your group." Gu Qian, too, remained calm, just like Cheng Qianma. He even made a joke. Cheng Qianma glanced into the distance, then smiled and said, "Don't laugh just yet. He seems to be underestimating you too. Looks like he's planning to hold you off on his own." Cheng Qianma teased Gu Qian in return. Naturally, a counterattack is needed. "Oh, then he's welcome to try. How about we make a bet? Let's see who wins first, your side, or me killing Li Dijia." Who is Gu Qian? Even when facing a great threat, he remains unfazed. "No problem. What's the wager?" Cheng Qianma was intrigued and smiled faintly. "These days, I've always been sunbathing on flat ground. It's not very comfortable. If I win, you'll build me a private luxury villa. I want to enjoy the sun to the fullest." Gu Qian raised an eyebrow slightly, as if he was certain he would win this bet. "Just a villa? No problem. What if you lose?" Cheng Qianma looked at Gu Qian with a sly smile. "Humph. If I lose, I'll volunteer as a night patrol guard for a month," Gu Qian said in mock annoyance. "Deal. Then I'm going first." After Cheng Qianma finished speaking, he charged out riding Qing Dai. Gu Qian also smiled slightly and headed toward Li Dijia. The two of them made no effort to conceal their conversation. Everyone heard it. Whether in the air or on the ground, such blatant disregard was full-on mockery. "Let's see how long you can stay cocky." Li Dijia was so furious his nose was crooked. He felt like Cheng Qianma and Gu Qian weren't taking him seriously at all. The other guild leaders also looked grim. The arrogance of Eternal Apex was simply unbelievable. 1 minute later, the sky had been divided into 2 battlefields. On the anti-Eternal Peak coalition side, 5 guild leaders charged toward Cheng Qianma and his team. Meanwhile, the top 3 highest-leveled leaders intercepted Gu Qian, Ma Baohua, and Lu Jingxing. At this moment, the enemy Cheng Qianma faced was a level 54, third-class elemental spirit mage. His name was Tan Song, and he was the strongest among the 5 guild leaders. "You little brat. Let me teach you a lesson." Tan Song had long been enraged by Cheng Qianma's attitude. Now, of course, he was ready to kill. However, Cheng Qianma merely raised an eyebrow calmly. A third-class elemental spirit mage? Prepare to face endless terror. Chapter 5:27. 3 mouthfuls of blood. Such bold words. Who hasn't uttered them? Take my meteor strike. As a mage class, Tan Song naturally had a natural advantage in aerial combat. Just imagine if they were fighting on the ground. His spellcasting could easily be interrupted for many reasons. However, in the air, it was a different story. Many interrupting skills simply couldn't be used against opponents on flying mounts. This invisibly boosted Tan Song's attack power. On the Apocalypse continent, melee classes excelled at ground combat, while ranged classes, especially those requiring spell incantations, held huge advantages in aerial battles. Because such classes usually had high damage and long range, the appearance of flying mounts not only compensated for their casting weaknesses, but also amplified their range advantage. This was an ironclad truth recognized by all. Thus, Tan Song believed he could take down Cheng Qianma very soon. This was an ironclad rule recognized by all. Therefore, Tan Song believed he could quickly take down Cheng Qianma. He chanted meteoric annihilation, while commanding his 6-eyed flying fish to maintain a safe distance. 4 seconds later, 5 crystals of different colors appeared right above him. Meteoric Annihilation, a spell that connects the caster to magical elements of the world and condenses them into elemental crystals. It can deal massive damage to enemies and inflict abnormal effects. The 5 crystals Tansong formed contained water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth, 5 different elements. The most powerful aspect of this skill is that if it hits the target, it deals tremendous damage and inflicts 5 debuffs simultaneously: slow, burning, reduced accuracy, shock, and decreased defense. Although the duration of these debuffs is short, only 6 seconds, the sheer number of effects is overwhelming. A single skill applying 5 debuffs, even Weisheng would be envious. Elemental crystals, fire. Tansong wore a scornful look. He knew exactly how powerful Meteoric Annihilation was. As long as it hit Cheng Qianma, he'd lose at least half his HP, and on top of that, he'd suffer through all 5 debuffs. In that instant, 5 differently colored elemental crystals shot toward Cheng Qianma at incredible speed. However, Cheng Qianma showed no fear upon seeing them come his way. Instead, he smiled faintly. Meteoric Annihilation is indeed powerful. It's practically the signature move of elemental spirits. But unfortunately, your level isn't even above 20. Cheng Qianma reacted swiftly. Cheng Qianma reacted with lightning speed. He instantly activated the passive skill of his magic deflector, Magic Reflection. Right now, he was a genuine mage-class player. Even though Tansong was 6 levels higher than him, and a 3rd-class powerhouse at that, he still couldn't harm him at all. As long as the enemy's level wasn't over 20 levels higher, Magic Reflection would always win. Just as the 5 elemental crystals were about to strike Cheng Qianma, a faint blue glow suddenly emanated from his body. In the next second, something miraculous happened. The 5 elemental crystals bounced off the blue barrier as soon as they made contact. At the same time, they even reversed direction, flying straight toward Tansong. How is this possible? What did you do? Tansong's eyes narrowed sharply. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. Unfortunately, the elemental crystals didn't give him much time to think. 2 seconds later, Tansong was struck by his own skill. A miserable scream. Everyone on the ground instinctively looked up. Tansong was now coughing up blood, and his HP had dropped by 2/5. Long live the guild master. Our guild master is awesome. Crush these blind fools. Cheng Qianma's astonishing move instantly sparked cheers among his allies. In just one exchange, Cheng Qianma, only level 48, had forced Tansong, level 54, to spit blood. His incredible feat ignited cheers from all his comrades. Such a terrifying result greatly boosted everyone's morale. Li Dijia naturally heard Tansong scream. He glanced sideways into the distance, curious to see what had happened. Just then, Gu Qian chuckled. You still have time to get distracted? Looks like I've been too merciful. Satellite beam. Gu Qian never played fair. Since Li Dijia dared to get distracted, that made him dare to go all out. It was a rare opportunity. He immediately unleashed the powerful satellite beam. In an instant, 5 thick laser beams locked onto Li Dijia. Another scream. Accompanied by a mouthful of blood, Li Dijia paid a painful price for his sense of justice. 2 major figures in the anti-Eternal Apex Alliance were seriously wounded in a row. Their morale took a huge hit. Before arriving at Eternal City, everyone had been full of confidence. But now, they had suffered defeat after defeat, especially with their leader failing to stand out. It was a crushing blow to them all. However, those 2 screams were just the beginning of the Alliance's collapse. Next up, Huang Tian, Lin Ruoxi, Li Minghe, and Wei Sheng. All 4 of them held their ground against 3rd transition powerhouses, especially Wei Sheng. His performance was outstanding. Wei Sheng's opponent was the only quasi-3rd transition expert on Li Dijia's side, considered the weakest among them. Yet Wei Sheng was clearly dominating him. As a class, Wei Sheng was also one of the best in aerial combat. He could fully utilize hit-and-run tactics to wear down his opponent. This perfectly suited his combat style. After all, his main attacks revolved around applying various status effects. As long as the debuffs landed, he didn't even need to attack for a while. The enemy would still bleed HP. That quasi-3rd transition guild leader was a melee fighter, and his mount couldn't even reach the Emerald Wormling. That gave Wei Sheng the perfect advantage. He took his sneaky playstyle. Wei Sheng thoroughly enjoyed the moment. He even threw in some trash talk between attacks. Already frustrated, the quasi-3rd transition guild leader couldn't take the humiliation. He instantly coughed up blood from sheer rage. Seeing that, Wei Sheng burst into laughter. For a brief moment, he felt like as long as he stayed in the air, he was invincible. Chapter 528. The Shadow-Tailed Gunner's Crushing Defeat. Time ticked by second after second, both in the sky and on the ground. The battle kept raging on. Time ticked by second after second, both in the sky and on the ground. The fight had Tansong had already exchanged several rounds with Cheng Qianma. Although in their first clash, he was embarrassed by Cheng Qianma's magic reflection, which left him in a sorry state. He believed it was just a case of skill suppression, not true strength on Cheng Qianma's part. However, as the fight, he grew more and more alarmed, more and more afraid. Because even without using magic reflection, that bug-like skill, Cheng Qianma still had overwhelming offensive power. His attack power was absurdly high, even though he himself was 6 levels higher than Cheng Qianma. In direct combat, he was completely overwhelmed. Tan Song found this hard to believe. After getting hit by Cheng Qianma's skills again, his HP had already fallen below 30%. Tan Song's face was now drenched in sweat. Even now, he couldn't understand why Cheng Qianma's power was so terrifying. Feeling utterly suffocated, he finally couldn't help but ask, "How did you train?" A level 48 awakened shouldn't possibly be this strong. To avoid getting hit while asking, Tan Song deliberately widened the distance between them. Naturally, Cheng Qianma wasn't going to give him an answer. He just smiled faintly. "The world is vast. There's plenty you don't understand. Since we're already enemies, there's no need for words." As soon as he finished speaking, the flowing light 1,000 blades in Cheng Qianma's hand suddenly switched to machine gun mode. He then pointed the barrel at Tan Song. Gatling gun barrage. In an instant, a torrent of bullets rained down. A barrage of bullets burst forth, and his passive skill triggered 3 times in a row. Tan Song stared, flying straight toward him. His face instantly turned pale. He ordered his flying mount to retreat at full speed, but the Gatling gun's passive skill had a guaranteed hit property. Tan Song could dodge the original 10 bullets, but not the passive triggered ones. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded in the sky. Tan Song pushed his speed to the max, desperately trying to dodge the remaining bullets. But no matter how he twisted and turned, the bullets clung to him like glue. No matter how far he flew, those 52 bullets chased him like his shadow. This can't be a damn Gatling gun. It's impossible. Tan Song completely panicked. He didn't dare to stop at all. With his current HP, if he stopped for even a second, those 52 bullets would wipe him out in one go. He'd already experienced Cheng Qianma's terrifying attack power. It was on a whole different level. "You're definitely hiding something. This isn't fair." Tan Song let out a desperate cry. The whole arena seemed to fall silent for a moment. Everyone saw Tan Song's frustrated expression, and the bullets chasing him. The scene was simply too shocking. Cheng Qianma is terrifying. He actually crushed guild leader Tan Song, despite being 6 levels lower. How are we supposed to fight this guild war now? Even their core members all seem like monsters. Everyone else is holding their ground too. The anti-Eternal Apex Alliance members looked at the scene before them, and for the first time, hesitation crept into them. They began thinking about retreat. It's no exaggeration to say, since the start of this guild war, they hadn't gained the upper hand, even for a single moment. Whether it was Cheng Qianma's lower-level battle group, or Gu Qian's higher-level battle group, Eternal Peak held the advantage across the board. This was a battle of 1,800 versus 1,000. Logically, Li Dijia's side, even with poor supplies, shouldn't have ended up in this state. But the cruel reality was Cheng Qianma alone was already astonishing enough, and now, his 4 companions were just as ridiculously strong. If the battle continued at this pace, the 8v8 in the sky would likely end with Eternal Peak's overwhelming victory. 5 minutes after continuous high-speed flight, Tan Song's flying mount finally couldn't hold on. Its speed began to drop rapidly, and in that instant, the hail of bullets behind him caught up. "Fly faster. Don't slack off. If you don't speed up, we're going to die together." Tan Song kept patting the neck of his flying mount, his face filled with utter panic. But his mount wasn't some high-level creature. Its stamina was ultimately limited, so no matter how much Tan Song shouted, its speed continued to drop. A few seconds later, he was riddled with 52 bullets. And then he plummeted from the sky. With a loud bang, Tan Song's corpse smashed a massive crater into the ground. Countless chunks of earth and rock flew in all directions. The battlefield fell into dead silence. The first third-class powerhouse had fallen. Even more outrageous, he had been slain by a mere level 48 second-class awakened. It was as if Tan Song's death had opened the gates of hell. And this gate seemed specially prepared for the anti-Eternal Peak coalition. In the next few minutes, the second casualty appeared. It was none other than Li Dijia, who had been fighting Gu Qian. "Damn it. I'm really going to end up on night patrol for a month. What rotten luck." Gu Qian knew that, in the end, he was still 2 minutes slower than Cheng Qianma, so the call came a few seconds late. However, the collapse of the anti-Eternal Apex Alliance continued. After Cheng Qianma defeated Tan Song, his hands were completely free. He immediately joined the battles happening elsewhere. Originally, aside from Wei Sheng, Huang Tian, and the others were locked in a stalemate. But with the addition of the overpowered Cheng Qianma, the scales of victory tipped fully toward Eternal Apex. In just 10 minutes, Cheng Qianma became a ruthless killer, diving into fight after fight. With blinding speed, he coordinated with his teammates to eliminate 3 third-transition powerhouses. At this point, 5 of the 8 top leaders of the anti-Eternal Apex Alliance had fallen. With that, the guild war was essentially over. Their forces had completely crumbled. The remaining 3 guild leaders, seeing the situation, immediately turned tail and fled. Screw the so-called agreements. Nothing mattered more than their precious lives. But right then, dragon roars echoed once more from the distant skies. Chapter 5:29. The return of the third transition. Chiozai and Old Wang appear. My god. Do their dragon riders come for free or something? 2 more dragon riding awakened ones just showed up. Wait. They look like third transition powerhouses too. Damn it. A level 5 guild has 5 third transition powerhouses. How the hell do you fight that? Everyone in the anti-eternal Apex Alliance looked completely stunned. Especially the 3 guild leaders who just fled. Their faces turned ashen. They thought flying away on their mounts would mean safety, but out of nowhere. Eternal Apex unleashed. Asterisk 2 more asterisk third transition powerhouses mid-battle. Huh. Looks like we're not late after all. Xiaolin smiled as he rode atop his emerald wormling. Flying beside him was the brutal healing god, Wang Fugui. Good thing. Looks like those 3 are trying to escape. Let's intercept them immediately. As soon as Wang Fugui finished speaking, a pair of enormous light wings appeared behind him. Moments later, countless golden spears formed around the light. Salvation's Shore. Sanctuary Spear. Break. In an instant, those golden spears shot forward at incredible speed, aiming straight for the 3 fleeing targets. Now that Wang Fugui had advanced to 3rd class, even though he wasn't a pure combat class, as a 3rd class Crimson Angel, he had still learned some powerful attack skills. Sanctuary Spear was one of them. Seeing Wang Fugui unleash his attack, Xiaolin couldn't help but get excited. He too was now a 3rd class Dawn Vow Knight. And of course, he had new attack skills. Holy Light Binding. Go! Xiaolin swung his serrated hammer forward, and a golden magic circle appeared out of nowhere. The 3 guild leaders trying to flee were instantly trapped inside. At the same time, a special debuff appeared on them. Holy Light Curse. Holy Light Curse. Those afflicted will suffer the punishment of Holy Light. Movement speed reduced by 50%, and all light element damage taken increased by 30%, lasting for 20 seconds. Even though Wang Fugui and Xiaolin, one was a healer, the other a tank, the 2 skills they had just unleashed actually worked together perfectly. Holy Light Binding not only controlled enemies, but also slowed them and amplified light damage taken. And Sanctuary Spear just so happened to deal light damage, so its power immediately increased by 30%. The 3 fleeing guild leaders were already on the verge of collapse, and now there was no way they could withstand such a terrifying combo. In the blink of an eye, they were instantly engulfed by countless golden spears, bound and immobilized. They had no way to escape even if they wanted to. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'm willing to surrender. Me too. Please stop. The 3 guild leaders no longer cared about pride, watching their HP rapidly drop. They could only beg for mercy. Since Wang Fugui had just arrived, he wasn't fully aware of the situation, so he hesitated for a moment. Then he looked toward Cheng Qianma, who was flying toward him. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. Cheng Qianma was never one to show mercy. These 3 fled in the heat of battle, clearly not worth sparing. To strike fear into everyone, he had to make an example of them. Got it. Wang Fugui hadn't killed anyone in a long time. He was unusually excited. His earlier divine light blade had already left the 3 guild leaders with slivers of HP. Now that Cheng Qianma had given the order, he held nothing back. Xiao Qiuzi, how about we finish them together? Wang Fugui smiled as he looked at Xiaoling. Xiaoling also nodded solemnly in response. In the end, the 3 fleeing guild leaders still couldn't escape their fate. With the deaths of the last 3 third transition powerhouses, the morale of the anti-eternal Apex Alliance completely collapsed. Everyone immediately stopped fighting. They all dropped to their knees. We surrender. Please spare us. In an instant, the enemy's cries of surrender. The atmosphere on the battlefield turned overwhelmingly tragic. No one could have imagined that an elite force of 1,800 fighters would end up on their knees, begging for mercy. At this moment, Ma Baohua, Lu Jingxing, and the others had mixed feelings. They felt both excited and afraid. On one hand, Eternal Peak had truly won against overwhelming odds. Not only that, they had completely crushed all the guilds of Linghua City in one stroke. From this day on, the situation in Linghua City would be dictated by Eternal Peak alone. This was undeniable. From now on, Eternal Peak would rule Linghua City. Even though they had joined Eternal Peak as former surrendering enemies, they still felt a surge of excitement. After all, a level 5 guild ruling an entire region. Such an absurd event had never happened before on the Apocalypse continent. They were now an unprecedented miracle. On the other hand, they were grateful they had joined Eternal Peak. Otherwise, they would have ended up like those 3 who had just died. After spending some time with Cheng Qianma, they had basically figured out this young guild master's temperament. Cheng Qianma was someone who repaid both kindness and hatred clearly. If you were his friend, you would feel incredibly secure. But if you became his enemy, he would absolutely be your worst nightmare. Soon after, Cheng Qianma, riding his azure, arrived directly above the anti-Eternal Peak coalition. He now resembled a king with supreme power, able to decide the fate of thousands with just one command. From this moment on, all guilds in Linghua City will be absorbed under Eternal Peak, and once you sign this contract, you will be spared. With a grand gesture, Cheng Qianma caused scrolls to appear before the thousands on the ground. Chapter 530. The complete reformation of the Lingwest City region. Big news. Everyone, quiet down. Who doesn't know about this big news now? Everyone's heard about it. Exactly. Who doesn't know by now? The Lingwest City region has already been swept clean by Eternal Apex. It's terrifying. I just woke up, and Lingwest City had already changed hands. Seriously. They say all 8 guild leaders were killed. So brutal. The next morning, everyone in the Lingwest City region heard a shocking piece of news. Yesterday, the 8 major guilds were crushed head-on by Eternal Apex, and were all turned into vassals. Over 1,000 members under their command, in order to survive, had to sign 5-year servitude contracts. During this period, including the 8 guild leaders, everyone must unconditionally obey Eternal Apex's orders. So now, Chung Qianma has essentially become the undisputed ruler of Lingwest City, and his subordinates have amassed an unbelievably powerful force. On top of that, after Eternal Apex's triumphant victory that day, the Life Profession Association and the Blacksmith Guild in Lingwest City issued a joint statement. Its contents had 2 key points. First, the previously issued trade ban would be lifted immediately. All guilds could resume normal trading. Second, the 2 associations would strengthen cooperation with Eternal Apex going forward to create a win-win future. Only at that moment did everyone realize how deeply Eternal Apex was connected to both associations. Turns out the reason the 8 guilds couldn't trade was because Eternal Apex was pulling the strings. That level of influence is truly terrifying. But at the same time, everyone knew the Life Profession Association and Blacksmith Guild had been bitter enemies for years. So how did Eternal Apex manage to perfectly balance their relationship? No one could figure it out. 3 p.m. this afternoon, the most luxurious clubhouse in Lingwest City had an entire room booked, and now the room was already packed with people. If any outsider were to enter now, they would be utterly shocked. Because in this room were gathered the top figures from every industry in Lingwest City. For example, the high-ranking officials of the city's 2 main associations, and the leaders of all local guilds. But the seat of honor belonged to Chung Qianma alone. He was now the undisputed ruler of Lingwest City. No one dared contest that. Since everyone is here, let's officially begin the meeting. I'll keep it brief. Please listen carefully. First, after sweeping through Lingwest City, Chung Qianma had fully secured his position. Next, he needed to quickly advance to 3rd class and report to Seoul of Yanlong. So, he had to set clear development plans for the guild. That way, even if he was away in the future, the guild could continue to grow smoothly. The first policy he announced was that the 8 guilds must hand over 50% of their resources at once. This would allow him to amass enormous wealth quickly and instantly upgrade Eternal Peak to level 7. Once Eternal Peak reached level 7, not only would the guild member cap increase greatly, allowing them to keep recruiting students from the National Alliance of Agriculture, but he could also establish a promotion and selection system. Eternal Peak currently had 11 sub-guilds, which included many talented members. Chung Qianma planned to use this opportunity to optimize his personnel structure and integrate all sub-guilds. By then, they could form a powerful guild alliance centered on Eternal Peak. In the future, when new members joined, they would first enter the sub-guilds for selection and evaluation. Only those who met Chung Qianma's standards could be promoted to the main Eternal Peak guild. This way, Eternal Peak's overall strength would reach unprecedented heights. Moreover, this strategy would also help distribute the workload step by step, saving significant manpower for the main guild. In the future, the elite members of the main guild would only need to focus on improving their own strength without having to worry about anything else. This greatly accelerated talent development. The second policy was to establish a rotating sub-leader system. The 8 guild leaders from before were all stripped of their positions. Only if they earned enough merit again and passed Chung Qianma's personal evaluation would they have a chance to reclaim their former glory. The main reason Chung Qianma did this was that he didn't trust those 8 leaders. After all, they had only joined because they were forced by power. On the other hand, he also wanted to use this system to inspire other members' fighting spirit. With this rotation mechanism in place, it meant anyone could have the chance to become a sub-leader. On the continent of Tianqi, such a bold reform had never been attempted before. So once it was implemented, it massively boosted everyone's motivation. No one doesn't want to rise to the top. But when a guild is first established, the hierarchy is already fixed. Talented people could end up as wage slaves their entire lives. But with this new system in place, everything changed. As long as you're good enough, you have a shot at sitting in the leader's seat too. As for the final point, Eternal Apex would begin deeper cooperation with the 2 associations in Lingwest City. They could send their people to work in Eternal City, and Chung Qianma would use his experience to offer these people new technical insights, achieving mutual benefit in the process. Moreover, according to what he knew, once Eternal City was upgraded again, it might gain permission to open shops. By then, he could bring all the shops in Lingwest City over to Eternal City as branches, and in doing so, he would accomplish his goal of gradually hollowing out Lingwest City. Chung Qianma believed this combo of strategies would. The influence of Eternal City would soon surpass that of Lingwest City. From now on, Any outsiders entering this region would undoubtedly come to Eternal City first. Eternal City's first step toward becoming the strongest base in the nation. Moreover, by cooperating with the two major associations, he could lay the groundwork for future mergers. This plan was truly killing two birds with one stone. Cheng Qianma deliberately spoke slowly, so that everyone could understand clearly. At first, the crowd didn't realize the gravity of the situation, but as Cheng Qianma spoke further, their expressions gradually turned to shock and fear. Chapter 531. The Grand Unification, advancing to a level 6 guild. These reforms are way too bold. If everyone has a chance to become summit leader, Guild Master Cheng's ambitions are enormous. It's beyond anything we imagined. After Cheng Qianma finished outlining all his plans, the room immediately erupted. Although no one dared to openly question him, the shock in their hearts was overwhelming. Now, the 8 former guild leaders, led by Li Dijia, all looked deathly pale. They had never expected Cheng Qianma to be so ruthless in his decisions. Cheng Qianma, however, seemed to have anticipated that these people would have concerns. So he added, the deputy guild leader selection system is a long-term policy. If you want to reclaim your original positions, you'll have to prove your strength. I've never judged anyone with prejudice. On this point, you all should know it well. As soon as he said this, many people began to nod. Cheng Qianma was famous for being fair and just. As long as you contributed to the guild, you would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Just looking at Eternal Peaks members, all equipped with luxurious gear and abundant supplies, was proof enough. Li Dijia now felt a deep bitterness in his heart. He instinctively looked toward Manhwa. Just a few days ago, this man had withdrawn, right in front of the 8 guild leaders. Back then, everyone mocked him for being a coward, and yet now, he's still a sub-leader, without facing any punishment. Meanwhile, I've ended up as one of his subordinates. In just a few days, the status and identity of both sides have changed so drastically. How could Li Dijia not feel heartbroken? Right now, he wanted to slap himself in the face. Why hadn't he seen the situation clearly back then? He thought holding the power of the 8 major guilds would easily let him take Eternal. But reality proved he was wrong, and he was disastrously wrong. Even if he hadn't been so arrogant, if he had just scouted out Eternal City beforehand, he wouldn't have made such an absurd decision. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. He had no choice but to swallow the bitter fruit of his own making. In fact, he had thought about leaving his guild to avoid this humiliation. But he couldn't bear to abandon the foundation he had built with his own hands, nor did he dare to further anger Cheng Qianma. After all, this monster's power was simply terrifying. Even if he managed to escape by luck and left this troubled place, Linghua City, with Eternal Peaks potential, they would surely conquer the world in the future. Where could he run then? If he got caught again, his fate would probably be 100 times worse than now. After witnessing Cheng Qianma's terrifying tactics, Li Dijia was completely terrified. The other 7 guild masters shared the same concern. They didn't dare risk fleeing either. Because once you've seen Cheng Qianma's terrifying power, there's no way you'd even think of resisting. Now, without hesitation, they believed that in the near future, Cheng Qianma would definitely become the top awakener in the entire Xia nation, and even the whole world. So following him didn't seem like such a bad deal. I understand your intentions, Guildmaster. I will do my best to regain that glory. Li Dijia, who had completely let go of his mental burden, cupped his hands toward Cheng Qianma, his expression extremely humble. His only way out now was to abandon all grudges and fight his way back up. At this moment, the other guild masters saw Li Dijia openly pledge his loyalty, so they naturally couldn't lag behind. They also made their declarations one after another, expressing their complete willingness to follow Cheng Qianma's lead. Cheng Qianma gave Li Dijia a meaningful look. He then smiled slightly. Of course he knew what Li Dijia was thinking, but he didn't point it out. At this point, the brand new reform plan had already been fully communicated. After exchanging a few words with everyone, Cheng Qianma left Linghua City. Then, riding Qingdai, he returned to the Eternal City. It was time to upgrade the guild to level 7 in one go. Cheng Qianma smiled. He had just harvested 50% of the 8 major guilds' resources, making him arguably the wealthiest of the wealthy. So resources for upgrading were no issue at all. Then he opened the guild panel. Congratulations, your guild has met the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Upon seeing the message, Cheng Qianma chose to upgrade without hesitation. The next second, a thunderous roar came from the outskirts of the Eternal City. At the same time, the glowing boundary of the base began expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, pushing outward constantly, until several minutes later, the Eternal City finally completed its upgrade. Congratulations, Eternal Pinnacle has successfully reached level 6. After seeing the upgrade notification, Cheng Qianma immediately checked the guild attributes. Guild name, Eternal Pinnacle. Guild level, level 6. Base name, Eternal City. Guild leader, Cheng Qianma. Guild members, 3,967 people. Influence range, within a 5 kilometers radius. Subguilds, 11. Namely, Blood Sand Guild, level 3. Galaxy Guild, level 5. Huijin Guild, level 4. Special buildings, Emerald Dragon Cliff, World Tree, Growth stage. Checkable. Special products. Produces 15 units of life source every 2 days. Hatches 1 emerald dragon egg every 7 days. Common buildings. Ultimate ironworks. Ultimate herb house. Ultimate tannery. Ultimate engineering workshop. Basic training hall. Ultimate residence. Guild warehouse. Guild mission board. Upgrade requirements. 50,000 units of wood. 50,000 units of stone. 30,000 units of ore. 25,000 units of metal. 30,000 units of leather. 20,000 units of herbs. 2 million gold coins. The guild member limit instantly increased by 300 people. Now I can finally continue recruiting students from the Xia Nation University Alliance. Very soon. Eternal Peak will reappear in the world with an entirely new image. Cheng Qianma's lips curled into a slight smile at this moment. Next, Eternal Peak will enter an unprecedented period of rapid development. Although the requirements to upgrade from level 6 to level 7 have increased significantly, for someone holding massive wealth like him, it's not an issue at all. As long as the guild member count reaches 600, he will immediately upgrade the guild to level 7. Chapter 532. A stunning transformation. Lord of Linghua City. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. Now, Linghua City has become completely calm. There are no longer any voices opposing Eternal Peak. During this time, the number of members in Eternal Peak's guild has grown dramatically. On one hand, more students from the Xia Nation University Development Alliance have arrived. On the other hand, with Eternal Peak's complete dominance over the Linghua City region, many freelance awakeners came drawn by its fame. Who wouldn't want to join such a powerful guild? And who could resist the temptation of buying epic items at incredibly low prices? Clearly, no one could. Now, the Eternal Pinnacle's member count had reached an impressive 698 people, leaving only 2 slots before the cap. Yet even so, large numbers of outsiders still eagerly tried to join every day. At the same time, members of the Eternal Pinnacle squad took advantage of these 2 months to level up like crazy. Cheng Qianma tailored a detailed leveling plan for each person based on their strengths. Some were assigned to complete long quest chains, while others were simply tasked with non-stop monster grinding. But regardless of the specific tasks, everyone's leveling speed was astonishing. Cheng Qianma's leveling strategies naturally outpaced everyone else's. Now, except for Li Mingho, who was just 1 level away from his 3rd advancement, Cheng Qianma, Huang Tian, Lin Ruoxi, and Wei Xing had all reached level 50. To others, this leveling speed was downright unbelievable. As for Qiulin and Wang Fuguei, who had already advanced, Cheng Qianma had assigned them as support leads. Every day, they led members to farm secret manuals. No matter where you are, a powerful tank and healer are always the most sought after. So once this news spread, the members of Eternal Pinnacle went wild with joy. These 2 were truly the guild's anchors. Now that the guild's headcount was full, before heading back to the outside world, it was time to upgrade the base to level 7. Hopefully, it would bring a nice surprise. Looking at the bustling base, Cheng Qianma felt very gratified. The current Eternal City had already become the most crowded place in the entire Linghua City region. Even Linghua City's main city could only rank 2nd. All of this was a kingdom he had built bit by bit. Very soon, Cheng Qianma opened the guild interface. Familiar text instantly popped up. Congratulations. The guild has met the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Cheng Qianma chose to upgrade without hesitation. This time, the territory of Eternal City underwent an earth-shattering transformation. The expansion range was larger than ever before. Cheng Qianma looked at the territory marker, stretching out to the farthest places. So far he could no longer see it. His heart filled with joy. Then he opened the guild attribute panel to check. Guild name, Eternal Peak. Guild level, 7. Territory name, Eternal City. Guild master, Cheng Qianma. Guild members, 698, 1,200 people. Sphere of influence, 10,000 meters radius. Number of sub-guilds, 11. They are Bloodson Guild, level 3. Galaxy Guild, level 5. Huijin Guild, level 4. Special building, Emerald Dragon Fawn. World Tree. Growth stage, checkable. Special products. Produces 15 units of life source every 2 days. Hatches 1 emerald dragon egg every 7 days. Common buildings. Intermediate ironworks. Intermediate herb house. Intermediate tannery. Intermediate engineering workshop. Basic training hall. Intermediate residence. Guild warehouse. Guild mission board. Upgrade requirements. 100,000 units of wood. 100,000 units of stone. 60,000 units of stone houses. 5,000 units of metal. 60,000 units of leather. 40,000 units of herbs. 4 million gold coins. Guild member count exceeds 1,000. When Cheng Qianma saw the updated data panel, he was completely stunned. Almost all the figures had doubled. This was a bit excessive. This upgrade directly expanded the guild from 5,000 to 10,000 meters. If you calculate it carefully, a circle with a 10,000 meter radius covers an area of over 300 square kilometers. That's already 3 to 4 times the size of a major city in ancient Earth times. Truly outrageous. But just as Cheng Qianma was shocked, another message appeared. Because you have occupied all guilds in the Linghua City region, The territories have been automatically merged. Merging progress. 10%, 30%, 60%, 100%. Merge complete. Guild territory expanded to 387 square kilometers. Because you have occupied 70% of Lingua City's territory, you are now granted partial administrative rights over this region. As soon as the message ended, the borders of Eternal Pinnacle's base vanished instantly. In their place, the territory seamlessly merged with all surrounding guilds. Seeing the message before him, Chung Qianma showed an extremely shocked expression. I knew it. With such a massive guild area, there was barely any land left nearby. Turns out by occupying all the guilds, I could just bring them under my command. That's actually quite user-friendly. As for taking over this region, what exactly can I do with that? Chung Qianma examined the guild interface carefully again. He quickly discovered a brand new subpage, Lingua City Management. With curiosity in his heart, Chung Qianma clicked inside. Then a massive data panel appeared before his eyes. On this panel, the data of all subguilds in the Lingua City region was recorded in detail. What was even more astonishing was that even the data for Lingua City itself was included. For example, the number of buildings in the city, daily turnover, tax rates, and so on. Basically, any data a city would have was available on this panel. After the guild reached level 7, such an astonishing change had occurred. It was quite different from what he had originally expected. Right now, Chung Qianma was basically already the lord of Lingua City, and this region now only had 2 cities left. One was Eternal City, which occupied 70% of the Lingua City region, and the other was Lingua Main City, which held a mere 30% share. Quite pitiful, really. Things were getting more and more interesting. Let's see what new features there are. Chung Qianma's lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 533. Free trade rights and investment attraction. You can spend 20 million gold coins to purchase permanent ownership of Lingua City, but you currently lack the funds and cannot make the purchase. Congratulations. Since Eternal Peak has reached level 7, free trade rights are now unlocked. You can invite anyone to settle in Eternal City. They can all freely do business. At the same time, you can also set the corresponding tax rates. Settlers must pay their dues on time every month. Just as Chung Qianma opened the guild building page, a flurry of notifications popped up. I am now equivalent to controlling the Lingua City area with a 70% share, so I can spend 20 million to buy the remaining portion. The data on Lingua City just now was merely displayed. There's no operational control. I'm afraid I'll need to buy it completely to gain full control. However, this free management right is quite interesting. It seems, as the guild level increases, guild development will gradually shift from manual control to autonomous progress. At this moment, in Qianma's mind, many ideas emerged. He currently owns Eternal City. With 100% control, he can set any rules himself. But for parts of Lingua City, he can only observe, not interfere. So Qianma decided to prioritize launching an investment attraction campaign for Eternal City. Invite all the shops in Lingua City to come over. As long as he saves enough money in the future, he'll buy Lingua City outright and fully control this area. The future stronghold of Eternal City will be centered in this area, then expand to surrounding maps. According to Lingua City's panel, doing business in the main city requires paying a 10% tax monthly. Eternal City right now is still in the early stage of attracting investment. It's not wise to set the tax rate too high, so let's start with a 5% standard. Once the scale grows later, it can be appropriately increased. Qianma isn't someone who kills the goose for its eggs. He isn't swayed by the temptation of huge profits to blind his judgment, charging a 5% tax rate monthly across the entire Tianqi continent. This is definitely the lowest standard. He believed that once this news spread, not only people from the Lingua City region, but even from other regions, would want to come here to open shops and make money. After all, who doesn't want to earn more? Although Eternal City was already massive, with 11 branch guilds under its banner, compared to its vast territory, the flow of people was still insufficient. In fact, it even seemed a bit hollow behind its grand appearance. So Chung Qianma hoped to attract more people by setting low taxes, so they would take the initiative to help build the territory. Otherwise, with a base this large, relying on himself alone for construction would be absolutely overwhelming. At the same time, it was impossible for him to stay in Eternal City every day. He still had many tasks to complete. So for the next development plan, he decided to change his approach. Instead of handling everything personally, he would set the overall strategy and let his subordinates take care of the details. To implement this idea, Chung Qianma called Gu Qian over. Old Gu, as the vice guild master, you can't just sunbathe all day, can you? Chung Qianma teased Gu Qian with a playful smile. But Gu Qian's expression looked a little strange, because just now, the astonishing changes happening in Eternal City had all been seen by him. So at this moment, he was still a little dazed. Let's not talk about sunbathing for now. First, let's discuss this. Our guild only advanced to level 7. So why has it undergone such dramatic changes? Gu Qian had once been fortunate to visit another level 7 guild. Although their base was also quite large, it still didn't compare to Eternal City. That's why he was so shocked. Cheng Qianma smiled. He knew that if he wanted Gu Qian to cooperate sincerely, he had to clearly explain the situation to him. So he told him everything he currently knew, along with many of his speculations. In his view, the reason Eternal City underwent such drastic changes was most likely because he had wiped out all the guilds in one go. Such an outrageous feat, even by national or global standards, was something extremely rare. And after Gu Qian finished listening, he remained silent for a long time. The shock in his heart was simply beyond words. According to Cheng Qianma's explanation, in the near future, Eternal City could very well become the #1 city in the entire Tianqi continent. That made him extremely excited. The best decision I've made in this life was choosing to follow you. So tell me, what do you need me to do? Gu Qian said teasingly. Cheng Qianma knew Gu Qian had invested a lot of effort into Eternal City. He also knew Gu Qian had been waiting for him to grow strong and help him advance. So Cheng Qianma had always been very grateful. I'm about to take my 3rd class advancement trial, so during this time, I'll need to trouble you a bit. But don't worry, I'll fulfill my promise soon. I will make sure you reach the 4th advancement stage. When Cheng Qianma said this, he was incredibly serious. In his eyes, there was unwavering confidence, as if helping Gu Qian reach 4th advancement was no big deal at all. After hearing that, Gu Qian, he felt the long-dormant passion in his heart finally awakening. He laughed loudly. Would I not trust you, my little monster? No. You'll soon become a great monster, or even an old... Go on without worry. With me here, Eternal City will be safe. Gu Qian smiled and patted his chest. He truly had the ability to make such a bold claim. Cheng Qianma fully trusted Gu Qian now, so he nodded slightly. Then he shared all his upcoming development plans with Gu Qian. At the same time, he granted Gu Qian the highest level of authority, aside from disbanding the guild. He could do everything a guild master could do. This unconditional trust deeply moved Gu Qian. I'll leave this to you then. I hope that next time I return, I'll see Eternal City even more prosperous than before. Without waiting for Gu Qian to respond, Cheng Qianma quickly departed. Gu Qian watched Cheng Qianma's retreating figure, his eyes revealing a trace of determination. Humph. Next time you come back, prepare to be amazed. Chapter 534. With you, my Xia Nation prospers. Cheng Qianma entrusted Eternal Cities, upgrade construction tasks, and investment attraction efforts completely to Gu Qian. Now he had completely freed up his hands. Finally, he could focus on my own matters. Very soon, he gathered the entire Eternal Pinnacle team, all members together. Mingho, you need to work hard, strive to reach level 50 soon. Also, Qiu Zai and Lao Wang, while we're away, you two will need to put in extra effort, guide the guild members more. If anything comes up, you can discuss it with Lao Gu. When we return from the 3rd job advancement, there will be heavy tasks to handle. So everyone must stay focused. Right after Cheng Qianma finished speaking, everyone nodded seriously, especially Huang Tian, Wei Sheng, and Lin Ruoxi showed expressions of anticipation. They never dreamed that they could pursue the 3rd job advancement so quickly. With their leveling speed, it could be called a rocket-like ascent. After a brief exchange, Cheng Qianma led Huang Tian and the others to leave the Eternal City. When 4 emerald dragons took flight simultaneously, the people of the Eternal City stopped to watch in awe, bidding farewell to Cheng Qianma. They all knew the guild leader was heading for the 3rd job advancement test. It wouldn't take long before the Eternal City would gain 4 more 3rd job powerhouses, and exceptionally strong ones at that. 3 hours later, Cheng Qianma, with Lin Ruoxi, smoothly returned to Divine Domain University, while Wei Sheng and Huang Tian each returned to their homes. As soon as Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruoxi appeared at the gates of Divine Domain University, the entire campus erupted with excitement. The news spread like wildfire. The news instantly spread to every corner of Divine Realm University. The two walked side by side, strolling through the campus. These past days, they had been incredibly busy, and it had been a long time since they enjoyed such a leisurely moment. Our university has changed so much. You see people from other schools everywhere. Lin Ruoxi looked around and noticed many students wearing uniforms from other schools, and couldn't help but comment. This was also proof of Divine Realm University's rapid development. She was naturally very happy. Cheng Qianma also nodded slightly, judging from the current situation. While he had been away from the school, the Xia Nation University Development Alliance had made tremendous progress. Now, not only did every student wear a confident smile, but also the former atmosphere of laxity had completely vanished. Divine Realm University had truly undergone a complete transformation. Now, Cheng Qianma was the spiritual pillar of Divine Realm University. So as they passed by, the students, whenever they saw her, would reveal looks of deep admiration. It's no exaggeration to say that Divine Realm University, having once been at the bottom of Xia Nation's top 20, had reclaimed its current status, largely thanks to Chung Qianma. More and more people now regarded her as the role model of their lives. Before long, Chung Qianma and Lin Ruoxi arrived at the principal's office of Divine Realm University. As soon as they pushed open the door, they were greeted by Lin Zhao's smiling face. Lin Ruoxi, who hadn't seen her grandfather for days, immediately rushed into his arms. Silly girl. You're about to undergo your third advancement, yet you're still acting so spoiled. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lin Zhao, with a doting expression, gently stroked Lin Ruoxi's hair. How could she not cherish her precious granddaughter? How did Grandma know? I'm close to my third job advancement. Lin Ruoxi stood up abruptly and said. Lin Zhao smiled faintly, then teased. Is your grandma that clueless? You've been gone for so long this time. And since you suddenly returned today, it must be for the third job advancement test, right? Chung Qianma's capabilities. I know them well. Based on Lin Zhao's understanding of Chung Qianma, she naturally knew his every move, carried a strong sense of purpose. Every time he returned before, he always brought her surprises. So today, it surely wouldn't be an exception. The principal is right. Ruoxi and I have indeed reached level 50. This time we came back to participate in the third job advancement test, Chung Qianma said with a slight smile. Great, excellent. Back in my day, when I was your age, I was barely over level 40. You've truly surpassed your predecessors, outshining us all. Though Lin Zhao had mentally prepared herself, hearing with her own ears that Chung Qianma and Lin Ruoxi had reached level 50, still brought a relieved smile to her face. Ever since Chung Qianma's meteoric rise, everything about him has been utterly extraordinary. Many established rules of the Apocalypse continent seem insignificant when applied to him. Now, her precious granddaughter, following him, has also achieved astonishing results. How could she not be overjoyed? Tell me about your next plans. Lin Zhao had Chung Qianma and her granddaughter sit on the sofa, then poured each of them a cup. Chung Qianma didn't stand on ceremony. He then began to speak confidently. This time, I plan to challenge the secret realm together with Ruoxi. That way, it'll save us time. Ordinary people can barely keep up with her pace now. Chung Qianma's words were clearly praising Lin Ruoxi, so her face immediately lit up with a happy smile. Since Chung Qianma had already undergone her third advancement, she naturally didn't need any help. But to make things easier for Lin Ruoxi, she chose to stay by her side. Hearing this, Lin Zhao's smile grew even wider. Chung Qianma's intentions were crystal clear to her. In her eyes, as long as things developed naturally, it was only a matter of time before Chung Qianma became her granddaughter's husband. So, of course, she had no objections. No problem. It's getting late today, so you two should rest first. Tomorrow, I'll have someone arrange everything for your third advancement. Also, after your third advancement is complete, I plan to hold a meeting. When the time comes, don't you slip away early. Lin Zhao knew that Chung Qianma never liked troublesome matters, but this meeting had been waiting for her all along, so she gave her an early warning. Hearing this, Chung Qianma felt a little awkward. After a few dry coughs, she agreed. After that, the two of them left the principal's office. Lin Zhao watched Chung Qianma's departing figure and muttered to herself, with you, my Xia nation shall surely flourish. Chapter 535. The third advancement test begins. Dreamland. Nervous? Chung Qianma asked with a smile. With you here, I'll never feel nervous. Lin Ruoxi, staring at Chung Qianma's face, answered very seriously. Good. Then let's face the third job advancement together. After confirming Lin Ruoxi's resolve, Chung Qianma led her slowly toward the portal of the third job advancement secret realm. Early this morning, Divine Domain University had prepared everything needed for their third job advancement test, since Chung Qianma had specifically requested, before the test, that today's assessment be viewed only by the senior members of the Xia Nation University Development Alliance. Therefore, under Lin Zhao's direction, the observation room at Divine Domain University was already filled with people. I never expected that kid Chung Qianma would reach level 50 so quickly. Indeed, who could have imagined that in just about a year, he'd achieve such terrifying accomplishments? The younger generation is truly formidable. With him leading our Xia Nation University Development Alliance, the future will undoubtedly be bright. I just wonder what kind of results he'll achieve today. The atmosphere in the meeting room was quite relaxed, with everyone playfully teasing Chung Qianma, while also genuinely envying Lin Zhao. Anyone who wasn't blind could see Lin Ruoxi's affection for Chung Qianma. If Chung Qianma truly became Lin Zhao's grandson-in-law, the future development of Divine Domain University would be limitless. Some even regretted not having a precious granddaughter of their own. Before entering the third job advancement secret realm, Chung Qianma had already drawn lots in advance. The secret realm he and Lin Ruoxi would challenge today was called the Land of Nightmares. Although the difficulty of this secret realm is the same as the upper floors of the Black Tower, both at the epic level, in practice, it's still a bit easier. After all, Nightmare Land isn't a team-based secret realm. After a flash of white light, Chung Qianma and Lin Ruoxi successfully entered the secret realm. Legend has it that Nightmare Land was once one of the proudest main cities of the elven race. But later, due to an attack by a mysterious force, it became a wasteland. The elves, who lost their homeland, were ultimately forced to leave this land, and now, the area has been taken over by ogres, satyrs, undead, and other races, plunging Nightmare Land into perpetual darkness. As soon as Chung Qianma and Lin Ruashi entered Nightmare Land, they found themselves on a huge circular platform. This place is so high. Do we need to follow the circular corridor and keep moving downward? Lin Ruashi walked to the edge of the platform and leaned out to take a look. Directly below them were 3 more platforms with identical structures, with a total height difference of over 30 meters. Lin Ruashi knew that Chung Qianma always knew everything, so she took the initiative to ask Chung Qian and saw many small monsters on both sides. Then, she smiled slightly and asked, "Does your 3rd advancement quest have any special requirements? Or do you just need to clear Nightmare Land?" Chung Qianma was lucky. Her 3rd advancement quest only required clearing the realm, but she wasn't sure about Lin Ruashi's quest, so she asked, "I'm not too sure either. The quest says I need to obtain an item called a corrupted energy stone. I'm still totally confused about it." Lin Ruashi checked the task requirements and said with a bewildered look. After listening, Chung Qianma slightly curled his lips into a smile. Others might not know what a corruption energy stone is, but he knew very well. This thing. It's easy to get if you know how, but tricky if you don't. Tricky to get. But no worries. I've got this. Come. Hold on to me first. Chung Qianma was just playing the part of a cryptic guide, with no ulterior motives. But the inexperienced Lin Ruashi instantly blushed. She didn't understand what Chung Qianma was planning, so upon hearing the words "hold on to me," her mind instantly flooded with countless vivid images. Though a bit shy, she still pursed her lips, walked behind Chung Qianma, and then stretched out her arms, tightly wrapping them around Chung Qianma's waist. Chung Qianma suddenly felt 2 soft sensations pressing against his back, and immediately felt a bit awkward. He only meant for Lin Ruashi to hold on to him, not to hug him so tightly. Now he could even feel the softness on his back slightly deforming. "You can relax a bit. No need to be so tense. It'll be quick. Really fast," Chung Qianma said calmly. Lin Ruashi seemed to realize her actions were a bit off, so she loosened her grip slightly, holding on less tightly. Then Chung Qianma unfurled the Thousand-Blade Radiance umbrella, grabbing Lin Ruashi's hand. The next second, he leaped off the edge of the circular platform with Lin Ruashi in tow. The Thousand-Blade Radiance umbrella instantly shifted into its gliding form in midair, and the 2 of them soared like a hang glider, flying toward the depths of the land of nightmares. Lin Ruashi was initially scared and nervous, but as the cool breeze kept rushing toward her, "Are we really jumping like this? That should save us quite a bit of time." Lin Ruashi did a quick calculation. There were 3 circular platforms in total, with at least 40 to 50 monsters on each level. Now that Chung Qianma was carrying her and flying straight down, they didn't need to fight those monsters at all. "That's right. After we land, we'll see a small path. As long as we cross it, we'll reach the first boss of Nightmare Land," Chung Qianma explained to Lin Ruashi, while adjusting her flight path. Half a minute later, they landed safely. They had finally reached the bottom of the circular platforms. "Your weapon is amazing. Flying feels incredible." Lin Ruashi looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim. Chung Qianma noticed Lin Ruashi's envy and chuckled softly. "After your 3rd advancement, I'll craft a custom flying weapon for you." Chapter 536. Perfect Coordination. Awakening Ground. After landing, Chung Qianma and Lin Ruashi headed straight for the path leading to the first boss. Here, there was only one type of elite monster, the Withered Warrior. Although their level was only 52, they had extremely high physical defense. What's more, their normal attacks had a 30% chance of inflicting the debuff, Withering Disease. Withering Disease. The target is corroded by the Withering Virus, reducing movement speed by 50%, all attributes reduced by 20%, lasting 10 seconds, and stacking up to 2 layers. "Stay close to me later. Don't fall behind. Once I gather all the monsters, we'll attack together. You have plenty of crowd control skills." After explaining the tactics, Chung Qianma dashed forward. Along this path, there were a total of 12 elite withered warriors. Each had a health pool of 35,000 points. Chung Qianma moved with an eerily unpredictable pace, weaving through the withered warriors. Each time he passed one, he struck it with the Thousand-Blade Radiance umbrella. This way, all the mob's aggro was firmly locked onto him. Lin Ruashi's reaction speed was no slouch either. She consistently maintained a distance of about 6 meters from Chung Qianma, safe, yet never falling behind. Safe and steady. 2 minutes later, Chung Qianma, with 12 mobs in tow, reached the end of the path. It was a T-shaped intersection, with paths on both sides leading to the first boss room. Then he switched the Thousand-Blade Radiance umbrella to its grappling hook form, pulling Lin Ruashi toward him in one swift motion. Lin Ruashi's body traced a graceful arc through the air, looking utterly dashing. After she landed, Chung Qianma immediately said, "Guys left, girls right. We'll each take one side, attacking from opposite ends. Start with a sweep." Lin Ruashi nodded seriously, then tightly gripped her divine light war spear. 3 seconds later, the 12 withered warriors had just stepped out of the path's exit when they were hit by two simultaneous sweeps. Asterisk, thud, asterisk, asterisk, thud, asterisk, asterisk, thud, asterisk. Chung Qianma deliberately timed his attack 1 second after Lin Ruashi's, so the two sweeps knocked all the withered warriors down. The withered warriors' wither effect is strong, quickly building up dazzle runes. Let's hit them with a wave of dazzle rune pressure and take them out in one shot, Chung Qianma said while fiercely attacking the mobs. Chain thrust, jawbreaker, roundhouse staff, and other skills. Attacks continued to flow from his hands in just a few seconds. Behind him, 13 black energy orbs condensed. Moreover, during his attacks, his 38% chance cleave passive triggered twice in succession, causing the withered warriors to fall back down just as they were trying to get up. Although Lin Ruashi wasn't like Chung Qianma, able to accumulate rune patterns regardless of the skill used, she relied on her extremely fast attack speed to quickly gather 7 dark attribute rune patterns by continuously using her spinning baton skill, just as Chung Qianma had told Lin Xiao earlier. Nowadays, ordinary people could if it weren't for Chung Qianma's abnormal strength, anyone else fighting alongside Lin Ruashi would only be left far behind by her relentless pace. However, at that moment, a wave of exclamations erupted in the observation room. Principal Lin is truly blessed. It's only been a while, and Ruashi's strength has grown so much. Her attack speed is the fastest I've ever seen in my life. Indeed, Ruashi's talent is truly enviable. Wait a moment. Has no one noticed how unusually high Chung Qianma's rune count is? Aren't battle mages only supposed to accumulate a maximum of 7 rune patterns? How come she has 13? Principal Lin, do you know? Everyone had initially been amazed by Lin Ruashi's strength, but their attention quickly shifted to Chung Qianma. It was common knowledge across Apocalypse Continent that battle mages could only accumulate up to 7 rune patterns, no matter who it was. No one could surpass that limit, but Chung Qianma had clearly broken through this restriction. This left everyone in complete shock. Even Lin Xiao couldn't help but show a strange expression. Faced with the crowd's questions, she actually wanted to say, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Who the hell knows how this little monster pulled that off?" Though Lin Xiao grumbled inwardly to maintain her image, she could only put on a composed front and say, "Perhaps this is just Chung Qianma. The reason we're allowed to watch today is that during his second job advancement, he banned all live streams. It seems many extraordinary things have happened to him. Let's wait and see." Lin Xiao finished speaking and stroked her beard, as if everything was under control. Sure enough, her calm and composed expression stunned the others. They didn't notice anything amiss, and nodded in agreement. In fact, Lin Xiao's guess just now was close to Chung Qianma's own thoughts. The reason Chung Qianma allowed all the senior members of the Xia Nation University Development Alliance to watch his Secret Realm livestream today was to showcase his abilities to them. In the past, his strength was lacking, so he had to hide his skills as much as possible to secure a good environment for growth. But as his strength continued to grow, the situation now is completely different. Even before reaching level 50, Chung Qianma could already crush level 58 star entrance. So once he completes his third job advancement, how far will he grow? It's worth noting that for Awakeners, each job advancement brings the greatest boost. And the more advancements one undergoes, the greater the gap in strength becomes. So as long as he clears the land of nightmares today, Chung Qianma will become the strongest third job Awakener in history. There's no doubt about it. After succeeding in his third job advancement, he'll stand among the upper echelons of Blue Star's pyramid. If he achieves a fourth job advancement in the future, he could even stand at the very top. Chung Qianma now has enough strength to protect himself, so the days of hiding and skulking are gone for good. This long-dormant dragon is now gradually awakening, and after the third job advancement test, he'll report to the soul of the flame dragon. That place gathers Xia Nation's top talents. If he wants to raise his, Chung Qianma must display sufficient strength. So, he's preparing a golden reputation for himself. Chapter 537. Boss with Random Strength. Rune Crush. Boss. Chung Qianma and Lin Ruashi unleashed a double rune crush simultaneously. The 12 withered warriors that had been gathered together instantly erupted with blinding light. The next second, they were all wiped out. Not bad, your skills have improved. Chung Qianma had been watching Lin Ruashi the whole time, and noticed that her control had grown even stronger, so she didn't hesitate to offer praise. Hearing the compliment, Lin Ruashi playfully stuck out her tongue, then proudly declared, "I've always been strong. I'll never fall behind you." But as soon as she said that, her face flushed red, because the last part of her sentence was a bit ambiguous. Fortunately, Chung Qianma didn't seem to notice, and she let out a sigh of relief. After clearing out all the monsters, Chung Qianma led Lin Ruashi to a nearby pool. The pool covered about 1,500 square meters, much larger than a standard swimming pool. However, the water wasn't deep, only about 40 centimeters, so they could stand inside it without worrying about drowning. Why is there an altar-like structure in the middle of the... And why don't I see the first boss? Lin Ruashi found the pool a bit strange, and asked curiously. Chung Qianma smiled slightly. Well, The first boss of Dreamland is a bit special. It needs to be summoned. Besides, its level fluctuates. That small altar you see is the key to the summoning. The first boss of Dreamland is called Hyposh, a classic water element creature. But unlike bosses in other secret realms, Hyposh's level is completely random. There are 4 boxes on the altar at the center of the pool, and behind them is a pentagon-shaped groove. To successfully summon Hyposh, we need to use the offerings inside the boxes. In fact, each of these 4 boxes can yield a pentagonal sacrifice, but their actual effects are completely different. Pentagonal sacrifices are divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and special-grade tiers. High boss will manifest different avatars. Based on the quality of the sacrifice offered by the Awakener, the higher the quality of the inserted sacrifice, the more devout high boss deems the Awakener, and the weaker its avatar will be. But if a low-grade sacrifice is offered instead, high boss will feel and it will manifest its strongest avatar. Since the sacrifices in the boxes are randomly distributed each time, and opening any one box instantly destroys the other 3. The strength of the high boss summoned depends entirely on luck. There's no way to game the system. Chung Qianma turned to Lin Ruashi, gave a simple explanation. The latter nodded. Are you going, or should I? Chung Qianma felt her luck wasn't particularly good, so she wanted to ask for Lin Ruashi's opinion. Since this action depends entirely on luck, it doesn't really matter who does the summoning. Lin Ruashi found this boss quite interesting, so she seemed a bit eager to give it a try. But just as she was about to walk to the center of the pool, a cat's meow suddenly came from behind. Meow. Chung Qianma was instantly shocked. For safety reasons earlier, the little kitten with no combat ability had always been kept in her spatial storage. Logically speaking, even though she's a living creature, without her permission, there's no way she could come out of the storage space. But now, she had somehow come out on her own. It was simply unbelievable. Yu Jiang, how did you manage that? Chung Qianma had always felt this little kitten was a bit mysterious. Now that feeling had grown even stronger. Meow meow meow. The little kitten seemed to be responding to Chung Qianma's question. She let out a few more cries. Is she hungry? Poor thing. Lin Ruashi had always been very fond of Yu Jiang. Now seeing her suddenly run out and cry out loudly, she thought the kitten was hungry. So Lin Ruashi took out a few dried fish snacks from her pocket and placed them in front of Yu Jiang. But unexpectedly, Yu Jiang lifted her head with disdain and walked away. Such a picky eater. But I don't have any other food right now. Maybe I'll feed you when we get back. Lin Ruashi wasn't upset. She just thought the little kitten didn't like the dry fish snacks. Such a simple-minded girl. It's understandable to think this way. But the usually sharp-minded Chung Qianma is now stirred with shock in her heart. Could Yu Jiang really be benevolent? Her expression just now gave me the feeling of a highly intelligent being. An ordinary kitten could never do that. Chung Qianma feels that this kitten must be hiding a huge secret, so she wants to walk over to her and pick her up for a closer look. But every time she takes a few steps, the kitten seems to have read her intentions and runs away in advance. Yu Jiang seems really clever. She seems to understand your intentions. Seeing the kitten's astonishing behavior, even Lin Ruashi has now noticed something unusual. Chung Qianma has roamed Tianqi for years and has never encountered anything so bizarre, so she immediately pushes her speed to the limit to forcibly catch Yu Jiang. But then, a shocking scene unfolds. Every time Chung Qianma is about to touch Yu Jiang, she perfectly dodges at the last moment, and each dodge is executed with the smallest possible movement. You must know that Chung Qianma's top speed is incredibly fast. Even ordinary third-stage powerhouses might not be able to evade her, yet this little kitten does it effortlessly. For the first time, Chung Qianma feels a sense of powerlessness. I can't even handle a little kitten. Is this for real? However, while Chung Qianma is grumbling, the big shots in the observation room have clearly seen her series of actions. As spectators, they naturally can't sense the kitten's mystery, so they all think Chung Qianma is playing with the kitten. Everyone now shows a rather helpless expression. Does this kid have some weird hobby? She's actually playing with a pet in the boss room. Chapter 538, Super Rare. A blind cat catching a dead mouse. Stop messing around, Yu Jiang. At this moment, Chung Qianma looks at the kitten with a helpless expression. She has never encountered such a peculiar pet. Yet the kitten seems to understand Chung Qianma's intentions again. She proudly raises her head and lets out a few meows. Huh. Yu Jiang is just too cute. It was also the first time Lin Ruashi saw. She couldn't help but laugh. No matter how difficult the situation was before, the guy in front of her had always been calm and composed. Today, seeing this other side of her made Lin Ruashi feel a different kind of emotion. The little kitten seemed to feel victorious, spinning around several times on the spot. Chung Qianma had completely given up on catching her now. She could only say helplessly, since you don't want to go back into the storage space, then just find a safe corner to stay in. We're about to fight the boss, and we won't have time to look after you. Ruashi, just pick any box and open it. Lin Ruashi nodded slightly upon hearing this. Then she walked to the altar at the center of the pool. After a moment of inner struggle, she decided to open the third box. However, at that moment, the little kitten dashed like lightning and leaped onto the altar. Then she bit onto Lin Ruashi's sleeve, stopping her from opening the third box. Yu Jiang, what are you doing? Lin Ruashi looked puzzled. She had no idea why Yu Jiang wanted to stop her from opening the box. Meow 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 meow. After letting go of her sleeve, the little kitten rhythmically meowed 4 times in a row. This scene gave Cheng Qianma quite a shock. Could it be that she deliberately stopped Lin Ruashi from opening the third box and wanted her to pick the fourth one instead? To confirm this thought, Cheng Qianma slowly walked over to the fourth box. Right after that, she turned to Yu Jiang and asked tentatively, "Do you want us to open this box?" The little kitten immediately nodded. Then she ran around the fourth box several times. At that moment, Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruashi were both shocked. Now they were finally certain. The seemingly harmless little kitten in front of them not only understood human speech, and it seems to know some secrets. Anyway, I just picked randomly. Why not trust Yu Jiang this time? The more Lin Ruashi looks at Yu Jiang, the cuter she finds her, so she persuades Cheng Qianma. After a brief moment of thought, Cheng Qianma slightly nods. Then she opens the fourth box. In an instant, a faint blue light illuminates the entire boss room. Inside the box appears a pentagon-shaped bone, its size perfectly fitting the groove behind. At the same time, the other 3 boxes instantly turned to dust. No one could see what was inside them. Oh well, since it's already opened, let's give it a try. Cheng Qianma slowly places the pentagon-shaped bone into the groove. Then, countless water vapors suddenly condense above the pool. In just a few seconds, a massive body instantly materializes. It is none other than High Boss, the #1 boss of the Nightmare Realm. Who has awakened me? After High Boss's avatar appears, it doesn't immediately turn hostile. At the same time, Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruashi still can't see its level. Let me first check the quality of the offering. High Boss closes its eyes slightly and slowly extends its right hand. The next second, the pentagon-shaped offering in the groove turns into specks of starlight and flows into its body. Not bad. It's actually a top-grade offering. Truly delicious. Since you are sincere enough, I'll lower the difficulty a bit. As High Boss's words fall, its originally 6-meter-tall body shrinks to less than 3 meters. At this moment, Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruashi can finally see its information. High Boss's weakened avatar, level 48 water element boss, 230,000 HP. When Cheng Qianma saw the avatar of Hypnos was only level 48, the shock in her heart was beyond words. What shocked her was not that Hypnos had weak stats, but that following the little kitten's suggestion, she had actually picked the supreme offering. After all, Dreamland is an epic level secret realm. The minimum level is at least 50, and as a boss level elite, Hypnos could not possibly fall below that limit. There's only one possibility. They got lucky and drew the supreme offering, which reduced Hypnos' level to the minimum. A level 48 difficulty for a level 50 awakener is almost like a walk in the park. Not to mention, Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruashi's actual strength far exceeded that of level 50 awakeners. Just from the boss's name, which includes weakened avatar, you could tell it wasn't strong. A 1 in 4 chance to draw the supreme offering. Not too big, but not too small either. Was the little kitten just blindly lucky, or did she see what was inside the box beforehand? At this moment, Cheng Qianma looked at the little kitten with a serious expression. Countless speculations filled her mind. However, the weakened avatar of Hypnos didn't give her much time to think. It instantly entered battle mode. Be silent and taste the power of the currents. Hypnos suddenly raised both hands high. Right from the start, he unleashed his first skill, Silent Water Prison. The next second, the doors of the boss room slammed shut. At the same time, countless blue particles appeared in the air. Cheng Qianma suddenly felt the humidity rise rapidly. She finally snapped back to her senses. Even though we're lucky to have drawn the easiest boss, we still can't let our guard down. The Silent Water Prison will activate in 3 minutes, flooding the entire room. By then, we'll have nowhere to escape, so we must kill it quickly. As Cheng Qianma's words fall, the blue specks in the air instantly draw closer together. Then, an astonishing scene unfolds. After merging, they transform into countless raindrops. In an instant, the boss room, calm and quiet a second ago, is now swept by gusts and heavy rain. Chapter 539. Wealth scattered freely, leading the trend. Ruashi, this boss's physical attack power isn't high, so you tank it. I'll switch to a mage class for damage output, since High Boss is purely a water element. All its attack methods are magical skills. Lin Ruashi can tank it without any issues. At the same time, water and fire elements are naturally opposed. No matter which element skills are used against the other, they'll gain massive damage bonuses. To maximize output, Cheng Qianma chooses to let Lin Ruashi tank the boss, while she decisively uses full fire-based skills for damage. Lin Ruashi doesn't hesitate. After hearing Cheng Qianma's instructions, she charges toward High Boss. 3 seconds later, Cheng Qianma finally completes her first spell chant, Flame Impact. A fiery meteor over a meter in diameter suddenly crashes down from directly above High Boss. The next second, 3 damage numbers consecutively appear above High Boss. -9,762. Crushing attack. Elemental advantage bonus. -9,802. Crushing attack. Elemental advantage bonus. Minus 22,931. Critical hit. Elemental advantage bonus. 298. 00. https://grok.xai08:16 920 00:08:19 520. Cheng Qianma. With just a minor elementalist skill, deals over 40,000 points of damage to high boss in one go. This damage output efficiency is simply terrifying. The reason she could deal such outrageous damage was mainly because she not only had overwhelming stats, but also fully utilized the fire attribute's bonus effect. Without either of these factors, such results would have been impossible. Hypnos's avatar seemed stunned by Cheng Qianma's fiery blast. Even though she knew her level wasn't high, she didn't expect to be this fragile. As if to prove her toughness, she unleashed another skill. Ice Armor Technique. Ice Armor Technique. Encasing herself in rock-hard ice, Hypnos could increase her defense and magic resistance by 50% each, lasting for 30 seconds. In an instant, Hypnos's originally deep blue liquid body was covered by a layer of white ice. Lin Ruashi's continuous attacks kept producing clanging sounds. Obviously, after casting Ice Armor Technique, Hypnos's defense had reached a whole new level. She's way too tough. With each of Lin Ruashi's attacks, the powerful rebound force caused her hands to go numb. Seeing this, Cheng Qianma suddenly raised her radiant blade fan. Right after that, a dazzling light radiated from her body. Holy Dispel. She had actually used the Paladin's signature support skill, Holy Dispel. Paladins can use the power of Holy Light to dispel buffs from enemy targets, removing one buff each time. Defensive spells like Ice Armor Technique, which have a duration, are undoubtedly buffs. Therefore, Cheng Qianma's use of Holy Dispel was perfectly timed. However, she usually only used defensive skills from various classes. Using a support skill like this so proactively was indeed very rare. I have to admit, if a solo player has enough attack power, they can actually be scarier than many classes, though they were lucky to draw the weakest boss. If Cheng Qianma hadn't been a solo player, the two of them would have definitely struggled. After all, both sides got a 50% boost. That's definitely a headache to deal with. I even have a hunch. In the near future, because of Cheng Qianma's influence, more and more high schoolers will choose the solo class path. Maybe she'll even start a whole new trend. Sigh. Whether that influence is good or bad remains to be seen. At that moment, the big shots in the viewing room were all impressed by Cheng Qianma's performance. They had realized how fearsome the solo class could be. If there's a capable solo in the team, it adds so much more flexibility to tactics. Cheng Qianma had just proven that with her actions. At the same time, they were also concerned. As Cheng Qianma grew more famous, would high school students across the country flock to the solo path out of admiration? No one could say whether that outcome would be good or bad. Yellow Dragon Assault. Lin Ruashi saw that Haibosi's armor technique had been dispelled by Cheng Qianma, and she knew it was time to strike. Without hesitation, she unleashed the ultimate skill of the battle mage. A golden yellow dragon immediately shot out from the tip of her battle spear. The next second, 7 consecutive explosions erupted across Haibosi's body. The now powerful Lin Ruashi was now dishing out terrifying DPS. Under her nearly 70,000 damage burst, Haibosi's HP instantly dropped below 110,000. Seeing his health plummet, Haibosi immediately activated an AoE skill, Torrential Surge. Torrential Surge. Haibosi used his body as the center, fired 16 water jets in all directions. Any target hit will suffer massive damage and be slowed by 80%, lasting for 12 seconds. Because of the way this rapid current attack works, with each water jet being a separate damage source, it's particularly dangerous for melee classes. When the 16 water jets first appear, they have almost no collision volume. So if melee fighters are too close to Hypnos, they can easily get hit by multiple jets at once and be instantly killed. As soon as Cheng Qianma saw blue light emitting from Hypnos, she immediately switched her radiant blade fan to claw form. Then she hooked Lin Ruashi over to her side. The next second, countless water jets rapidly surged outward. From where Cheng Qianma was standing, 4 water jets were heading straight at them. Ultimate energy barrier. Without a second thought, Cheng Qianma used the invincible group defensive skill. She and Lin Ruashi were instantly enveloped by a golden shield. The sound of 4 impacts in a row failed to break through the ultimate energy barrier. The two remained completely unharmed. Taking advantage of this moment, Cheng Qianma began chanting her second-tier explosive skill, Elemental Condensation Orb. Chapter 540. Dealing 120,000 damage per shot. Miluoxiang. At the very moment, the ultimate energy barrier shattered. A colorful energy orb formed from the radiant blade fan. This was the second-tier explosive skill, Elemental Condensation Orb. Elemental Condensation Orb. The explosion element user can decide the orb's attribute as needed. Once it hits the target, it deals massive damage and instantly stacks the corresponding elemental debuff to 5 layers. This skill is basically a variant of the meteor transformation. Previously, Tonsong's meteor transformation could simultaneously unleash water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. All 5 elements. The effect of inflicting abnormal status on enemies is incredible. As for the elemental condensation orb, although it can also switch attributes, it can only choose one of 5 elements. However, in exchange for that, when the elemental condensation orb hits an enemy, it can instantly apply 5 stacks of abnormal status. For example, if Chung Qianma changes the orb's property to lightning, then if Hibosi is hit, he'll instantly receive 5 stacks of electrified. The increased damage from 5 stacks of electrify is no joke. So, the 2 skills each have their strengths when it comes to inflicting abnormal statuses. In addition, because the elemental condensation orb contains pure elemental energy at 100, its damage is far more direct. Now, facing the water-type Hibosi, switching it to fire element is undoubtedly. Here we go. Taste this full fire elemental magic orb, Chung Qianma shouted loudly, then pushed the elemental condensation orb forward with force. The next moment, Hibosi's body erupted in countless bursts of fire. At the same time, a shocking red number popped up above his head. -120,982. Crushing attack. Armor penetration bonus. Under such terrifying damage, Hibosi's remaining HP instantly evaporated. Meanwhile, in the external viewing room, everything fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by the number. That 120,000 red damage number left them speechless for a long time. Although they already knew, Chung Qianma's main strategy in this fight was to use all kinds of fire-based attacks to deal massive shell-breaking damage to a single skill causing 120,000 damage was still something they couldn't comprehend, because that number was simply too outrageous. A whole minute passed. No mistake, right? The elemental condensation orb dealt 120,000 damage. You saw it correctly. That really was the number. How did Chung Qianma train to this level? Why is his damage so much higher than others? It's unbelievable. Wait a second. Isn't the more surprising part that he can even use the explosive element ultimate skill? Exactly. A freelancer using another class's second-tier ultimate. That's even more ridiculous. Could it be that this is the real reason he allowed us to watch? At first, many people were only shocked by the orb's terrifying damage. They didn't notice anything else. But soon, they finally realized something even more frightening. Everyone felt Chung Qianma seemed to be using this livestream to send a message. That is, his trump cards are far beyond anyone's imagination. At the same time, he also wanted to use this opportunity to flex his strength. This guy, he's still as troublesome as ever. Looks like he finally couldn't hold back. Ling Xiao, who knew Chung Qianma best, wasn't surprised at all. In fact, he found it completely natural. Right now, he had no doubt that Chung Qianma wanted to announce his presence to the world. Everyone stay calm. Let's keep watching. Maybe when this dungeon ends, Chung Qianma will give us a surprise. Ling Xiao didn't say much more. He just reassured everyone. Hearing this, even though they were itching with curiosity, they could only hold themselves back. While everyone was still discussing Chung Qianma and Lin Ruoxi, they arrived at a massive open-air garden. There are so many mutated plants here. Wait, isn't there some strange scent? It smells really good. As soon as Lin Ruoxi saw the garden full of strange flora, she caught a whiff of a strange aroma. It did smell nice, but there was something addictive about it. This is mercenary fragrance. Whatever you do, don't take deep breaths. If you inhale too much, you'll receive a debuff called mercenary hallucination. It causes illusions to keep appearing in your vision, which can be extremely dangerous. Worried that Lin Ruoxi had inhaled too much, Chung Qianma quickly pulled her back. After hearing that, Lin Ruoxi was shocked. She instinctively held her breath. Then what? But, not wanting to breathe in too much, Lin Ruoxi's voice sounded a bit odd. Seeing this, Chung Qianma couldn't help but chuckle a little. This little girl is so adorably naive. She takes everything I say so seriously. Don't worry too much. Inhaling a few breaths won't be a big issue. See that wall up ahead? And the stone man flower? Everything in nature has its counter. If we defeat it, there's a chance it will drop the antidote. Chung Qianma casually pointed at a nearby mutated plant, though it looked hideous. It could drop a key item. You're amazing. You really know everything. After hearing Chung Qianma's explanation, and having held her breath too long, Lin Ruoxi took a few deep breaths all at once, and due to her sudden movement, the bouncing of her chest became quite eye-catching. So, which one should we take down first? The one on the left, or the one on the right? Lin Ruoxi. They noticed all these wall-enclosing stone flowers looked identical. There was no way to tell which one would drop the antidote. However, at that moment, the little kitten Yu Jiang, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly showed up again. She let out her signature meowing sound. Chapter 541. Did I mess up your plans? Humph. Where did you go just now? Are you hurt? Lin Ruoxi was a bit worried about Yu Jiang's safety, so she immediately picked her up. But strangely enough, this time Yu Jiang didn't show any sign of resistance. She even nuzzled against Lin Ruoxi in her arms. Seeing this scene, Chung Qianma couldn't help but darken her face. So you're playing favorites, huh? Is it because my chest muscles aren't big enough? Just you wait. One day, I'm going to braise you in soy sauce. Do you have more information you want to share with us? Lin Ruashi didn't mind at all, as Yu Jiang kept rubbing against her chest. She held Yu Jiang tightly, and turned towards the entrance of the open-air garden. Right after that, an astonishing scene unfolded. Yu Jiang suddenly stretched out her chubby little paw, and pointed toward a certain spot. Cheng Qianma and saw that in the back of the open-air garden, there was a thorny man-eating flower. Alright then, I'll trust you one more time. Ruashi, you and Yu Jiang stay here. I'll be back soon. Without any hesitation, Cheng Qianma immediately went into stealth mode. Then she moved in the direction Yu Jiang had pointed. Though there were plenty of mobs along the way, Cheng Qianma's agile footwork was impressive. She successfully avoided all the dangers. Not a single mob spotted her. 3 minutes later, she finally reached the back of that thorny man-eating flower. 38,000 HP. It's no big deal. Cheng Qianma suddenly switched the flowing light, 1,000 blades, into dagger form. Then, he stabbed it into the back of the thorned man-eating flower. He unleashed the assassin's stealth ultimate. Backstab. Backstab can only be activated from behind the target. If it hits the target's back, it deals 100% increased damage and is guaranteed to crit. The next moment, a golden damage number popped up from the thorned man-eating flower. Minus 39,082. Critical weak point hit. Backstab bonus. With Cheng Qianma's terrifying attack power, once backstab was used, the thorn man-eating flower had no chance of survival. There really was an antidote. How did Yu Jiang even pull that off? Seeing the blue powder explode out from the flower, Cheng Qianma was deeply shaken. If the last time he found the rare sacrificial item could be chalked up to dumb luck, just a blind cat finding a dead, then how do you explain this time? There were tons of mobs in the open-air garden. Just the thorn man-eating flowers alone numbered at least 30. Yet Yu Jiang didn't even hesitate for a second, and pointed right to this one. Clearly, it already knew. This specific thorn man-eating flower held the Moreau fragrance antidote. That kind of power was far beyond Cheng Qianma's understanding. Even the always calm Cheng Qianma had to admit, Yu Jiang's ability was shockingly powerful. Now it was starting to feel like an SSS tier super companion. I clearly underestimated it before. Finding the antidote in just one try, Cheng Qianma was now in a very good mood. But the moment the thorned man-eating flower fell, because he had taken the initiative to attack, he exposed himself to the nearby mob's line of sight. The nearby mobs reacted quickly. The moment they spotted an intruder, they all swarmed forward. Seeing this unfold, Cheng Qianma smiled faintly. The reason he dared to charge in solo, to kill the thorned man-eating flower head-on. Naturally, it's because ghost form can forcibly reset aggro. Otherwise, there's no way it would dare to stall like this. Cheng Qianma's mood felt like a tiny mob. In the eyes of the thorny man-eating flower, it stared into Cheng Qianma's eyes, staring 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 into Cheng Qianma's eyes. The reason it dared to charge in alone, to kill the thorny man-eating flower, was naturally because ghost form could forcibly reset aggro. Otherwise, it would never dare stall like this. 3 minutes later, Cheng Qianma, carrying the antidote, returned to Lin Ruashi and Yu Jiang's side. Wow. Yu Jiang actually got... She's amazing. Yu Jiang, you're awesome. Lin Ruashi was thoroughly impressed by Yu Jiang's skills, so she generously praised her. Yu Jiang also seemed very pleased, letting out several more cries. Yu Jiang has X-ray vision. That's how she could see deeper things in advance. Cheng Qianma said meaningfully to Yu Jiang. But as soon as Lin Ruashi heard the words X-ray vision, she jumped in fright. She quickly put Yu Jiang back down on the ground and immediately turned away. At the same time, her ears flushed bright red. Clearly, she thought Cheng Qianma was being serious. If Yu Jiang really hadn't she seen everything? And at a very critical part, too. Yu Jiang now seemed a bit unhappy. The cold ground was nothing like Lin Ruashi's chest, which had felt like two comfy sofas. So Yu Jiang angrily waved her paw at Cheng Qianma. It was unclear if she was expressing anger or denying Cheng Qianma's statement. If it's not X-ray vision, then what could it be? Cheng Qianma's curiosity was instantly piqued. As a transmigrator to this world, he had been almost omniscient and all-powerful most of the time. But Yu Jiang was the first being he knew absolutely nothing about. Of course he was interested. Then you. Cheng Qianma was about to ask Yu Jiang more questions, but to his surprise, it vanished into thin air. Where did it go? Right under my nose. And gone. Cheng Qianma was increasingly unable to understand this cute little kitten. Then he opened his spatial inventory to check, only to find the kitten already curled up inside. No matter how he called for it, Yu Jiang didn't respond at all, as if it hadn't heard him. Small body, but big attitude. So I ruined your fun, huh? You little pervy cat. Even I don't get that kind of treatment. Chapter 542. Crossing the Garden. Shapeshifter Oz. Forget it. Let it sleep for now. There's no rush to uncover its secrets. We've got plenty of time. The days ahead are long. I've got all the time in the world. Cheng Qianma had no intention of forcing the kitten to answer. If it wanted to sleep, so be it. Then he walked over to Lin Ruashi's side and tossed the blue powder they had just obtained into the air. Immediately, both of them received a buff, self-ignition immunity. Self-ignition immunity grants immunity to all fire-based auto-ignite spells. Lasts for 5 minutes. Moreau Fragrance is a classic auto-ignite spell, so with this buff, it could no longer harm the two of them. This buff only lasts for 5 minutes. Trying to clear the entire garden would clearly be unrealistic. Stick close and follow me. Let's move along the left wall. That way, we won't attract too many monsters. After Chung Qianma spoke, she dashed along the left side of the open-air garden. Lin Ruashi, looking tense, followed closely behind. In an instant, chaos erupted in the open-air garden. All the strange plants on the left side charged straight at Chung Qianma. Seeing the monsters about to catch up, Chung Qianma instantly activated the sprint boost from her traveling boots. Her movement speed soared dramatically. 4 minutes later, she led over 35 mobs to the exit of the open-air garden. Hurry up, I'm about to close the door. As she ran, Chung Qianma shouted back to Lin Ruashi. Knowing time was tight, Lin Ruashi pushed herself to speed up again. 5 seconds later, the rear door of the open-air garden slammed shut. Lin Ruashi made it inside just in time. Poison King capture. There. Chung Qianma suddenly used the Poison King's secondary skill, trapping over 30 mutated plants in place. Just attack as you like. Don't worry about me. Chung Qianma told Lin Ruashi to attack freely. Then she suddenly snapped her fingers. Immediately above the Poison King, an emerald green missile appeared. She had used the Berserker's Boom. A huge mushroom cloud exploded among the mobs. Though the mobs weren't wiped out, they lost a significant chunk of health, and every single one of them was inflicted with an electric shock effect. Right after that, Chung Qianma raised her radiant blade fan in staff form and began chanting Frost Impact. Time flew by. Just as the Poison King's binding effect ended, Chung Qianma's body suddenly erupted with immense energy. The next moment, centered on her, a terrifying surge of frost energy blasted toward the mob. Crack. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The strange plants that had just regained mobility were about to launch an attack on Chung Qianma, but were struck again by the power of Frost Impact. Some of them already had low HP, and now with an added Electrify debuff, they were instantly wiped out. As for the surviving ones, they were frozen into ice sculptures by the frost power. This undoubtedly gave Lin Ruashi the perfect opportunity to unleash her damage. The glowing runes on her back flew straight into the group of ice statues, then exploded violently, with a loud boom. The remaining strange plants were all killed by Lin Ruashi. She even gave her spear a stylish spin, looking proud and heroic. Not bad. Not bad. Not only has your attack power grown, your sense of battlefield timing has improved too. I really underestimated you before. As Chung Qianma said this, his eyes instinctively drifted toward Lin Ruashi's chest. He had never looked that closely before, but now he realized he really had underestimated her. However, Lin Ruashi didn't notice Chung Qianma's subtle glance. Hearing herself being praised, she instantly gave a proud little smile. Knowing Chung Qianma's standards, he's always had ridiculously high expectations. If she hadn't truly impressed him, she would never have earned his approval. So she was feeling really good right now. That's not even my full strength yet. I've got moves that are even more powerful and impressive I haven't shown you. I'll let you experience them slowly. Lin Ruashi pouted playfully, completely unaware of the suggestiveness of her words. Meanwhile, Chung Qianma was already screaming internally. Hey, can you not say things that sound so weird? I'm a proper gentleman, okay? What heartbreak? Like claws. What more powerful and awesome moves? What do you mean? Let me experience it slowly. Am I that kind of guy? Of course, Chung Qianma didn't dare say any of this out loud, or else Lin Ruashi might twist his ears off. Let's move through the path ahead. We'll soon be able to see the second boss of Nightmare Land. Let's hurry up and keep moving. After Chung Qianma finished speaking, she calmly moved forward. Without noticing anything unusual, Lin Ruashi followed along. There were only a few scattered mobs along the way, not too many. So the two of them reached the second boss room in just over 10 minutes. There stood a skinny sack demon. On its head were two enormous, curved horns. Shapeshifter Oz, level 53 sack demon, 280,000 HP. This sack demon looks pretty skinny, but it sure has. Seeing that Shapeshifter Oz had a whopping 280,000 HP, Lin Ruashi couldn't help but comment. Chung Qianmo replied with a smile. Don't let its small frame fool you. Its strength is anything but weak. Besides having a lot of HP, it also has plenty. After hearing this, Lin Ruashi instinctively asked, since its name has Shapeshifter in it, does that mean it's going to change forms later? Chung Qianmo nodded slightly. From what she remembered, Shapeshifter Oz not only changes forms, it can even switch between 3 forms. Chapter 543, Triple Form Shift, Shattered Rock. Before the fight began, as usual, Chung Qianmo gave Lin Ruashi an explanation about Shapeshifter Oz's skills. As its name suggests, its main damage potential centers around its shape-shifting abilities. Its first form is called Shadow Wolf form. In this form, all of Oz's attacks come with 50% armor penetration. That means, no matter how heavy your armor, you'll only ever have half your defense against it. At the same time, while in Shadow Wolf form, Oz also has a 15% chance to inflict a bleeding effect on its target. As long as a target is inflicted with even one stack of bleeding, 400 HP is lost every 3 seconds. It lasts for a total of 12 seconds. Even more terrifying, the bleed effect can stack up to 5 times. This means, at the limit, you could lose 2000 HP every 3 seconds. That's some truly terrifying damage. So even though Oz doesn't have any active skills, in his Shadow Wolf form, his damage output is still off the charts. The second form is called Rage Bear form. From the name alone, you can tell it's a high defense form. When Oz transforms into Rage Bear, his defense immediately increases by 50%. He also randomly activates an extremely annoying skill, Thorn Rebound. Thorn Rebound. Oz casts a Thorns buff on himself. All enemies who attack him will receive 30% of their own physical attack as recoil damage. It lasts for 15 seconds. This buff cannot be dispelled. What makes this skill so annoying is that the stronger you are, the more effective his thorns become. Especially for someone like Chung Qianmo with insane DPS. If he gets hit with 30% reflect damage, he might deal 800 damage, but lose 10,000 himself. After all, his HP isn't anywhere near as thick as Oz's, but his attack power is off the charts. And this skill has one more headache-inducing feature. It can't be removed by any skill, which means even if Chung Qianmo uses Holy Dispel, it won't have any effect. He'll have to come up with another way to deal with Thorn Rebound. And finally, Oz's last form is Tree form. While in Tree form, Shapeshifter Oz has no attack skills and can only do basic attacks, but he does have 2 healing abilities. One is called Life Force, the other is Swift Heal. Life Force is similar to a high-tier healing class skill. It heals a large amount, but has a long cast time of 3 seconds. Swift Healing, on the other hand, only has a 0.5 second cast time. It's a mouse-type recovery spell. If you want to quickly take down Shapeshifter Oz, you have to interrupt every single heal. Otherwise, you'll end up in a tough battle. Shapeshifter Oz's 3 forms each have distinct traits, which makes his overall combat power extremely strong. After listening to Chung Qianmo's explanation, Lin Ruashi immediately looked serious. This was the first time she had encountered. Just hearing Chung Qianmo's description alone was enough for her to realize this fight wouldn't be easy. Don't worry too much. You have to believe in your strength. Even though Shapeshifter Oz is indeed very powerful, as long as we set up our tactics well, it won't be too hard. Chung Qianmo wasn't just saying that to comfort Lin Ruashi. In fact, she already had a solid battle plan in mind. She then leaned close to Lin Ruashi's ear and shared her strategy. A smile instantly appeared on Lin Ruashi's face. You really are amazing. If we do it like this, the difficulty will be much lower. After hearing Chung Qianmo's plan, Lin Ruashi quickly calmed down, but the spectators outside the battlefield were far from calm. Do you think Chung Qianmo is doing this on purpose? He knows we're watching, yet he still whispers, "Ugh. I've faced this boss myself back in the day. He's no ordinary headache." No idea what Chung Qianmo just said, but Ruashi's worries were instantly wiped away. So frustrating. Even watching a live stream, we're left hanging. When he's done, I'm filing a complaint. Although they were grumbling about Chung Qianmo, their tone was clearly playful. Though they were all left in suspense, they still felt grateful toward Chung Qianmo. After all, not everyone has the guts to reveal their trump cards like this. Along the way, many veterans learned a lot from Chung Qianmo's tactics. They could even teach these strategies to their own students in the future, so none of them had any complaints at this moment. The fact that she was willing to let them see was already an incredibly generous gesture. What more could they ask for? A bicycle. Honestly, Chung Qianmo wasn't deliberately trying to tease everyone. He just genuinely thought the light scent from Lin Ruashi's youthful skin was pleasant, so he took a few deep sniffs under the pretense of whispering. Such a lovely fragrance. Who wouldn't love it? I'll use a range skill to pull aggro first. Let's see what form Shapeshifter Oz opens with. Then we'll decide who tanks. According to the plan, Chung Qianmo began chanting a spell. Sneaking in damage before pulling the boss is the most basic tactic, so he chose an offensive spell with a long casting time of up to 5 seconds, Shattering Flame. Not long after, a massive fireball at extremely high temperature instantly struck the Shapeshifter Oz. Not only did its HP drop sharply, but cracks also appeared in its armor. Chapter 544. Terrifying Phantom Sword Dance. 16 Blades. Shattering Flame. It can condense explosive flames of extremely high temperature and hurl them forward. Once it hits the target, it deals massive damage. Additionally, it applies 3 stacks of Scorching Flame. Scorching Flame. For each stack, the enemy takes 300 points of fire damage every 3 seconds, enhanced by double the caster's spirit attribute, and their defense drops by 20%. This lasts for a total of 15 seconds. The reason cracks appeared on Oz's armor was because it suffered the triple stack Scorching Flame debuff. For the next 15 seconds, its defense dropped by a staggering 60%. At the same time, Shattering Flame not only took nearly 40,000 HP from the shapeshifter Oz, but also inflicted an outrageous 3,834 points of fire damage every 3 seconds. Such massive damage output wasn't just because Shattering Flame had a long 5-second chant time. It was thanks to Chung Qianma's high spirit attribute of 163 points. With its double scaling, the original 900-point fire damage skyrocketed to 3,834 points. With this calculation, just the total damage from Scorching Flame alone reached an astonishing 19,170 points. Grr. As soon as the battle started, Shapeshifter Oz instantly switched to its Shadow Wolf form. It let out a piercing wolf howl. It's in wolf form. I'll tank for you. With Lin Ruashi's defense and HP, there was almost no way she could withstand Oz in Shadow Wolf form. So Chung Qianma had to step in personally. Lin Ruashi attacked from the sides, while Chung Qianma held the monster from the front. Meanwhile, Lin Ruashi circled to attack its back. After all, there was an additional hit rate bonus there. When Shadow Wolf Oz saw the slender Chung Qianma, it wasn't intimidated by the massive opening damage. A look of disdain still lingered on its face. The next second, it extended its powerful right claw. It thought this strike could make Chung Qianma bleed heavily, but it hit an unbelievably solid wall of steel. With a loud clang, Chung Qianma crossed his weapon, the flowing light 1,000 blades, in front of his chest, and perfectly blocked Shadow Wolf Oz's claw attack. Thanks to the perfect block effect, even though Shadow Wolf Oz had 50% armor penetration, it had no effect whatsoever. But not in vain. Take this. Chung Qianma seized the moment when Shadow Wolf Oz was recovering its move, and unleashed the Sword Soul's breaking army, Dragon Slash. His body turned into a blur, darting back and forth rapidly, and with the final strike, he launched Shadow Wolf Oz into the air. At the same time, both he and Lin Ruashi were enveloped in a red glowing screen. This signaled a rise in critical hit rate. The Sandwing Fluctuation passive was triggered. A series of terrifying damage numbers kept popping up on Shadow Wolf Oz. Many of them were true damage that ignored defense. Armor penetration? I have it too. And it's 100%. Chung Qianma pushed off the ground and soared into the sky. Lin Ruashi seized the opportunity and flew up with him. Then, they unleashed a gorgeous aerial combo. Speaking of penetration attributes, even under normal circumstances, Chung Qianma and Lin Ruashi each had 15%. Lin Ruashi's was just as high, now with a 5% temporary critical boost. Chung Qianma's total crit rate reached a staggering 54.6%. Every 2 moves she made, one would be a crit. It was terrifying. Before long, when Shadow Wolf Oz hit the ground again, it only had 165,487 HP left, not even 2 minutes into the battle. Thanks to Chung Qianma and Lin Ruashi's combined assault, they had already shaved down Shadow Wolf Oz's health, over 40% of her HP. At this moment, Shadow Wolf Oz finally sensed danger. She immediately switched forms. Her muscles began to bulge continuously. Her entire body shape changed. Clearly, she was preparing to switch to the bear form, which had much higher defense. Oz needed 3 seconds to change forms. Don't hesitate. Go all out. If we're too slow, she'll activate her damage reflection skill. To save time, Chung Qianma didn't switch weapon forms. Instead, he directly used the Sword Soul's second-tier ultimate skill, Phantom Sword Dance. Lin Ruashi also decisively activated Yellow Dragon Covers the Moon. In an instant, blades and swords gleamed, accompanied by a golden dragon, radiating brilliance, flashing nonstop. Especially Chung Qianma's Phantom Sword Dance, which unleashed 16 sword energies. That number was double what an ordinary Sword Soul could produce. Even Huang Tian himself could never reach this level. How is this possible? It's one thing to unleash another ultimate skill, but this ridiculous number of sword energies, how did he do it? For Sword Souls around level 50, 8 sword energies is already an impressive result, but he unleashed 16. I'm starting to not understand this guy at all. Is he really a solo player? None of this adds up. At this moment, in the external observation room, even the previously calm experts could no longer sit still. By now, they were no longer surprised by Chung Qianma unleashing another second-tier ultimate of the Sword Soul. Their main focus was entirely on the 16 sword energies of Phantom Sword Dance. This ultimate skill was an extremely rare scaling type ultimate. As long as the Awakener chose the right weapon and had high attributes, they could keep increasing the number of sword energies. According to the current average standards, for a Sword Soul class that hasn't even reached the 3rd advancement, being able to unleash 8 sword waves is already considered excellent. But Chung Qianma, with her explosive stats, actually doubled that number. Such an outrageous feat naturally shocked everyone. But Chung Qianma had no idea. Her output had scared everyone half to death. She was busy taunting Oz. Poor dumb bear. Look at your HP. You better hurry and switch to humanoid form, and put on some life-saving gear. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Oz never expected that right after transforming into Rage Bear form, she would take 2 ultimates in a row. Among them, Chung Qianma's Phantom Sword Dance was especially devastating, bringing her HP down to below 70,000 in an instant. Good. Rage Bear Oz was now utterly enraged. A blazing red aura instantly appeared around her body. It was her signature survival skill, Thorn Counter-Strike. She had realized how overwhelming Chung Qianma's damage was, so instead of switching back to humanoid form for safety, she chose to go all in. If she was going to die anyway, she would rather die standing. Rage Bear hoped to rely on Thorn Counter-Strike to take Chung Qianma down with her. Chapter 545, Southern Waters Machine Gun Madness. Cheers to that, you've got some guts. Refusing to switch forms, huh? Very well, just don't regret it later. Chung Qianma immediately understood what Rage Bear Oz meant. Then she casually clapped her hands. Right after that, Lin Rua, she picked up her divine light spear and charged forward at once. The next second, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Ruashi, as if completely ignoring the thorns of damage reflection, launched a frenzied assault on Bear Oz. Right after that, both of their HP bars began to drop at an astonishing rate. However, Lin Ruashi only had just over 6,000 HP, clearly at a major disadvantage compared to Bear Oz. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao in the viewing room suddenly stood up. Her eyes were locked onto the big screen, and the joints in her hands cracked audibly. Given Ling Xiao's understanding of Chung Qianma, she was certain that her granddaughter's reckless was instructed by Chung Qianma. Yet even so, watching Lin Ruashi's HP plummet so fast still made her heart race with fear. The other experts also wore heavy expressions. Even though continuing like this would definitely push Bear Oz into a frozen death state, Lin Ruashi would certainly die before her. This life-for-life fighting strategy seemed, to everyone, to be too poor a trade-off. They simply couldn't understand it at all. Bear Oz seemed as if she was fully prepared to die gloriously. She had completely given up on defense and chose to go head-to-head with Lin Ruashi in a damage race. In less than 10 seconds, her HP was beaten down to below 46,000 points. But Lin Ruashi was in even worse shape. Her current HP had already dropped below 1,500 points, like a candle flickering in the wind. She was on the brink of death. Now, after watching the battle for a while, Chung Qianma finally made his move, an invincible group protection skill. At this point, Rage Bear Oz was completely dumbfounded. No matter how hard she attacked, she couldn't break through the ultimate defense of Nian Qizhao. However, Lin Ruashi could continue attacking her, and to make it worse, Chung Qianma even started healing her. First a light heal, then a flame needle, shield tap. Oh, and even a spring bamboo recovery on top. At this moment, Chung Qianma was casting skills like they cost nothing, madly showering Lin Ruashi with all kinds of minor heals. Under the effect of invincibility, Lin Ruashi's HP began rising at a rate visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Rage Bear could feel her blood pressure skyrocketing. Weren't we supposed to be trading damage? I didn't even heal myself, and now you're throwing out heals like crazy? What happened to honor? However, there's no such thing as fairness on the battlefield. Power is the only truth. As a solo class, Chung Qianma wasn't incapable of healing. On the contrary, she knew all the recovery spells from healing classes. The reason she hadn't used them before was partly because she didn't need to. She could just kill enemies quickly instead. Why bother with unnecessary healing? It would just waste time. Offense is always the best defense. On the other hand, her spirit stat wasn't very high before. Even if she tried to heal, the effect wouldn't be great. But now, things were completely different. Now that Chung Qianma had reached level 50, with her gear bonuses included, her total spirit stat had reached a whopping 163 points. That was no worse than any healer at the same level. So when she threw out a few small heals in a row, Lin Ruashi's HP began to soar rapidly. Thanks to Chung Qianma's abundance of minor healing spells, her healing efficiency far exceeded everyone else's. If he focused solely on healing, right now, he could honestly be called a healing machine gun. Good. At this moment, Bear Oz could only rage helplessly. Invincible and endlessly healed, Lin Ruashi completely ruined Bear Oz's desperate plan to take her down together. Bear Oz now found herself in a dilemma. If she pressed on, she couldn't defeat Lin Ruashi with infinite healing. If she tried to retreat, Chung Qianma would never give her the chance to switch forms. Advancing wouldn't work. Retreating wouldn't work either. In the end, she could only suffer endlessly, being tormented to death by Lin Ruashi. Feels great to be invincible. How about you become my personal healer from now on? Seeing Bear Oz fall, Lin Ruashi was in a fantastic mood, especially since she had just freely and fearlessly unleashed her damage. That feeling was simply too exhilarating. An environment where you don't have to worry about your life is every combat class's dream. And just now, Chung Qianma had created exactly that environment for her. So Lin Ruashi teased him jokingly. Have me be your healer? Are you sure you're not getting it backwards? I don't exactly have a huge healing pool, you know. Chung Qianma grumbled internally for a moment, then knocked Lin Ruashi on the head, signaling her to quit daydreaming. Of course, Lin Ruashi knew having a human cannon like Chung Qianma be a full-time healer would be such a waste of talent, so she playfully stuck out her tongue. Let's go. The next boss is the key to whether you can complete your third advancement. Chung Qianma then led Lin Ruashi onward. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who had been watching the screen intently, finally let out a sigh of relief, seeing her beloved granddaughter safely and successfully defeat Bear Oz. Only then did she realize she was sweating from her forehead. If you ask me, the solo class, if it can make it to mid and late game, is basically invincible. Exactly. It can fight, tank, and heal. Who wouldn't love a class like that? You're all thinking too much. You think just any solo player can reach Chung Qianma's level. Keep dreaming. True that. Chung Qianma is just way too monstrous. Once he completes his third advancement, he might become the strongest below the fourth tier. He's truly someone to be reckoned with. Seeing his astonishing performance, I feel like I aged 10 years on the spot. Time really waits for no one. You know what? Maybe we can ask him to promote the solo playstyle. It might actually have miraculous results. It's worth a try. Nothing to lose anyway. Thanks to Chung Qianma's series of stunning plays, everyone started having different thoughts. Most of them believed that the solo class had probably been underestimated for years. For the sake of the nation's strength, they hoped Chung Qianma could come up with a solution. However, Ling Xiao shook his head at them helplessly. He felt that everyone had misunderstood the cause and effect. In his eyes, it was because Chung Qianma was strong that the solo class appeared strong, not the other way around. That logic was completely backward. It was putting the cart before the horse. Chapter 546. While the guard Phalanx was corrupting energy, after successfully defeating the shapeshifter Oz, the Dreamland progress was already halfway through. Although there were still 3 bosses ahead, Chung Qianma only planned to fight 2. In fact, if not for Lin Ruashi, he was ready to rush straight to the final boss. See that staircase up ahead? Your quest item is at the top of the stairs. Of course, this will all depend on you. I won't lend a hand. Chung Qianma fought alongside Lin Ruashi, and after half an hour, they finally arrived at the 3rd boss room. Hearing his words, Lin Ruashi nodded very seriously, because she knew Chung Qianma had absolutely no reason to bring her along. With his strength and mission objectives, he could have cleared it much faster alone, but he chose to bring her along. She absolutely couldn't let him down. Corrupted energy was something Lin Ruashi wanted to earn for herself. She didn't want to hide behind Chung Qianma forever, like a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. That way, she would never grow strong. Lin Ruashi didn't want to become. She wanted to help shoulder Chung Qianma's burdens. As the two climbed the stairs, they found themselves facing a high platform, and at the very center of it stood a shield-bearing, heavily armored 2-headed ogre. Guard Phalanx, level 54 ogre elite, HP, 350,000 points. As you can see, Guard Phalanx is a classic defensive boss. You can tell just from his whopping 350,000 HP. To get the corrupted energy you need, you'll have to meet certain conditions for it to drop from him. As soon as Chung Qianma stepped onto the platform, he began explaining. Lin Ruashi's expression, such a tough, thick-skinned boss, was obviously bad news for her. So she had to listen carefully to increase her chances of success. Even though Guard Phalanx is purely defensive, his defensive power comes 80% from the fell energy shield in his hands. If you can break it, you'll not only drastically weaken his defense, but also get the corrupted energy you're after. As for how to break the shield, it's simple yet difficult. Easy to say, but hard to do. You need to land 30 consecutive. I won't help you with that. When he said those 5 words, I won't help you, Chung Qianma's expression was serious, because he hoped to ignite Lin Ruashi's fighting spirit. In fact, back when he was only level 25, he had already landed 30 consecutive hits. Based on Chung Qianma's understanding of Lin Ruashi's abilities, as long as she was pushed a little, achieving 30 hits wouldn't be a problem at all. Alright, I'll definitely land 30 hits. Lin Ruashi glanced at the fell energy shield in Guard Phalanx's hands, and noticed it was embedded with a glittering red-green gem. She immediately realized that was the corrupted energy she needed. Though landing 30 hits was a bit challenging for her, she wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, she wanted to prove her strength. I'll be the one tanking. You just focus on getting those 30 hits. Let's go. Guard Phalanx didn't have many skills, nor did he have any burst abilities. After saying that, Chung Qianma lunged forward, and Lin Ruashi quickly followed behind him. Intruders! You dare trespass into my domain. All of you die. As soon as Guard Phalanx saw Chung Qianma, he roared angrily. Immediately after, he raised the fell energy shield in front of him, defending right from the start. Classic you. Chung Qianma wasn't surprised at all. He just smiled slightly. Then he switched his flowing light 1000 blades to dagger mode, and activated Shadow Step. Although Guard Phalanx's shield had incredible defense and a wide coverage area, it could only block frontal attacks. It offered no protection from behind. So, Chung Qianma at that moment used Shadow Step, which lets you teleport behind your target, was the perfect. With a flicker of his figure, he instantly appeared behind Guard Phalanx. The next second, he unleashed a combo of throat, slash, and garrote. Chung Qianma's speed was incredible. Before Guard Phalanx could react, wounds had already appeared on his body, bleeding out. At the same time, 2 stacks of bleed debuff appeared above his head. Throat slash and garrote weren't high damage attacks, but both could inflict a bleed debuff on the target. Currently, Guard Phalanx had 2 stacks. This meant he would lose 1000 HP every 3 seconds, lasting a total of 15 seconds. If this damage, it would hurt quite a bit. However, for guard Finlinks with 350,000 HP, it was barely a scratch. Of course, Chung Chienma understood this perfectly. He had his own special plan. At the same time, Lin Ruashi began unleashing her skills, desperately trying to break the fell energy shield. Foolish outsiders, you think you can break through my defenses? Keep dreaming. Shield charge. After shouting loudly, guard Finlinks suddenly charged at Lin Ruashi with his fell energy shield. Shield charge itself doesn't deal any damage, but it can knock enemies into any target within 20 meters. If the enemy collides with something, they not only lose HP, but also get stunned for 4 whole seconds. So it's a rather annoying move. Because guard Finlinks moved so fast, and Lin Ruashi was focused on her combo, she didn't react in time. She was instantly struck by a powerful force, pushed back continuously. Chung Chienmo reacted quickly, and immediately used the signature mage skill. Swap position. He instantly swapped positions with Lin Ruashi. You attack from the back. Don't worry about me. Although Chung Chienma has over 200 points of strength, he still can't overpower guard Finlax. However, he didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Trying to knock me out? Dream on. Chapter 547. 100,000 damage. 37 hit combo. As Chung Chienma was about to be slammed into the wall by guard Finlax, at that very moment, he let out a loud roar. Portal gate. Open. In an instant, behind Chung Chienma, a blue-purple glowing portal appeared, surrounded by many strange runes. Goodbye, big guy. Chung Chienma gave a slight smile. His body moved precisely, entering the portal gate perfectly. The next second, behind guard Finlax, another portal gate appeared, and Chung Chienma stepped out from it. The portal gate is the signature displacement skill of a dimension walker. He can select any 2 locations, within a 50-meter range, to create a spatial link. By stepping into the portal gate, he emerges from the other end. And besides the caster, teammates and allies can also use it. It's extremely convenient. The position Chung Chienma set was perfectly between 2 walls. This way, as long as he and Ling Ruashi stayed between the 2 portal gates, they would no longer be affected by guard Finlax's shield charge. They could now easily dodge this move. After Chung Chienma evaded the shield charge, guard Finlax couldn't stop in time and crashed into the wall instantly. This caused a ring of stars to appear above his head. Seize the moment for a combo. Guard Finlax only has 5 seconds of stun time. Go all out and shatter his fell shield. Believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. Chung Chienma stepped forward, wielding the glimmering thousand-blade umbrella. He unleashed a relentless assault on guard Finlax. Meanwhile, Ling Ruashi, with her divine light war spear, launched a furious combo against the fell shield. Rapid thrusts, sweep, and the meteor assault. She unleashed all kinds of techniques in quick succession. The biggest challenge for Ling Ruashi earlier was guard Finlink's massive build. She couldn't knock him into the air at all, which cost her precious attack time. But fortunately, Chung Chienma had just used a brilliant move, causing guard Finlinks to suffer his own backlash. He was forced into a 5-second stun. Stun is a hard crowd control, much stronger than knockup. So now, Ling Ruashi had no concerns at all. She could attack as she pleased. 19-hit combo, 20-hit combo, 21-hit combo. At this moment, Ling Ruashi was fully focused, with no distractions at all. With her 40% attack speed bonus, the combo count soared rapidly. 5 seconds flew by in an instant. As guard Finlinks was about to recover, Ling Ruashi had reached an astonishing 24-hit combo, far beyond the level of a typical battle mage of her rank. Moreover, the sigil of stun behind her was visibly growing in size. But even so, she was still short by 6 hits. This clearly showed how difficult it was to land a 30-hit combo. Yet Ling Ruashi did not give up. Even as guard Finlinks got back on his feet, she kept attacking relentlessly. Guard Finlinks seemed to realize his fell shield was about to shatter. Ignoring Chung Chienma, who held the highest aggro, he grabbed his iron hammer and swung it at Ling Ruashi. This was his hidden self-preservation mechanism. 25-hit combo, 26-hit combo, 27-hit combo. Ling Ruashi, fighting with everything she had, was still 3 hits away. However, just as guard Finlinks was about to strike Ling Ruashi, Chung Chienma suddenly made a move. Soul shock. Stay stunned for me. In an instant, the guard Finlinks was struck as if by lightning. His mind instantly went blank. He was forcibly stunned for another 4 seconds. Don't give up, keep going. Because Chung Chienma had attacked so suddenly, he quickly reminded Ling Ruashi. But in fact, he was overthinking it. Ling Ruashi had already prepared to go all in with no retreat. Even if it meant a blood swap, he'd land 30 hits. Meteor flash ring. Yellow dragon blazing moon. Ling Ruashi, with maxed out hand speed, at the final moment, actually unleashed 2 skills in a row. Even more outrageous, he ended it with his ultimate. Boom. 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 A series of explosions kept going off. Ling Ruashi's combo count climbed once again. Since his meteor flash ring hits 3 times per use, he met the requirement to break the demonic energy shield. With a cracking sound, countless cracks spread across the shield instantly. The next second, the red-green gem embedded in the center fell to the ground. The corrupted energy was finally forced out by Ling Ruashi. However, his raging, ocean-like assault wasn't over yet, as the combo hit 30. The small glowing rune behind him qualified to upgrade into a medium-sized rune. This was almost exactly like Chung Qianma's maneuver back in the day. Now that guard Finlinx had lost the protection of the demonic energy shield, his defense instantly dropped by 80%. At the same time, his shield charge, its power has greatly diminished. He doesn't even have a weapon anymore. What's he going to charge with? His body like a human battering ram? Meanwhile, on Ling Ruashi's side, for the first time, she used 7 medium-sized sigils to unleash the yellow dragon veiling the moon. Strike after strike, with each blow exchanging with the other side, she dealt devastating damage. Minus 11,982 normal attack, medium sigil bonus. Minus 14,378 critical hit, medium sigil bonus. Minus 11,991 normal attack, medium sigil bonus. Minus 35,946 deadly critical hit, medium sigil bonus. When the 7th medium side landed a terrifying deadly critical hit, Ling Ruashi's full ultimate combo drained nearly 100,000 HP from guard Finlinx, and her total combo count reached an astonishing 37 hits. The damage was terrifying beyond words. It had almost Chung Qianma's normal output level. Although this was partly because guard Finlinx was in a weakened state, allowing such damage output, the fact that Ling Ruashi could compare to someone as monstrous as Chung Qianma was already proof of her strength. At this moment, she had already surpassed most battle mages, and the gap would only continue to widen in the future. To deal 100,000 damage in a single thrust in this situation, this little girl really does have the makings of the future #1 star battle spirit. That ferocity she showed finally had the flavor of a true powerhouse. Keep it up. Seeing Ling Ruashi giving it her all, Chung Qianma smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 548, Breaking the Bleed Limit. 30,000 damage every 3 seconds. Congratulations, Principal Ling. Ruashi's future looks bright. Absolutely limitless potential. I've noticed something. Is it that as long as you're around Chung Qianma, everyone gradually evolves in outrageous ways? First, Chung Qianma did over 120,000 damage with a single strike. Then that girl Ruashi pulled off a 37-hit combo with over 100,000 damage. How is anyone else supposed to survive? I remember he started a guild, right? Should we send our grandsons and granddaughters there for some training? What if they take off too? Good idea. I'll make a call and get it arranged. Ling Ruashi's stunning performance, just now, was fully witnessed by the big shots in the observation room. On one hand, they were envious that old Ling had such a gifted granddaughter, but on the other hand, they were even more jealous that he had Chung Qianma as a potential grandson-in-law. Now that it's too late to build that connection, they're thinking of sending their own descendants to Eternal Pinnacle for some refinement. They're not even hoping for everyone to reach Ling Ruashi's level. Even if they just reach half her level, it'd be a guaranteed win. As for reaching Chung Qianma's level, no one even dares to think about it. That guy is just a monster. Calling him non-human wouldn't be wrong. So now, quite a few old folks have already started privately contacting their families. Meanwhile, old Ling was completely stunned, though he was also happy with his precious granddaughter's performance. The way everyone was reacting now was beyond anything he'd expected. Still, he felt very fortunate that Chung Qianma was now firmly tied to the same boat. Looking back, the decision to recruit him made old Ling feel it was the best decision of his life, bar none. Just as everyone was talking, with guard Finlinx having lost his shield, his combat power began to plummet rapidly. Over the next 2 minutes, he tried multiple times to charge at Chung Qianma and Ling Ruashi, but was relentlessly toyed with by the gate of shuttling. The two of them looked like they were just walking a dog. Enraged and humiliated, had no choice but to abandon that skill. He chose to face them head-on instead. Even though he had just taken devastating damage from Ling Ruashi, his current HP was still around 200,000, so the battle wasn't over yet. However, this was merely his wishful thinking. In reality, with the fell shield shattered, and Ling Ruashi successfully completing her task, in Chung Qianma's eyes, this battle was already over. He had held back for several minutes, but now, he could finally fight freely. Of course, he wouldn't hold back. What followed next was him shifting between umbrella form, one-handed sword, dagger, and gauntlet forms in rapid succession. All the skills he used had low base damage, but they all inflicted bleed effects. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao and the others were puzzled at first, but soon enough, they finally understood what Chung Qianma was doing. He was taking advantage of the differing bleed effects across classes to infinitely stack bleed debuffs on guard Finlinx. In the continent of Apocalypse, most classes' debuff stacks usually cap at 6 to 8 layers. Only a few rare exceptions can exceed this limit. So under normal circumstances, for a debuff like bleed, even Chung Qianma could only stack it 7 times, but by switching between multiple classes, he could massively increase the bleed debuff limit. For example, the assassin skills he used earlier, like Garrote and Strangle, inflicted 500 damage every 3 seconds, and the Berserker's cross slash was even stronger, causing the enemy to lose 800 HP every 3 seconds. Although both are bleed debuffs, because their damage values differ, they can stack separately. Many people are aware of this mechanic, but they don't have Cheng-Qianma's conditions, so they can only keep it as theory. As a versatile all-class player, Cheng-Qianma had a unique advantage. Naturally, he could put it into practice. In just 2 short minutes, Cheng-Qianma's hand speed exploded instantly. There were even afterimages. His Glimmerblade Scatter in hand had just unleashed a bleeding effect skill, and he immediately switched to the next form. Meanwhile, his mind was precisely calculating the refresh times of multiple bleed effects. At that moment, Guard Finlinx was already stacked with 8 different types of bleed debuffs. The stack count was utterly insane. As the debuff stacks kept rising, his HP drained faster and faster. Now, every 3 seconds, he was losing around 30,000 HP, just from the bleeding effects. Such terrifying damage left the big shots in the observation room stunned. Though they had mentally imagined the damage earlier, that was just theory. Not everyone is like Cheng-Qianma, a hyper-precise killing machine. Every damage calculation, he had it all figured out. So when they saw 8 types of bleeding effects active at once, they were left speechless in shock. Of course, while Cheng-Qianma was stacking bleeding debuffs, Ling Ruashi wasn't idle either, though his ultimate was on cooldown. Thanks to his extremely high attack speed, his damage was still impressive. 15 seconds later, at the very instant when the bleed debuffs all triggered their damage again, Guard Finlinx finally collapsed. In the moment, he actually felt a sense of relief, because in the second half of the battle, he truly understood despair and helplessness. Without the demonic energy shield, he was like a tiger without fangs, completely powerless. All he could do was watch as Cheng-Qianma stacked him with every kind of bleeding debuff, without being able to resist, not being able to touch the enemy, and then every 3 seconds, watching a chunk of health disappear. It was an unbearable torment. It was simply a fate worse than death, and the one responsible for all this had already become a demon of doom in Guard Finlinx's eye. He just wanted to end this miserable life as soon as possible. Let's go. We still have one last boss left. Cheng-Qianma was very satisfied with his recent performance. With a smile on his face, he headed toward the deepest part of the Nightmare Realm. Chapter 549. Sorry. All my skills are golden. After defeating Guard Finlinx, Cheng-Qianma and Ling Ruashi arrived at a fork in the road. Although both paths led to the final boss's location, the left path had an extra boss along the way. Right now, Ling Ruashi had already obtained the Corrupted Energy Stone, and Cheng-Qianma's third-class advancement quest only required clearing the Nightmare Realm to be considered complete. So, there was no need to waste time on the penultimate boss. No need to waste time. Thus, they took the small path to the right and continued forward. On the final stretch of the Nightmare Realm, there were hardly any mobs left. It only took them about 10 minutes to reach the final boss. Hellas, a level 55 undead elite boss with 320,000 HP. Hellas was a humanoid creature, standing 2 meters tall and wielding a halberd. His entire body lacked any flesh, made entirely of bones. He looked rather terrifying. This boss is way too ugly. Being a visual person, Ling Ruashi immediately voiced her complaint. She had always loved handsome men and pretty women. So, when faced with a hideous monster like Hellas, she clearly had no fondness for him. He may look ugly, but he's pretty fierce too. As the final boss of the Nightmare Realm, Hellras is actually quite capable. Cheng-Qianma glanced at Hellras, and memories suddenly resurfaced of the battle they had years ago. Don't assume that just because Hellras wields a halberd, he's purely a melee boss. In life, he was actually a mage. As for his 2-meter-tall, that only came after becoming undead. It wasn't like that before. So in addition to close-range skills, he also uses magic attacks, which are hard to guard against. This guy is basically a melee mage. Hellras's first skill is called Shadow Mist. If he hits an enemy even once, they'll be afflicted with a Shadow Mist debuff. It reduces their hit rate by 70%, lasts for 10 seconds total. Once you get hit by this skill, you're basically half disabled as an awake. For the next 10 seconds, you'll probably miss more than half your attacks. It's really annoying. The second skill is called Spinal Swing. It's a typical area of effect physical attack. If you're in front of Hellras, you're guaranteed to get hit. It also lowers your defense by 20%, lasts for 15 seconds. It's a skill that becomes deadlier the longer the fight goes on. As for his last skill, although it does no damage, it's actually the most terrifying one. It's called Hypnosis. Once the target is hypnotized, they fall into a 10-second sleep state. During that time, the awakened can't take any action. They're forced to stand still. It's like losing a whole fighter instantly. It's a bit better in a duo challenge, since you can draw the boss's aggro to protect your teammate. But in a solo fight, if you get hit by hypnosis, you're just getting beat up for 10 seconds for free. The consequences are unimaginable. Cheng-Qianma gave a brief rundown of Hellras's skills. Ling Ruashi nodded slightly. She had already figured out what made this boss so dangerous. Don't worry. We're really strong right now. Defeating him won't be too hard. I'll pull the boss. You follow up. Cheng-Qianma smiled faintly, then charged straight at Hellas. Pathetic ants. You dare to fight me? As soon as Hellas saw Chung Qianma charging at him, he picked up his halberd and rushed forward. In less than 20 seconds after the fight began, he unleashed his first skill, halberd swing. The massive halberd swept toward Chung Qianma at incredible speed. But at that very moment, as Chung Qianma dodged backward, he also fired a net shot. It turned out he used the Poison King snare from his venom shoulders. This instantly put Hellas in an awkward position. His halberd swing not only missed, but he also got trapped in place for 5 seconds. At the same time, since Chung Qianma was holding aggro firmly, Ling Ruoshi went all out from behind, without any sign of drawing aggro. With this, Ling Ruoshi could finally enjoy the fight. When Hellas saw Chung Qianma preparing to switch weapons, he seemed to realize something. Shadow trying to drain my HP with ranged skills? No way. I'd like to see how you plan to hit me. After losing 70%, Hellas drew a formation and cast Shadow Mist on Chung Qianma. Black smoke instantly filled Chung Qianma's view, severely hindering his sight. However, Chung Qianma didn't panic. He calmly continued switching his glimmering thousand-blade umbrella into machine gun mode. You might not know this, but some skills don't require accuracy. Gatling gun barrage. Chung Qianma aimed his Gatling gun at Hellas. The muzzle instantly spewed continuous bursts of blue. His luck was pretty good. This time, he actually triggered his passive 4 times in a row, so the total bullet count reached an astonishing 82 rounds. Although Hellras saw the massive wave of bullets flying toward him, he was a bit surprised, but not too worried, because he knew not all of them would hit. Many would definitely miss. The 70% hit penalty from Shadow Mist was no joke. He was very confident in that. However, his overconfidence didn't last long and quickly vanished. What replaced it was a massive mental shock and intense physical pain. Of the first 10 bullets from the Gatling gun, 6 did indeed miss. That ratio closely matched the hit penalty, but starting from bullet 11, every shot after that actually landed on Hellras. His HP immediately plummeted. Some bullets even struck bone, making loud banging noises, very harsh to hear. A few seconds later, Hellras saw his HP drop by nearly 20% in an instant. His face showed utter disbelief. This? What kind of attack power is this? How did you do that? Did my Shadow Mist stop working? Chung Qianma listened, then smirked, and said mockingly, sorry. My bullets are all precision crafted. Chapter 550. Skill Refresh. Twice as fast now. Chung Qianma's Gatling gun passive comes with a built-in 100% guaranteed hit effect, as long as the bullet leaves the barrel. No matter if you run to the ends of the earth, or are influenced by any other factor, he could still hit his target. So he was practically the nemesis of Shadow Mist. With this, Hellas's skill was basically half useless. It could only affect Ling Ruoshi. But the problem was, the main damage dealer right now was still Chung Qianma. If it couldn't reduce his damage output, then Shadow Mist would be pointless. After taking all the remaining bullets from the Gatling gun, the poison net trapping Hellas finally vanished. But he was still afflicted with paralysis poison, which reduced his movement speed by 30%. This allowed Chung Qianma and Ling Ruoshi to move more freely. Even though Hellas repeatedly tried to strike them with his halberd, his speed was too slow to land any hits. When his HP dropped to around 60%, he couldn't hold back and cast Hypnosis, maybe because he was wary of Chung Qianma. This time he actually targeted Ling Ruoshi. In the next moment, a moon rune instantly appeared above Ling Ruoshi's head. Then she felt extreme fatigue in her body, and her eyelids began to close. For the next 10 seconds, she would be a helpless sitting duck. At the same time, Hellas's paralysis poison finally wore off. His movement speed returned to normal. Die. Even though Chung Qianma was holding all the aggro, Hellas still aimed his halberd at Ling Ruoshi. In the next moment, he hurled the halberd with all his strength. I actually forgot about that. When his HP drops below 60%, his halberd swing gains a throwing form. But it's fine. There's still a way to handle it. After all, Chung Qianma isn't a machine. Forgetting a detail or two is totally normal. For example, when Hellas feels threatened, his halberd swing evolves into a throwing form and can ignore current aggro, randomly attacking an enemy. And since there were only 2 enemies present, naturally, it ended up targeting Ling Ruoshi. But even though Chung Qianma forgot about it, he still didn't panic. Just as the spinal swing traced an arc through the air, he cast Paladin's Guard on Ling Ruoshi. Guard. Paladins can dash to a teammate at high speed and block the next incoming damage for them. The next second, Chung Qianma appeared in front of him in a flash and pulled off a perfect block. This combo left Hellras completely helpless. How do you know every skill? That's not fair. Frustrated and furious, Hellras could only vent his anger by talking trash. He had never seen like Chung Qianma. You're not wrong. I do know quite a few skills, but this one, have you seen it before? Ultimate Barrier. Activate. Chung Qianma really was the perfect protector to shield Ling Ruoshi from harm. He directly used his invincible ultimate, and right at that moment, he suddenly realized he had luckily triggered rapid cooldown. All of his previously used skills instantly refreshed, including the ultimate barrier he had just cast. Hellras saw the golden barrier, envelop both of them, and nearly passed out from rage. Isn't this just cheating? But what crushed him even more was still to come. Ultimate barrier. Activate again. One invincibility shield lasts only 5 seconds, not enough to cover the 10-second hypnosis. Now that all his skills had refreshed, Chung Qianma simply cast it again. That's double the joy. Hellras saw this and was completely stunned. He finally understood the kind of monster he was fighting. Chung Qianma was a true demon, one even more terrifying than himself. But Hellras wasn't the only one in shock now. Even the big shots outside the arena were stunned. Why is this happening? How can he cast Ultimate Mind 7 trillion twice in a row? This is way too unbelievable. This kid sure has a lot of secrets. I've really seen it all today. My eyes have been opened. No way. I have to question him properly later, or else my heart won't be at peace. I've made up my mind. Even if my grandson is unwilling, I'm still going to send him to Eternal Peak for training. Yes. I was thinking the same thing. If he refuses, I'll use the whip. With just one live broadcast, Chung Qianma has completely won over all the big shots present. They've all decided to send their children to Eternal Peak, because Chung Qianma's performance was just too impressive. Following him will definitely bring countless benefits without any downside. After making sure Lin Ruashi was completely safe, Chung Qianma simply stepped out of the ultimate shield. Then he went all out, launching a frenzied assault on Hellas. The moment Lin Ruashi woke up, Hellas's HP had already dropped below 50%. What just happened? Was I hypnotized? Lin Ruashi rubbed her eyes and quickly saw Chung Qianma's back. Then she also joined the fight. Time kept ticking by. All of Hellas's tricks were neutralized one by Chung Qianma. He could already smell death approaching. Enough. I'm going to hypnotize him this time. Then I'll finish off that muscular human female. At this moment, Hellas could no longer care about whatever secret trump cards Chung Qianma had. In order to survive, he had no choice but to target Chung Qianma with hypnosis. And just as he raised his hand, a smile appeared on Chung Qianma's face. Looks like you couldn't hold back anymore. I've been waiting so long for this. Magic reflection. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. A pale blue light barrier appeared around Chung Qianma. Then shockingly, Hellras himself was hit by hypnosis. The magic reflection effect was terrifying. Time to finish him off. Strike while he's down. Chung Qianma shouted loudly. Ling Ruashi knew this was the perfect chance, so the two of them unleashed their ultimates together. Dazzling light instantly engulfed. When Hellras regained consciousness, he found his HP nearly gone. At that point, the outcome of the battle was sealed. From then on, no matter how he resisted, he couldn't escape death. 1 minute later, Hellras's body completely fell apart. His dry bones turned to dust. In front of Chung Qianma and Ling Ruashi, a flurry of messages popped up, and with that, the two finally completed their third advancement. Author's note. Happy Labor Day, May 1st. Feel free to join our TU group, 252055579. Come chat and chill with us. Chapter 551. Ascension, Divine Possessor. First ever EX rank in history. Congratulations. Successfully cleared Nightmare Realm. Time taken, 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 49 seconds. This result has broken the all-time record. Reviver effect triggered. Solo rating upgraded to X rank. Team rating upgraded to SSS+. Overall rating upgraded to SSS+. EXP bonus increased to 3000x flow points. King's chest upgraded to new soul chest ×1. Due to your flawless performance in Nightmare Realm, you've become the first awakened in history to achieve X rank solo rating. You've earned an additional new soul chest ×1 as a reward. Keep up the good work. Congratulations. You've received the Nightmare Realm advanced buff. Nightmare's Blessing. Nightmare's Blessing restores 5% total mana every 5 seconds and grants an additional 20% spell damage bonus. All attribute magic can be enjoyed. After Chung Qianma finished reading a series of messages, he was somewhat surprised. I actually unintentionally created another piece of history. It turns out the Secret Realm evaluation also has an X grade. Liu Yinxing is truly a genius. He even predicted this. Liu Yinxing created 2 golden lights. 30 million experience points were enough for him to level up twice, reaching level 52. At this moment, Lin Ruashi also jumped up excitedly. I'm actually level 52, and I even got a 3rd tier epic top tier equipment. Lin Ruashi held the reward she just obtained, running to Chung Qianma's side with excitement to share the good news. Chung Qianma glanced at it, noticing that this girl's luck was indeed pretty good. Not only did she get an epic 3rd tier equipment right after her 3rd advancement, but the item level was as high as 90. This is absolutely the cream of the crop. You're now a 3rd tier Bayana War God. You should learn to be a bit more composed. Don't act like a kid who never grows up. Chung Qianma looked at Lin Ruashi with a doting expression. The huge contrast made her laugh and cry at the same time. In reality, this couldn't be blamed on Lin Ruashi. People who successfully awaken their 3rd tier at her age are almost unheard of. After all, she's still a young girl in her prime. It's normal for her to lack maturity. If Chung Qianma weren't a reincarnated person, his reaction might be similar to hers. Our luck this time wasn't bad. The suction buff from the Land of Dreams is quite good. A 20% boost to all magic damage can greatly enhance the power of your Xuan spell. Also, restoring 5% of mana every 5 seconds will ensure you never run out of mana. Cheng Qianma looked at the effects of the Nightmare Blessing, saying calmly, honestly, this advanced suction buff is quite impressive. Whether it's the magic damage boost or the mana regeneration effect, both are extremely helpful to the two of them. Cheng Qianma himself is a heavy mana user, and at the same time, he frequently uses magic skills in daily life. The effect of the Nightmare Blessing was equivalent to boosting both her sustain and attack power, so she was very satisfied. And for Lin Ruashi, this effect was like wings to a tiger. Battle mages rely on burst damage from various glyphs. And except for non-elemental glyphs, all other glyphs benefit from a 20% magic damage boost. This directly pushed Lin Ruashi's output to the next level. She had just reached the 3rd advancement and already gained an incredible boost. Her luck was truly remarkable. After hearing Cheng Qianma's words, Lin Ruashi nodded sharply. Of course she knew how much of a power-up she'd gotten from Nightmare Blessing, so she was sincerely grateful to Cheng Qianma. If it weren't for her, her 3rd advancement journey wouldn't have been this easy, let alone getting such great rewards. Thinking it through, Lin Ruashi decided to make a decision that would shock her ancestors. Close your eyes. Until I say so. No peeking allowed. Got it. Lin Ruashi's sudden words completely stunned Cheng Qianma. Although she had no idea what Lin Ruashi was up to, she still obediently closed her eyes. Soon after, she heard a flurry of hurried footsteps and rapid breathing drawing closer. But after a while, all sound stopped. At that moment, Cheng Qianma really wanted to open her eyes and take a peek, but she managed to hold herself back. After all, she didn't want to get scolded. After a long while, she suddenly felt something warm and soft gently touch her lips. It felt surprisingly pleasant, even comforting, and she once again smelled a familiar and soothing fragrance. Cheng Qianma wasn't inexperienced, so she instantly realized it was just too sudden, and she was caught off guard, unable to react in time. However, after waiting for a long time, she realized that Lin Ruashi still hadn't told her to open her eyes. In the end, she couldn't hold back anymore. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that Lin Ruashi's figure had already vanished without a trace. Cheng Qianma looked around and saw that there was no one left here. Obviously, Lin Ruashi had quickly slipped away through the Secret Realms portal. She had snuck off. Cheng Qianma touched his lips with his hand and smiled helplessly. This girl, she actually ambushed me out of nowhere. At least give me a heads up. I wasn't even prepared. Otherwise, I could have let you experience what real high point pleasure feels like. Just as Cheng Qianma was mumbling to himself, she suddenly thought of something. Oh no, this is still a live broadcast. Did everyone see that just now? I'm doomed. As soon as Cheng Qianma thought about how that scene had just been watched by a bunch of big shots, her face immediately darkened. If I'd known there would be such benefits, why even bother with a live stream? Turning the screen black would have been so much better, but Lin Ruashi had no idea about any of this. If she found out, she'd probably want to find a hole to crawl into. Cheng Qianma pictured her reaction in her mind and couldn't help but laugh out loud. But just then, a long-missed mechanical voice rang in her ears. Congratulations on successfully completing the 3rd transition advancement quest. You've advanced to the exclusive hidden class for solo players, God Reclaimer. After hearing this, Cheng Qianma smiled even brighter. From this moment on, she had officially stepped into the ranks of the nation's top powerhouses. Chapter 552. Conversion System LV8. New Soul Chest. God Reclaimer. All 3rd advancement skills for every class will be unlocked, and 30 extra attribute points will be awarded. Congratulations, as the host has successfully advanced to 3rd job. The conversion system has been upgraded to LV8. 6 conversion slots unlocked. All passive skills raised to LV8. Gatling Gun. Passive. LV8. When attacking with any firearm, there is a 45% chance to fire 20 rounds of Gatling bullets at the target. 100% hit rate. Increases max shots by 2. Sweeping Strike. Passive. LV8. Damage increased by 50%. 38% chance when attacking to knock down enemies in an 8-meter cone. Deals area knockdown effect. Damage increased by 50%. Rift Slash. Passive. LV8. 40% chance when attacking to trigger Rift Slash. When triggered, Rift Slash releases 12 sword waves to attack enemies. Damage bonus equals strength times 2.5. Caster becomes invincible for 0. Increases max sword waves by 1. 0.2 damage coefficient. Void Orb. Passive. LV8. When casting any spell, 45% chance to launch a black orb of void energy toward the enemy in front, dealing continuous dark element damage. Attack interval, 0.3 seconds. Duration, 5 seconds. Void Orb has high attack and penetration power. High projectile speed. Moves at 2.5 meters per second. Increases trigger chance by 5%. 1 meter per second movement speed. Xuan Dark Attribute. Passive. Level 8. Xuan maximum duration, 1 minute. Up to 14 attribute Xuans can exist simultaneously. Power of purification. Passive. Level 8. The host generates a periodic buff. Can remove all ultimate abnormal statuses. Duration, 25 seconds. Trigger interval, 1 minute 10 seconds. Increases duration by 5 seconds. Reduces trigger interval by 20 seconds. Sandwing fluctuation. Passive. Level 8. When using any gap techniques, there is a 40% chance to cause all enemies within 8 meters to take defense-ignoring damage and increase the physical and magic critical hit rate of yourself and nearby teammates by 5%. Duration, 2 minutes. Each trigger consumes 50 mana points. Increases chance by 5%. Duration, 30 seconds. Dance of Blood Float. Passive. Level 8. When attacking with a War Spear, there is a 25% chance to summon a Bat Swarm, dealing multi-hit damage to enemies in range and draining their vitality. Current lifesteal ratio, 25% of attack power. Increases chance by 5%. Increases lifesteal ratio by 5%. Critical hit rate. Passive. Level 8. Increases base critical hit rate by 32%. Increases critical hit rate by 2%. Basic attack speed. Passive. Level 8. Increases base attack speed by 22%. Increases attack speed by 2%. Explosion. Passive. Level 8. Can increase own critical damage by 34%. Increases critical damage by 2%. Metal regeneration. Guild passive. LV8. The host guild base automatically generates 6,500 units of metal daily. Increases metal generation by 3,000 units daily. Chi barrier convergence. Passive. LV8. When using martial artist skills, 15% chance to trigger Chi barrier convergence. Centered on self. Generates a massive protective Chi barrier. All teammates inside the barrier become invincible. Disappears after a set time or a certain number of hits. Default duration is 5 seconds. For every 80 spirit points, add 1 second to duration. 10% increased chance for 3 extra seconds. Rapid cooldown. Passive. LV8. When using any skill, 5% chance to reset all skill cooldowns. This passive has a 12-hour cooldown interval. Cooldown interval reduced by 12 hours. Magic reflection. Passive. LV8. Activates a protective shield that reflects all magic. Lasts for 10 seconds. Ineffective against targets 30 levels higher. Cooldown interval, 3 minutes. Cooldown reduced by 2 minutes. Level gap threshold increased by 10 levels. To Chung Qianma, a 3rd advancement godbound. It wasn't surprising that she could acquire all 3rd advancement class skills, because back during the 2nd advancement, this had already been foreshadowed. As the number of awakenings increases, she would only grow stronger and more absurdly powerful. Her ultimate form would be complete mastery of all class. This, Chung Qianma firmly believed. This time's 3rd advancement not only granted Chung Qianma the traits of a godbound, it also upgraded the conversion system to LV8. All its passive abilities saw significant improvements, especially the ultimate mind barrier, rapid cooldown, and magic reflection passives. When they were first converted, they were only level 1, so their attributes were pretty weak. But now, after leveling up, their effects have improved dramatically. In particular, the ultimate mind barrier and rapid cooldown saw the biggest boost. The former gained a 10% higher trigger chance and 3 extra seconds of duration. Simple and straightforward, but extremely practical. The greatly enhanced ultimate mind barrier allowed Chung Qianma to handle emergencies with much more ease. It's basically like having a massive increase in error tolerance. Who could refuse longer-lasting invincibility? Obviously no one. And the latter, which has cooldown times, is way stronger than before. It essentially doubles the usage efficiency, letting Chung Qianma enter his burst mode faster and more ferociously. From once a night wolf to twice a night wolf. Isn't that fierce? Not bad. Today's progress has been pretty impressive. Next, let's see what goodies the 2 new soul chests have inside. Soon, Chung Qianma opened the first new soul chest. A line of text instantly appeared. Congratulations. You have obtained epic material, Azurewood Vine X1. When Chung Qianma saw the words Azurewood Vine X3, a smile spread across his face. Isn't this advanced luck also useful for opening materials? Since I casually opened it and got this thing, that's pretty good. The Azurewood Vine is one of the 5 rare materials needed to upgrade the Flowing Light 1000 Blade Scythe to Phase 3. Chung Qianma had already collected the main material earlier, and now he's got 1 more rare material. That means only 4 remain. Looks like the day for upgrading his weapon isn't far off. Once this trip to the outer world ends, there will still be lots to take care of. Not only does he need to report to Flame Dragon's soul, but he also has to settle the God Domain Guild issues and search for the remaining upgrade materials. Sigh. If only a day had 48 hours. Chung Qianma was now feeling both pain and joy. Though busy as ever, his power growth was absolutely astonishing. He was already turning from a little monster into an old beast. Chung Qianma gave a slight smile. In his mind appeared the image of the Tier 3 skill Flowlight 1000 Blade Scatter, and the scenes of wreaking havoc with it. It made him incredibly excited. Now that the unboxing had a lucky start, Chung Qianma continued with hopeful anticipation and opened the second new soul chest. A brilliant light burst out again when he saw the reward clearly. The smile on his face grew even brighter. Chapter 553. Legendary Evolution Stone Equipment appears. Congratulations on obtaining a legendary and special material, Evolution Stone. The Evolution Stone can upgrade any non-unique gear to legendary quality and locks the item level at 100. Holy crap, he actually pulled this thing? When Chung Qianma saw the words Evolution Stone, even his normally elegant self couldn't help but curse aloud. The Evolution Stone is an extremely rare special material because it can forcefully upgrade any equipment to legendary tier. That's an insanely overpowered effect. You have to understand, in mid-game Apocalypse, there are tons of top-tier gear. Their attribute bonuses and special effects are excellent, but their quality and level caps limit their long-term usability. So even if an Awakened loves them dearly, they're still forced to switch to higher-level gear eventually. Even if the new equipment doesn't fit them as well, they still have to part with it. After all, high-level gear has overall stats that far outclass even the best mid-tier gear. To give an example, if we measured gear by a stat score, that would be the sum of its quality and item level. High-level gear might have a score of 200, but poorly distributed attributes, while mid-level gear might only score around 100, but with excellent attribute allocation. At that point, even if an Awakened truly loves their mid-tier gear, they still have to give it up. Because the 100-point stat gap, it's not something that can be compensated by reasonable attribute allocation. So many people, even if their main benefits are slightly lower, still prefer not to sacrifice other attributes. As a result, they end up wearing gear that isn't an ideal fit. What's more, later stage gear often has high attribute bonuses, but doesn't suit the needs of specific classes at all. That turns them into high score, but low utility garbage. So, for high-level Awakeners, finding the perfect in-game gear isn't easy. But with the moment of evolution, that problem is easily solved, because Awakeners can choose a mid-game top-tier equipment and directly evolve it to legendary quality, turning it into in-game gear. And if they have the resources, they can even evolve all their equipment. That way, they can maximize their overall benefits. But because the drop rate of moment of evolution is extremely low, ordinary people might never see one in their lifetime. Even if they do, it will surely cost a fortune. Therefore, Chung Qianma's luck today was truly outstanding. He managed to get his first moment of evolution so easily. The weakest gear I have is my travel boots, and its special effects are actually quite good. If I use the evolution slot on it, I'll definitely gain a huge improvement. After careful consideration, Chung Qianma decided that evolving the travel boots would give the best returns. So, he unhesitatingly used the moment of evolution on his travel boots. In the next second, the moment of evolution instantly disintegrated, turning into starlight particles and merging into the travel boots. Congratulations! Successfully evolved travel boots into Space Step. Space Step. Legendary quality. Plus 50 armor. Plus 50 agility. Plus 50 strength. Durability. 500/500. Item level. 100. Equipment effect 1. Can actively cast skill. Gale Rush. Increases movement or swimming speed by 600%. Lasts 15 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Equipment effect 2. Can actively cast skill. Spatial Warp. Teleport to any location within 100 meters. Cooldown 10 minutes. Equipment effect 3. Increases mount movement speed by 100%. When Chung Qianma saw the stats of the space slippers, a bright smile appeared on his face. Originally just level 15, and only of excellent. His traveling boots had now undergone an unimaginable upgrade. Not only were the base stats increased tenfold, but it also came with 3 special effects. Such a boost could only be described as terrifying. A bonus of 50 agility and strength would greatly enhance Chung Qianma's attack speed, critical rate, and physical skill damage. At the same time, the armor boost would bring higher physical damage reduction. However, that was only the increase from base stats. The special effects were even more ridiculous. Just the Gale Rush effect alone was 3 times faster than the original sprint, and the duration was extended by 10 seconds. This gave Chung Qianma unimaginable speed burst potential. As for Spatial Warp, it was even more broken. Being able to teleport to any location within 100 meters? What does that even mean? That easily qualifies as one of the strongest movement skills in Apocalypse. As for the passive 100% mount speed boost, compared to the other 2, it's just the cherry on top. Nice to have, but not crucial. Chung Qianma, who rides Qing Dai as his mount, already has the highest movement speed among all Awakened of his tier, so the benefit isn't particularly huge. Who would have thought, just after becoming a godbound, I'd get 2 surprises in a row? Not bad at all. Next, it's time to think about how to spend those 6 conversion slots. Based on the previous conversion patterns, with 6 conversion slots, Chung Qianma currently had several options to choose from. If he wanted to go to extremes, he could either convert all 6 into basic skills, or merge them into 3 ultimate skills. If he preferred balance, he could opt for a mixed conversion approach. That way, he would need to carefully consider how to combine them for maximum benefit. Chung Qianma would have to think this through properly. After all, Waiting for the conversion system to reach LV9 still seemed like a distant goal for now. Currently, Cheng Qianma was the only one left in Nightmare Land, so he had plenty of time to think, without anyone interrupting him. But he forgot. There was still a crowd, watching eagerly from the viewing room. They didn't understand why. Even though the third transition quest was over, Cheng Qianma still hadn't come out, and was just standing there dazed. This was way too strange. Chapter 554. New Passive, Autofusion. What's up with Cheng Qianma? Since the secret realm is cleared, why isn't he coming out? I've got a ton of questions to ask. Why are you in such a rush? Maybe he's summarizing his battle experience. That's a really good habit. You don't know anything. Clearly. This explains why Cheng Qianma can always maintain such strength. It makes perfect sense. Even with such incredible power, he remains calm and composed. That's truly rare. As people often say, geniuses aren't scary. What's scary is when geniuses work harder than you. Clearly, Cheng Qianma is exactly that kind. Not only terrifyingly talented, but also incredibly hardworking. For someone like that, all I can say is, respect. Since the higher-ups of each academy didn't know, was actually thinking about how to convert passives, they all assumed he was doing a post-battle analysis. So compliments of all kinds were generously thrown out. The viewing room was filled with joy and laughter, as if it had become Cheng Qianma's personal praise group. Of course, Cheng Qianma knew none of this. Over 10 minutes later, he finally came up with a relatively perfect conversion plan. He decided on a combo of 2 ultimates and 2 basic skills. For the conversion, the 2 ultimates were the third advancement, Sword God's Ultimate, Divine Sword Arts, Myriad Blades Return to 1, and the third advancement, Blood Jade, Sovereign's Ultimate, Blood Sword Beyond the Shore, Divine Sword Arts, Myriad Blades Return to 1, can only be used after reaching the Sword God realm. The highest sword art technique unleashes 20 Piercing Cloud swords to strike enemies. Piercing Cloud sword damage scales with strength. Blood Sword Beyond the Shore. The Blood Jade Sovereign unleashes their internal power, sacrifices 50% of current HP to summon a blood aura tornado that attacks enemies and absorbs their blood. It's up to 30 times. Range, 10 meters. Lifesteal equals 40% of damage dealt. The reason Cheng Qianma chose these 2 ultimates was because one focuses on offense, and the other on sustain. The power of Piercing Cloud Sword and Myriad Blades benefits from strength bonuses. And since he had explosive strength stats, he could naturally unleash devastating damage. The flying swords can focus on single targets, or indiscriminately hit groups of mobs. Highly versatile. As for Blood Sword Beyond the Shore, it's a skill that combines offense with defense, with 30 total hits, and a wide-range lifesteal effect. Cheng Qianma could use this skill to achieve a short burst of pseudo-invincibility. Let's go. Let's see the effects after conversion. System. I want to convert 10,000 swords Return to the Sect and Blood Realm Beyond. Cheng Qianma, filled with anticipation, voiced his choice. Very soon, the system's mechanical voice sounded instantly. Congratulations. Successfully converted Sword Gathering Technique. 10,000 swords Return to the Sect into a passive skill. Congratulations. Successfully converted Blood Realm Beyond into a passive skill. Sword Gathering Technique. 10,000 swords Return to the Sect. Passive. LV1. When using sword-type skills, there is a 5% chance to trigger 10,000 swords Return to the Sect. At least 20 cloud-piercing swords will be generated to attack enemies. Cloud-piercing sword power scales with strength, and the number scales with agility. Blood Realm Beyond. Passive. LV1. When using spear-type skills, there is a 5% chance to trigger. Bloodlust Monarch releases inner power, consuming 50% of current HP, and creates a Bloodstorm Tornado, attacking enemies and absorbing their blood essence. Number of attacks, 40 hits. Range, 20 meters. Lifesteal, 60% of the damage dealt. You can control the movement direction of the Bloodstorm. When Cheng Qianma saw the new passive abilities, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Although the 2 ultimate skills had low trigger rates, both their damage and effects had improved significantly. For example, 10,000 swords Return to the Sect now additionally scales its sword count based on agility. That's a huge leap forward. Just imagine, one day behind Cheng Qianma, hundreds of flying swords floating in the air. It would look absolutely imposing. As for the Bloodstorm Tornado, its attack coverage had no blind spots, and it also added directional control capability. Being able to turn at will versus going straight only greatly increased the kill efficiency. Cheng Qianma was very satisfied with the effects of the 2 new passives. Next up were the final 2 conversion slots. System. I want to convert Divine Kick of the 5 Gods and Glyph Evolution. Divine Kick of the 5 Gods unleashes internal power after soul activation, causing enemies in front to become briefly stunned, then gathering full strength. Delivers a powerful low kick to the enemy. Damage scales with strength. Glyph Evolution. Activates evolved glyph power and generates a new form of glyphs. All glyphs create damage increased. Evolved glyphs randomly gain 2 elemental buff types. Last for 15 seconds. These 2 skills also have distinct characteristics. The first is the strongest single-target ultimate of the 3rd advancement fighter. It can deal massive damage in just 1 hit. The second enhances glyphs, essentially strengthening the whole battle mage class, instead of a single skill. So Chung Qianma's choices were clearly strategic. As soon as he finished speaking, he once again heard the system's voice in his ear. Congratulations on successfully converting Divine Kick of the 5 Gods into a passive. Congratulations on successfully converting Glyph Evolution into a passive. Divine Kick of the 5 Gods passive LV1. 5% chance to trigger when using fighter-type skills. Unleashes internal soul power to briefly stun enemies in front, and pulls enemies within a 5-meter range toward the user. Then gathers full body strength to deliver a powerful low kick. Damage scales with double strength. Glyph Evolution Passive LV1. All created glyphs are automatically evolved into a new form. Moderate power boost. Evolved glyphs randomly gain 3 elemental buff types. Due to Glyph Evolution's effect, overlapping with most effects of the Dark Element Glyph passive, the 2 skills auto-merged. When Chung Qianma saw the 2 passives auto-merge, he was completely stunned. Different passives can actually merge? What kind of patch is this now? You've finished merging? But it did refund me 1 conversion slot. Isn't that a total loss? Chapter 555. Terrifying Fusion Passive. Massive Power Surge. Chung Qianma never expected that by choosing a new passive, he would actually lose a conversion slot. No matter how much he argued with the system, he received no response at all. So frustrating. If I'd known, I would have chosen a different passive to convert. Seeing that the system had no intention of compensating him, Chung Qianma could only smile helplessly. Then he checked the effects of the fused passive. However, the momentary frustration he felt vanished in the next second, because the new fusion passive was insanely overpowered. Brilliant Pattern Evolution Fusion Passive LV1. All generated brilliant patterns automatically evolve into a new form, with greatly enhanced power. The evolved patterns will have all types of buff effects from every brilliant pattern type. The limit is 15 patterns. Each new pattern, when successfully hitting an enemy, will simultaneously apply slow, shock, fire damage over time, dark damage over time, and neutral damage over time, 1 stack each. It also increases your movement speed, physical attack, attack speed, critical damage bonus, and physical crit rate by 1% each. Duration, 15 seconds. This is way too overpowered. Looks like I didn't lose anything at all. In fact, I made a huge profit. Looking at the brand new fusion passive, Chung Qianma couldn't help but beam with joy. If all the new patterns hit their target, they could instantly max out all 5 abnormal statuses. At the same time, within 15 seconds, all of his key attributes would be boosted by a full 15%. This boost is an independent bonus outside of his main attribute scaling, with no diminishing returns. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Since all my brilliant patterns have evolved, then the damage of Yellow Dragon covering the moon, could it also greatly enhance his power? The thought of it made Chung Qianma feel eager to try it out. After all, for a battle mage, the damage of Yellow Dragon Moon Eye had always been tied to the glyph attributes, so his assumption was quite reasonable. Forget it. Now's not the time to test it. He'd find a chance to try later. After allocating his free stat points, he could head out. Since Chung Qianma leveled up twice and received an additional 30 bonus points for his 3rd advancement, his current free stat points had reached a whopping 42. He opened his personal panel and continued investing points into agility. Name: Chung Qianma. Race: human. Class: 3rd advancement Godbound. Level 52. 654,772. 12 million foot. Strength: 110. Gear bonus: plus 170. Agility: 190. Gear bonus: plus 143. Spirit: 106. Gear bonus: plus 57. Constitution: 100. Gear bonus: plus 87. HP: 9,587. MP: 6,320. Armor: 790. Same level physical damage reduction: 32.3%. Attack speed bonus: 45.2%. Critical rate: 53.9%. Critical damage bonus: 36%. Magic resistance: 20%. Penetration: 15%. Resistance ignored: 20%. Magic damage bonus: 20%. Mana recovery: restores 8% of total mana every 5 seconds. Awakening talent: X rank conversion LV8. Combat power evaluation: 466,179. Unallocated points: 0. Guild gold: 680,000 gold. Cooperation buffs: basic amplification, magic blessing, advanced penetration, advanced luck, nightmare blessing. Title: Elder of the Life Profession Association, Red Street Assassin of the Dark Brotherhood, Council Member of the Blacksmith Association, President of Chung Peak, Member of the Summer Country High School Development Alliance. This time, Chung Qianma's improvements were the greatest he had ever achieved. Not only did all his stats see significant boosts, he also obtained an incredibly overpowered new passive, attributes like strength and agility. Under the boost of his new legendary gear, we're about to break through 300 points, with the other already approaching 350 points. Such ridiculous primary stats would make Chung Qianma's skill damage unimaginably powerful. He was truly looking forward to the future scenes when these new passives activate. It would definitely be an epic sight to behold. At the same time, his combat power jumped from 265,547 all the way up to 466,179, an increase of over 200,000. Such an outrageous boost has never happened in the history of the Apocalypse continent. You have to understand, even someone as powerful as Gu Qian at level 65 currently only has around 430,000, which means Chung Qianma, right after reaching his 3rd advancement, already stands at the top of his tier. Among all those below 4th advancement, there are likely fewer than 5 people who could beat him, and all of them are nearly 4th advancement candidates. If Chung Qianma levels up a bit more, he'll completely dominate everyone below 4th advancement. By then, without a doubt, he will set yet another unprecedented record, a record unmatched in the past, and unlikely to be matched in the future. Now that everything was settled, it was time to leave. Chung Qianma smiled, and slowly walked into the secret realm's exit portal. However, he didn't know that just minutes after the results from the Nightmare Domain came out, the headquarters of the Xia Nation's Administration Association had already received the news. At that moment, Qin Feiyu sat in his office, leisurely sipping tea. On his desk lay a file bearing the name Chung Qianma, a once-in-a-century talent for Xia Nation. Indeed, your performance this time once again exceeded my expectations. I hope your rise can teach those arrogant prodigies in Flame Dragon Soul a good lesson. And with the next hunting plan not too far away, I truly hope Xia Nation can make a breakthrough this time. Just thinking about the hunting plan, Qin Feiyu quietly put down his teacup. He turned his gaze to the distant sky outside the window. A hint of sorrow appeared on his face. Author's note. Tomorrow is May 3rd. I need to accompany my wife for a prenatal checkup, so I'm adjusting the update schedule temporarily. Updates will be unified in the evening. Thank you all for your support. Please keep voting. Chapter 556. I just spent some time on handling Ling Yu this morning. Conference room, Divine Realm University of Lower Nation. Ling Xiao knew Chung Qianma had been busy all day yesterday. She must have been exhausted, so he didn't rush to hold the meeting. And Chung Qianma had a good sleep. She slept all the way until the afternoon. When she woke up, she received Ling Xiao's meeting invitation. At 2 in the afternoon, Chung Qianma had just arrived at the conference room. She found the room already filled with people. Besides Ling Xiao, all the executives of the Lower Nation's School Development Alliance were present. Take a seat. Today's just a small meeting. It won't take too much of your time. Ling Xiao was looking at Chung Qianma more and more favorably. Naturally, he greeted her enthusiastically. The other leaders also nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Now that Chung Qianma had advanced to 3rd transfer, she had successfully joined the ranks of the nation's top elites. No one saw her as a junior or a student, just because of her young age. Who would dare treat someone in her early 20s, who had reached level 52 at 3rd transfer, as an ordinary person? No one would. Among everyone present here, the only ones who could confidently defeat Chung Qianma were the principals of various schools. They were all 4th transfer powerhouses. As for the other executives, they would be completely overpowered by Chung Qianma. This is the chain reaction, brought about by a difference in strength. Chung Qianma looked around the room. She nodded slightly. Then he sat down. It's been a while since you came back. Let me start by sharing the latest updates on the Lower Nation University Development Alliance. As the host, Ling Xiao naturally had the right to initiate the discussion. During the time Chung Qianma was away, the Lower Nation University Development Alliance advanced rapidly. Not only did the students and teachers make remarkable improvements in strength, they also welcomed a number of reserve members. Currently, the organization is governed by a core decision-making body of 6 major universities, with 10 weaker schools serving as support units. With this kind of strength, they have nearly seized half the discourse power in the Lower Nation's education sector. Yunba University's former glory has long since faded. It now feels like a setting sun. And the most anticipated contender is Divine Realm University, which many believe will soon regain its throne as the #1 in the Lower Nation. After listening to Ling Xiao's briefing, Chung Qianma wasn't surprised. The 6 schools not only shared resources, they also had their own teaching systems. If they couldn't take off even with that, that would be truly shameful. That's the current situation. Next, everyone has a humble request. We hope you'll hear it out. As Ling Xiao said this, he glanced at the others. He noticed in their eyes a strong sense of anticipation. Then he expressed everyone's hope that their offspring could also enter Eternal Peak. They all assumed Chung Qianma would readily agree, for the sake of their relationship, but to their surprise, he frowned. Although my guild is already level 7 and has quite a few open slots, those wanting to join must go through the same evaluations as everyone else. I won't grant special treatment just because we're familiar and just open the back door. They must prove their strength. Chung Qianma was so clever that she instantly saw through their little schemes. They simply wanted their descendants to benefit from following her, although she wasn't against it. Since they were all allies after all, she maintained strict standards. For joining Eternal Pinnacle, she absolutely didn't want one bad apple to spoil Eternal Pinnacle's current momentum was unstoppable. She had to be cautious. At first, they were a bit displeased, but soon, their faces filled with disbelief. Because from Chung Qianma's mouth, they heard something truly astonishing. You're saying Eternal Pinnacle is already level 7. How is that possible? Wasn't it just level 5 before? It's only been a few days. I remember since Eternal Pinnacle was founded. It hasn't even been 3 months. Now that it's level 7, did you pull off something earth-shattering? To grow this fast? Even these well-experienced big shots could hardly believe their ears. Eternal Pinnacle's growth speed was faster than a rocket launch. They simply couldn't imagine how Chung Qianma managed to do it. At the same time, their previous displeasure instantly vanished, and they now understood Chung Qianma's words. Everyone now believed that it was exactly because of Chung Qianma's high standards and strict requirements that Eternal Pinnacle had grown so strong. To maintain the guild's thriving momentum, when it came to new members, she had to stay cautious, and no one could blame her for it. At this moment, Chung Qianma used her absolute strength to silence everyone present. Her message was very clear. Your descendants are welcome to join. I welcome anyone. But the premise is, they must pass the guild entry test. This rule applies to everyone equally. There will be no special treatment. Just because they're the children of school executives, this world is just that realistic. When you're not strong enough, rejecting someone's request immediately leads to conflict, and it might even get you killed. But when you're overwhelmingly strong, and far beyond anyone's imagination, your rejection actually raises your value. Not only do people not resent it, they want to join you even more. In less than 3 months, the guild reached level 7. What kind of concept is that? None of them could imagine it. But there's one thing they understood very clearly. If their children could really join such a guild with huge potential, the future would be incredibly promising. Now, they no longer resisted the idea of an entry test. Instead, they planned to push their kids to fight tooth and nail to pass it. Ling Xiao glanced at everyone's expressions, realizing their attitude had changed. So he asked with great interest, what exactly did you do to make Eternal Peak develop so quickly? Ling Xiao voiced the question on everyone's mind, and all at once, they turned their gaze to Chung Qianma. But Chung Qianma didn't beat around the bush. He responded very generously. I just spent some time unifying the Lingwest City region. It sounded light and casual, but the implications were beyond astonishing. So in the next second, everyone's face showed disbelief. What do you mean just unified a region? That's insane. How can you say that? Like it's no big deal? We're talking about an entire main city region. Chapter 557. Chung Qianma reveals his overwhelming ambition. Chung Qianma spoke in the most casual tone, but revealed an astonishing achievement. The atmosphere in the conference room fell into dead silence. The big shots knew very well that even though Lingyu City was only a mid-level main city, there were at least over 10 guilds in the surrounding areas, and all of them were high-level. For Chung Qianma to eliminate or subjugate all of them in such a short time felt like a fantasy. No wonder Eternal Pinnacle's upgrade speed was so fast. You must have used other people's stockpiles to upgrade your own guild territory. Such an outrageous thing could only be done by you. Ling Xiao seemed not at all surprised. Given what he knew about Chung Qianma's style, he knew this was entirely possible. Chung Qianma awkwardly nodded, because that was exactly what she had done. At this, the expressions on everyone else's faces turned strange. In their view, Chung Qianma was truly ruthless. Upgrading a level 5 guild to level 7 required an enormous amount of materials. This showed just how terrifying the resources she had seized were. And without hesitation, she wiped out every force around her. This sent chills down everyone's spines. The big shots were now very grateful that they hadn't become enemies of Chung Qianma. Whether it was Yunba University earlier, or the guilds she had wiped out, their fates were truly miserable. At the same time, this only strengthened their determination to send their descendants into Eternal Pinnacle. With Chung Qianma at the helm, Eternal Pinnacle's development would exceed all expectations. If they didn't act fast, soon there would be a flood of people desperate to get in. By then, it would be too late to regret it. At that moment, one of the big shots suddenly stood up and then showed an apologetic expression, saying he needed to step out for a moment. But right after that, through the door, everyone could hear phone conversations coming from outside, and what they were saying was all about urging their families to contact their children in the clan and have them rush to Eternal Peak. At that point, that those who had just pretended to go to the bathroom had actually used the time to issue orders. After all, Chung Qianma only mentioned there were guild slots available, but didn't say how many exactly. Who knows? Maybe there are only a few left. So one after another, people went to the bathroom, afraid that if they delayed, others might take the remaining slots. A perfectly serious high-level meeting had now turned into a rush for the restroom. Such an absurd change caught even Ling Xiao off guard. He then turned his gaze to Chung Qianma and saw him shrug helplessly, as if to say, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. In the end, Ling Xiao could only smile helplessly. Chung Qianma seemed to possess a kind of magic, always capable of doing the unthinkable. Today Ling Xiao had truly witnessed it firsthand. Over 10 minutes later, 7 or 8 high-level leaders returned to the meeting room one after another, and they all very tacitly chose not to call each other out. At most, they just exchanged awkward smiles. After all, it was all for the future of their children. Even if it meant losing some face, it didn't matter. Such unspoken mutual understanding was quite comical to witness. This little episode soon passed. The meeting's focus then shifted to the future development of the Lower Nation University Alliance. Regarding future direction, Chung Qianma stated that, in addition to improving teaching methods, based on each school's specific situation, he also had a proposal for everyone. That was for the Eternal Peak Guild to form alliances with all university-affiliated guilds and promote that alliance throughout the Apocalypse continent. After hearing this idea, everyone let out a sigh of relief, because Chung Qianma's overwhelming ambition was gradually becoming clear. I'm sure you all know that I've mastered skills from several other classes, even ultimate skills. Now that we're all family, I won't keep it a secret anymore. That's because, through some special means, I obtained the coordinates of several ancient altars. That's how I've gained such immense benefits. However, only a small portion of these coordinates are within our lower nation. The rest are in the territories of other nations. Chung Qianma knew these people were already very curious about her secrets. So, to further tempt them into an alliance, she simply told them outright. Moreover, she blamed the abilities of the revivalist on the ancient altars after greatly downplaying them. After all, people in this world still knew very little about the ancient altars. They could never imagine that she had mastered third transfer skills from every class. Such an absurd thing. So this explanation was perfectly reasonable. Besides, everyone here was in the same boat. How could they dig too deeply? Among the big shots present, who wasn't a shrewd veteran? They knew very well what questions to ask and what to let go. Every peerless genius carried a few secrets of their own. To probe too deeply would be pure foolishness. As long as it benefits them, that's enough. That's what matters most. Chung Qianma also knew this statement carried a lot of weight, so she deliberately paused for a moment. He gave everyone enough time to take it in. As expected, everyone's face at this moment was filled with excitement. They naturally knew Chung Qianma was still holding something back. After all, the scarcity of ancient altars was something everyone clearly understood. It couldn't be as easy as he made it sound, just casually acquiring several of them. If it really were that easy, then all these years, what had everyone else been doing? Wasting their lives? Living in vain? But none of that mattered. What mattered was, since Chung Qianma was willing to, he clearly didn't intend to keep it all for himself. Such boldness and generosity instantly earned everyone's deep respect. At that moment, everyone's gaze toward Chung Qianma completely changed, because this piece of news would have a profound impact on the future of the Xia nation. And when Chung Qianma noticed the increasing heat in their eyes, he began to smile slightly. Chapter 558. A chaotic demon king is about to arrive. Seeing the timing was perfect, Chung Qianma continued. As a descendant of the Xia nation, I have no intention of hiding things, so I'm willing to share this freely. However, many of the coordinates lie overseas, and their guilds are extremely powerful. With our current capabilities, even if we knew the locations, we wouldn't be able to get there. Therefore, I hope the major guilds can form an alliance. Only then will we have the power to challenge those ultra-powerful foreign guilds and compete for the ancient altars. Because the offer Chung Qianma made was simply too enticing. Everyone present, their eyes lit up almost simultaneously. Ling Xiao also asked spiritedly, "Is this really true? This is truly fantastic news. Just as you said. Only by making our Xia nation's guild stronger can we compete with foreign powers. You have such great vision. It is truly a blessing for our Xia nation." After all, Ling Xiao was a fourth transfer powerhouse. His perspective on things was far beyond that of ordinary people. He didn't limit himself to guild rivalries, but elevated it to the national level. Now, the Xia nation was weak, and often bullied by guilds from the neighboring Waguo. So, Ling Xiao saw sharing the ancient altar coordinates as an act of great courage. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, who isn't selfish? Revealing your trump cards essentially elevates others, while weakening yourself. But Chung Qianma, knowing all this, was still willing to do it. It showed that in her heart, the nation's interest was above all else. However, Ling Xiao and the others actually misunderstood. Chung Qianma, as a transmigrator, was far from embracing the mindset of devoting herself to the nation. In truth, in her heart, toward this world, she didn't feel that deep of a connection. Chung Qianma's willingness to share some of the ancient altar coordinates also had its reasons. Although this treasure was invaluable to any awakened one, to her, it wasn't that big of a deal. After all, she was the only hidden class revivalist who had mastered every class's skills. The ancient altars were merely the icing on the cake, not a lifeline. They weren't that precious to him, so he was willing to offer up some coordinates in exchange for better development. Chung Qianma was determined to build Eternal Peak into the #1 guild on the Apocalypse continent, but manpower was still limited for now. Reliable allies who knew the situation would be especially important, and when the time was right in the future, he could transform these allies into his own affiliated guilds. just like he did when unifying Lingua City, giving them some benefits now. Chung Qianma simply considered it an investment in his future, and someday, he would reap double the rewards. In this, he was very confident. At the moment, everyone's thinking was basically aligned with Ling Zhao's, whether it was for the future of their schools or for strengthening the lower nation as a whole. They were very willing to accept the proposal. Besides, the 6 major universities were already united. There were barely any distinctions left between them, so letting their apocalypse guilds form an alliance as well, why not? So everyone agreed that after the meeting, they would personally push for it. Chung Qianma was very pleased with their reactions. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao spoke up somewhat awkwardly. Other guilds might be easy to handle, but when it comes to our Divine Realm University, you should know the situation. I'm afraid I won't be able to convince Fan Hanyu, so for this matter, you'll have to go in person. The principal of Divine Realm University doesn't get along with the vice principal. That's public knowledge. So, at this point, Ling Xiao could only shake his head helplessly. Actually, Chung Qianma had already known about this, but she wasn't worried. According to Ling Xiao's description, Fan Hanyu, though only 48 years old, had already reached level 69. He was at the level of an absolute genius. But Chung Qianma's strength was also considerable. As long as she could defeat him, everything else would fall into place. In this world, when it comes to nothing is more effective than brute force. Principal Ling, don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. After I visit the soul of the Yin Dragon, if I have time, I'll go and meet Vice Principal Fan in person. When she mentioned meeting him, Chung Qianma smiled. However, she had only casually mentioned the soul of the Yin Dragon, but as soon as everyone heard it, they all showed expressions of shock. You've been hiding this so well. You actually got accepted by the soul of the Yin Dragon. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell us? Was it after the big university event, when you were taken to the association headquarters, that you got accepted? Well, who would have thought we'd have such a genius among us? No. I think we must hold a grand recognition ceremony. This is an incredible event. The soul of the Yin Dragon might be mysterious, and ordinary people couldn't even get close to it. But everyone here were the top leaders of major universities. Naturally, they understood exactly what it meant to enter the soul of the Yin Dragon. That's why, upon hearing the news, they couldn't hide their excitement. At this moment, only Ling Xiao had a strange expression. He wasn't surprised. Chung Qianma would be accepted into soul of Yanlong, because she had once been part of it. But precisely because of that, she knew how proud the geniuses in soul of Yanlong were, each one full of arrogance and notoriously bad-tempered. With Chung Qianma's personality of never backing down, once she arrived, wouldn't it just spark another storm? Looks like someone's going to have a bad time again. You'd all better pray for yourselves. A chaotic demon is about to enter the battlefield. Chapter 559, Heading to Soul of Yanlong. After the meeting ended, 7 more days had passed, now that Lin Ruoshi had successfully advanced to become a Bana battle god. She had nothing else left to take care of. She knew Chung Qianma still had important matters to handle. So after accompanying her grandfather Ling Xiao for a week, she returned alone to the Apocalypse continent to continue leveling up. During this time, Chung Qianma, based on the current development of the 6 universities, rewrote an advanced version of the teaching curriculum. He also significantly raised the difficulty level of the knowledge points. Although this made all the faculty and students cry out that Chung Qianma was the embodiment of a demon, it was only words. They didn't really mean it. Deep down, they were grateful. After all, this was a curriculum written personally by Chung Qianma. Given her current status, the fact that she still humbly wrote lesson plans was almost unimaginable. Just think, she was no longer that rookie who had just entered Divine Realm University. She had gradually become a nationally acclaimed, peerless genius. Everyone now felt as if they were receiving Chung Qianma's personal tutoring. Its value was beyond measure. Even outsiders had no access to such a thing. So while it was painful, they were happy. After handling everything, on the morning of the 8th day, Chung Qianma finally arrived at the Xi'an Nation Administration Association headquarters. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Chung Qianma was filled with emotion. This was the core institution of the Xi'an Nation, and her next journey was about to begin here. Before setting out, Chung Qianma had already contacted Gu Zizhen in advance, so Gu Zizhen arrived at the gate, right on time as agreed. However, when she saw Chung Qianma, her expression wasn't entirely joyful. On the contrary, there was a hint of strangeness. Chung Qianma's successful 3rd transfer and record-breaking achievement were something she had known for a while. Although Chung Qianma had said before that she would report in once she reached 3rd transfer, Gu Zizhen hadn't expected that this day would come so soon. Chung Qianma's leveling speed had far exceeded her expectations. Even the top geniuses in the soul of the Yin Dragon could hardly reach this level. What kind of monster is this girl? While others struggled through hardship just to level up, even risking their lives, she made it look as easy as eating and drinking. If she remembered correctly, during the last university competition, she was only level 42, and now, in such a short time, She had already reached level 52. Was this even reasonable? Although Gu Zizhen was happy to see Cheng Qianma reporting early to the soul of the Yin Dragon, when she looked at Cheng Qianma's rocket-like speed of growth, she couldn't help but recall her own struggles from the past. By comparison, Cheng Qianma's astonishing performance made her feel as if she had aged several years. It's no exaggeration to say that Cheng Qianma had accomplished in just over a year what most awakened ones couldn't achieve, even in an entire lifetime. It was no exaggeration to say she had crushed everyone in Xia Nation beneath her feet. From the very first day Gu Zizhen met Cheng Qianma, she had sensed this girl was extraordinary. Now reality proved her intuition had been spot on. Good day, Commissioner Gu. It's been a while since we met. Cheng Qianma was now a third-tier powerhouse, so naturally she didn't feel the slightest nervousness. She actually took the lead, very casually and confidently greeting first. Gu Zizhen seemed quite used to her personality, so he didn't think anything of it. Yes, it really has been a while. Welcome to Soul of Yanlong. Gu Zizhen looked at Cheng Qianma with a helpless expression, and when he said a while, he put special emphasis on those words. By a while, you mean going from level 42 to level 52 in less than 2 months? Yeah, that's quite a while. For you at least. Cheng Qianma, of course, had no idea Gu Zizhen was silently complaining in his head. She calmly asked, what do I need to do next? Gu Zizhen saw that Cheng Qianma didn't even realize how ridiculously fast her level-up speed was. All he could do was sigh inwardly. Freak, let me give you a tour first, and also take care of your accommodations. As soon as Gu Zizhen said that, he prepared to lead Cheng Qianma into the Administration Association headquarters. But Cheng Qianma suddenly asked, I'm just checking in. Why do I need accommodations? Am I supposed to be staying here for a long time? Cheng Qianma's time was incredibly valuable. Although she had agreed to join Soul of Yanlong, she had no intention of staying long-term. After all, she still had many matters to return to the Apocalypse continent to deal with. So after hearing Gu Zizhen's words, she immediately raised a question. Gu Zizhen saw her serious expression and realized she was a bit resistant. So he chuckled and said, you're in luck. You're just in time for an important event in 10 days. So during this period, you'll need to stay in Soul of Yanlong. Don't be so quick to reject the benefits of staying here. They can't be explained in just a few words. Others dream of getting in here, but don't even have the chance. Gu Zizhen seemed to be deliberately keeping things vague, so she didn't explain too clearly. Hearing this, Cheng Qianma fell into deep thought. After all, it was her first day reporting in. She couldn't just break the rules right away. Besides, she owed Elder Qin a favor. Naturally, she had to consider his face. So after thinking it over, Cheng Qianma agreed to Gu Zizhen's request. Then the two of them slowly walked into the association headquarters. At the same time, the soul of the Yin Dragon also received this news. Almost all the members knew that a very young newcomer would officially join tomorrow. A storm was about to break. Chapter 560, Welcome Ceremony. Could Instructor Lee really be impressed? Did you guys hear? A new recruit is joining us soon. Instructor Lee already gave us a heads up yesterday. I heard this newcomer is really young. You think they might be even better than Lu Cheng'en? That's unlikely. Lu Cheng'en reached level 49 at just 28, and he even has an extremely rare SSS level talent. Who could possibly be more monstrous than him? I don't believe it. You never know. I heard Commissioner Gu personally went to pick them up yesterday. Yeah, right. Do you even know who Commissioner Gu is? Would she really do something like that? Why didn't I get that kind of treatment back then? Early this morning, all the members of the Soul of the Yin Dragon, who were still at headquarters, had already received the news. They all gathered in the Hall of Honor at the association headquarters. According to tradition, whenever a newcomer joined, the Soul of the Yin Dragon would hold a simple welcoming ceremony. At the same time, the newcomer would also undergo their first test here. Within the Soul of the Yin Dragon, the hierarchy was very strict. Members were ranked into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D, because their evaluation standards were insanely high, far above any external school. Even the most exceptional talents, when they first arrived, usually only received a D rank evaluation. Only a handful could receive a Class C grade from the start. And the Lu Cheng'en mentioned earlier, while he wasn't the strongest in Soul of Yanlong, his age gave him an edge, making him the most promising rising star. He joined Soul of Yanlong a year ago, and at that time, achieved a rare Class C result. So when everyone heard that the newcomer today was very young, they instinctively compared the two. There were currently over 200 members in Soul of Yanlong. All of them were peerless talents under the age of 45. Some of the strongest among them were already on the verge of a 4th transition. These people were the future of the lower nation. But since many were out on missions, only around 50 remained at the headquarters today. At exactly 9 a.m., a young awakened one slowly entered the Hall of Glory under the staff's guidance. He was none other than the person everyone had been talking about, Cheng Qianma. As soon as he stepped into the Hall of Glory, he immediately felt everyone's gaze focus on him. At the same time, most of them gasped in surprise. Holy crap, he's that young. He's probably not even 25. Isn't he just a fresh college graduate? And he actually got into Soul of Yanlong. Wait, I think I've heard of him. Isn't he a student from Divine Realm University? I heard he's insanely strong. For real. What kind of powerhouse could come out of Divine Realm University? Since Soul of Yanlong operated in deep secrecy, and its main missions involved offensives against foreign powers, its members usually studied foreign awakened geniuses, and paid little attention to domestic affairs. Besides, these people themselves were 1 in a million elites. They had no need to pay attention to the small fry. Their sights were set on the stars and seas. Cheng Qianma's rise had been so rapid that just a year ago, no one in the nation even knew his name, so it was understandable that people weren't too familiar with him. Only a very small number of people. Lately, they had heard his name through word of mouth from friends, but that was about it. They knew nothing more beyond that. Today, the one in charge of the welcoming ceremony was the instructor Li they had mentioned. His full name was Li Wenxuan. He was 49 years old this year. For him to become an instructor at the Soul of the Yen Dragon, he must have had serious skills. Back when he retired from the Soul of the Yen Dragon, he had already reached level 67. Now, 5 years later, he had become one of the rare fourth transfer powerhouses. Naturally, it was only fitting that he was invited back to the Soul of the Yen Dragon. He became a strict instructor. Of course, being an instructor didn't stop him from serving the nation. If there were any major external conflicts, he would still rush to the front lines. At this moment, Li Wenxuan was the only person here who knew Cheng Qianma's background. So, when he first saw Cheng Qianma, a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She was the genius. Personally recommended by Commissioner Gu, Li Wenxuan was a very strict person. He treated everyone equally and never played favorites. Therefore, even though he knew of Cheng Qianma's incredible feats, since she was now part of the Soul of the Yen Dragon, she had to follow his rules. Let me introduce her. This new member is Cheng Qianma. Let's give her a warm welcome. Li Wenxuan first very formally introduced her to all the team members. Then, a round of neat applause rang out from the audience. At the same time, everyone applauding stood up together. Seeing this scene, Cheng Qianma noticed 2 things. First, discipline is taken very seriously inside Soul of Yanlong. Whatever Li Wenxuan says goes. The members below wouldn't even dare to breathe a word in defiance. It was strikingly similar to the military in his previous life. Maybe this kind of discipline is just in the blood of the Xian nation. No matter how the world changes, those chosen to protect the Xian nation could always be trusted to uphold discipline. Second, he noticed that everyone seemed rather afraid of Instructor Li. No one dared to meet his gaze directly. It was as if they were all avoiding it on purpose. That scene instantly set Cheng Qianma's imagination running wild. Could it be that Instructor Li eats people or something? Why do they all look so terrified of him? Chapter 561. Combat Power Test, Stage 1. Difficulty raised unexpectedly. Not long after, Li Wenxuan raised his fist, signaling for the applause to stop. Then he turned his gaze toward Cheng Qianma and said meaningfully, "All right, the welcoming ceremony is over. Now we begin the testing phase. Don't think that just because you passed the ceremony, you're already part of Soul of Yanlong. Even with a recommendation from Commissioner Gu, if you can't pass the tests, I still have the right to reject you. So I hope you'll give a strong performance. Don't disgrace the one who recommended you." With complete confidence, Li Wenxuan abruptly ended the ceremony. The whole thing lasted barely 20 seconds. At the same time, he gave Cheng Qianma a sharp wake-up call. A powerful pressure swept across the room in an instant. Such a cold yet authoritative attitude even caught Cheng Qianma off guard. That was it. He didn't even let me say a few words? Are you sure this is a welcoming and not a pre-exam pep talk? Cheng Qianma wasn't fazed at all by Li Wenxuan's intimidating welcome. On the contrary, she gradually realized that the rules of the Soul of the Yen Dragon always prioritized efficiency above all else. The endless red tape and those annoying habits of holding meetings over trivial matters didn't exist here at all. So instead of getting angry, she actually felt a bit pleased. She had always disliked those things. So Li Wenxuan's style of doing things was exactly to her liking. Less talk, more action was exactly what Cheng Qianma dreamed of. How could she refuse that? No problem. Cheng Qianma responded calmly, without the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. However, at this moment, everyone's expression changed as they looked at her, as if something terrifying was about to happen. Li Wenxuan silently looked at her twice, then continued, "I'm sure before you came here, you already heard about our rules. Every newcomer who joins the Soul of the Yen Dragon must undergo a ranking evaluation. Only those who reach at least a D rank have the right to stay. If you fail to meet this standard later, please leave on your own. We are not a garbage team here. In the Soul of the Yen Dragon, we don't accept trash." Li Wenxuan's expression was extremely serious at this moment, but the members below seemed used to it already. Instructor Li's style had always been swift and ruthless, and his standards for students were insanely high. The reason the team members had shown those strange expressions earlier was because Instructor Li had an infamous record. Since he became an instructor, no newcomer under his supervision had ever received anything higher than a D rank. In fact, quite a few newcomers couldn't even get a D rank. It was absolutely brutal. So people privately gave him the nickname Li Yanwang, king of Hell Li, as a sign of fear and respect. In the eyes of many veteran members, Cheng Qianma was considered quite unlucky, because Soul of Yanlong had 6 main instructors, and compared to Li Wenxuan, the others were more easygoing, and not as traditional or stubborn. So if someone were tested, they'd clearly have a better chance at a good score. But unfortunately, Cheng Qianma just happened to show up on the day Li Wenxuan was on duty. Talk about rotten luck. It was basically a death sentence. Some of the members in the crowd were already having unpleasant flashbacks. They had also been tested by Li Wenxuan back then, and their results? Better left unspoken. If they had to sum it up in one word, it would be devastating. So they felt a kind of sympathy, a shared sense of suffering. Out of sympathy for Cheng Qianma, even before the test began, some had already started praying for him. So, what's the test going to be? Cheng Qianma didn't know Li Wenxuan well, but he could tell at a glance that this man was very strict. So he didn't beat around the bush or waste time. He directly asked how to begin. After hearing his question, Li Wenxuan sized him up from head to toe. Then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He had always hated men who hesitated, whining and dithering like old ladies. But Cheng Qianma had remained calm and composed, even under heavy pressure. That kind of poise made Li admire him a little. Looks like if Commissioner Gu recommended him, this guy might really have some potential. Let's see if you can. Show me something impressive. After quietly praising him in his heart, Li Wenxuan continued aloud. The assessment is divided into 3 stages. The first one is simple and direct, a test of raw combat power. If your combat power exceeds 350,000, you pass this stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the team members who had never undergone Li Wenxuan's assessment all gasped in shock. You must know, the strict requirement to join the Soul of Yanlong is that one's age must not exceed 45. This means, the older someone is, the greater their advantage during the initial assessment. After all, for the vast majority of people, level is directly proportional to age, but Cheng Qianma is so young, clearly at a disadvantage. If it were another instructor, they might have lowered the standard based on the situation. But not only did Li Wenxuan not lower the standard, he even raised it by a staggering 50,000 points. In everyone's eyes, such an outrageous action was undoubtedly highly unusual. Even those who had previously endured Li Wenxuan's harsh treatment found this requirement utterly absurd. But they didn't dare voice their objections, because Li Yanlong's reputation was not just for show. Who knows what consequences speaking up might bring? Everyone originally thought that after hearing such an unreasonable demand, Cheng Qianma would show shock or hesitation, or even questioning it would be understandable. But his reaction now was as if nothing had happened. It was as if the assessment standard Li Wenxuan proposed wasn't an issue at all. All right. Cheng Qianma calmly accepted the assessment standard, without the slightest hint of doubt. The crowd erupted in astonishment after hearing this. They couldn't understand what made Cheng Qianma say those words. Was he just putting on a brave face? Meanwhile, Li Wenxuan's lips curled slightly upward, as if he had a knowing smirk. Chapter 562, 460,000 Combat Power Shocks the Arena. Go ahead. That cylindrical machine on the right is the latest combat power tester. Just... Li Wenxuan pointed to a corner of the glory hall, where a high-tech machine stood. In the Xia Nation, standard combat power testers have a numerical limit, a cap of 200,000. If someone exceeds that level, they must use an advanced tester developed by the Research Institute. Since members of Soul of Yanlong are all elite among elites, the 200,000 cap is clearly insufficient, and since their department was right next to the institute, they conveniently brought one over. Although Cheng Qianma didn't know the exact differences between the old and new testers, he still followed Li Wenxuan's instructions and stepped into the circular testing ring. At that moment, all eyes were locked onto the screen of the cylindrical machine. Everyone was eager to know just how powerful was this exceptionally young genius. Once Cheng Qianma stepped into the new combat power tester, a red beam scanned him from head to toe. In the next second, a progress bar appeared on the LED screen. On the outside of the machine, the numbers on the bar began rising from 0. After just 3 seconds, Cheng Qianma's combat power had already surpassed 200,000. This scene left many people visibly surprised. Because based on the new tester's mechanics, the rate of power increase generally follows a fast and slow pattern. All awakened individuals being tested experience an explosive rise at first, then the rate gradually slows until it stops. The higher the person's actual power, the greater that initial spike will be. Most of the people present only reached about 130,000 within the first 3 seconds during their own tests, but Cheng Qianma had already shattered that threshold, which meant his combat power was going to be terrifying. Now this is interesting. So aggressive right from the start. Now I'm curious. Can you break through the 350,000 limit I specially set for you? Previously, Li Wenxuan hadn't gone easy on Cheng Qianma due to his age. He had even increased the test requirement by 50,000 points, but he had a special reason for doing so. Since he was the only one who knew Cheng Qianma's true abilities, he felt that setting the evaluation limit at 350,000 wasn't excessive for an abnormal genius like Cheng Qianma. Only by continuously raising the bar could he push her to keep improving herself. Otherwise, with just a bit of achievement, she might become complacent and arrogant. Over these years, Li Wenxuan's combat power. They had seen too many geniuses who were fierce at first, but eventually faded into mediocrity. He didn't want Qing Qianma to follow the same path, which is why he was so strict. For the future of the lower nation, he truly spared no effort. Time flew by, and another 5 seconds passed. Although the increase in combat power wasn't as explosive as before, it was still significant. The numbers on the LED screen had already reached 330,000 points, only 20,000 points away from the target Li Wenxuan initially set. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were all eager to know whether Cheng Qianma could hit the target. 5 seconds later, Cheng Qianma's combat index finally broke through 350,000. Applause instantly filled the Hall of Glory. Cheng Qianma had earned everyone's recognition with his strength, and the corners of Li Wenxuan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. No wonder Commissioner Gu had his eye on him. To break through 350,000 combat power at such a young age, he truly had every reason to be proud. Even the proud Li Wenxuan had to admit Cheng Qianma's terrifying potential. At first, he thought Cheng Qianma only had about a 50 to 60% chance of passing his temporary test. Who would have thought he would pass the first stage so effortlessly? It was truly astonishing, judging by his current growth rate. His final combat power should be around 380,000 to 390,000. This would be the best result among all newcomers in the history of Seoul of Yanlong. He really is a talent. Based on his years of experience, Li Wenxuan roughly estimated Cheng Qianma's combat limit. In his view, the increase in combat power was already rapidly slowing. It probably wouldn't rise much further. However, after a few more seconds, when Cheng Qianma's combat power reached 390,000, it was still slowly climbing. Both Li Wenxuan and the others showed expressions of disbelief. Oh my god! His combat power is actually climbing past 400,000. Is this really the level of a newly awakened third-stage fighter? Can someone like that even exist? I even have a feeling he can climb even higher. This is terrifying. Are we really that outdated? Are all the newcomers outside this monstrous? Damn it. This combat test has completely shattered my confidence. The veteran students of Seoul of Yanlong usually look down on students from the outside, but with Cheng Qianma's appearance, they suddenly began to doubt themselves. Some of the weaker ones even suffered a huge blow to their confidence. Excellent. He actually managed to slap my face. This is getting more interesting. Come on, please hit me even harder. Li Wenxuan wasn't upset over his failed prediction, nor did he feel embarrassed or angry. Instead, he was genuinely happy for Cheng Qianma. If getting slapped in the face could bring Xia country more geniuses like Cheng Qianma, he'd even be willing to swell his own face. Time ticked by, second by second. Cheng Qianma's combat power growth had slowed significantly, but it still hadn't stopped. At this moment, the LED screen showed a number exceeding 450,000 points. Everyone was starting to feel numb. Cheng Qianma's strength was simply unbelievable, and it seemed he could still push forward just a bit more. It's like peeing, fierce at first, then weaker toward the end. You even have to squeeze out the last drops before finishing. And Cheng Qianma was now in that final squeeze stage. 10 more seconds passed. The combat power value finally stopped rising. The LED screen's number settled at 466,179 points. Such a result left the entire audience in dead silence. Chapter 563. Second stage, Endless Challenge. Damn. A monster has arrived. Level 52 with 460,000 combat power. How the hell did he do it? It feels like only the 4 captains could hold him down. Absolutely terrifying. Not bad, not bad. Never thought I'd live to see Instructor Li eat crow. So satisfying. Wonder if Instructor Li will ramp up the difficulty for him again. After all, getting slapped in the face doesn't feel good. Everyone was now deeply impressed by Cheng Qianma's strength. In this era where the strong are revered, if you want to quickly earn everyone's respect, nothing works faster than displaying absolute power. And Cheng Qianma, through just the first stage of the test, easily achieved that. It was naturally jaw-dropping. Well done. Now I'm curious to see more of you. But don't celebrate too soon. There are still 2 more stages. If you can't pass them, I still have the right to dismiss you. At that moment, Li Wenxuan gave Cheng Qianma a meaningful look. There was no visible emotion on his face. He was certainly not as petty as some students claimed. The stronger Cheng Qianma showed himself to be, the happier he felt. Because that meant a brighter future for the Xian nation. Cheng Qianma also found this Instructor Li quite interesting, so he nodded with a smile. No problem. Please give me the next challenge. Li Wenxuan greatly appreciated Cheng Qianma's calm and steady attitude. He then continued. The first test mainly assessed your theoretical strength. The second one will evaluate your real combat ability. See that square machine on the left? Just step onto it, and you'll enter a void space. As long as you last 30 minutes, you pass. When everyone heard the 30-minute requirement, their expressions turned odd again, because Instructor Li had raised the difficulty once more. This square machine was custom-made by the Xian Nation's Research Institute specifically for Soul of the Flame Dragon. You can't buy it anywhere else. Once an awakened steps into it, their consciousness will link to a void space, and all of their abilities will be replicated 100% within. In that void, there are endless waves of monsters. They'll come at the awakened one wave after another without end. There's no way to kill them all. Facing such insane battle intensity, most new members of Soul of the Flame Dragon can only last around 10 minutes at most, and the number of waves they survive rarely exceeds 8. If it goes beyond that, they either run out of strength or die from sheer exhaustion. But thankfully, it's a void space. Dying there doesn't come with any punishment. Your consciousness just returns to reality. The reason Li Wenxuan increased the difficulty again was actually to humble Cheng Qianma a little. Although his strength was astonishing, being overconfident can still be dangerous. I'm afraid that's not a good thing. As the saying goes, there's always someone better out there. The average strength of awakened ones in the Xia nation is just mid-tier globally. You might dominate within the country, but in the stronger nations, you could be nothing. Losing face in front of your own people is a small matter. It's better than losing your life abroad. To avoid suffering losses in the future, in Li Wenxuan's view, harsh lessons are quite necessary. After hearing Li Wenxuan's explanation, Cheng Qianma didn't say much, because he already understood Li Wenxuan's intentions and sensed his goodwill. Very soon, he stepped into the square machine. As he stood still and calmed his mind, he immediately felt as if his spirit had left his body. The next second, he found himself in a pure white space. As expected, the Xia Nation Research Institute has some real skill. The realism of this void space was almost indistinguishable from reality. However, just as he was marveling at it, a mechanical voice rang in his ears. The first wave of attacks will begin in 10 seconds. There will be a 5-second rest period after each wave. The difficulty of subsequent battles will continue. Please prepare for combat. After Cheng Qianma heard the announcement, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. A surge of excitement rose within him. An endless challenge. Excellent. It had been a long time since he fought at full power. Before entering the void space, Cheng Qianma had deliberately observed the Hall of Glory and the square machine. He noticed there were no display screens. That meant his battles within the void space would not be seen by anyone. Currently, he held several new, untested skills. This was the perfect opportunity to unleash them without restraint. What better chance than this? Just as the battle was about to begin, the students in the Hall of Glory were all speculating about Cheng Qianma's performance. After witnessing his stunning display in the first round, they were all eager to see how far he could go. They had high expectations after seeing his incredible first test. This time, they were much more optimistic. Many people believed he had a good chance of meeting instructor Li's expectations. Just 10 minutes ago, this was almost unimaginable. Even Li Wenxuan himself had a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Of course, he hoped Cheng Qianma would pass successfully. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, around Cheng Qianma, 20 level, 52 elite blood wolves spawned at once. The first wave of monsters matches the tester's level, with the number locked at 20. After that, attacks will increase in difficulty, either by raising monster numbers or increasing their levels. This is precisely why Soul of Yanlong only recruits the nation's top geniuses. For ordinary awakened ones, taking on 20 elite monsters of the same level is almost an impossible mission. But by Soul of Yanlong's standards, this is just the starting point. If you're not strong enough, ordinary awakened ones aren't even qualified for daily training. Therefore, recruiting mediocre people is simply pointless. Only 20 elite monsters in the first wave. This intensity feels a bit too low. Looks like the difficulty needs to ramp up quickly to truly test him. Cheng Qianma watched as 20 blood wolves charged toward him. Instead of fear, he actually thought the challenge was too mild. If someone knew how he felt, they wouldn't know what to think. Then he pulled out the Glimmerblade umbrella and launched a fierce attack. Chapter 564. 30 minutes. 20 waves of assault. Breaking through the ultimate chi barrier. With a loud shout from Cheng Qianma, a golden barrier instantly enveloped his body. Actually, facing 20 elite monsters of the same level, he didn't need to use this skill at all. But to wipe out all the small monsters in one go, he chose to do so. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of collisions echoed continually. The swarm of blood wolves couldn't breach the ultimate aura shield. Soon, Cheng Qianma finished chanting his second skill, Frost Impact. In an instant, with Cheng Qianma at the center, a piercing chill erupted outward in all directions. The next second, all 20 blood wolves were dead. Yaminar's ultimate move is just too effective against these low-level fragile enemies. It's an absolute slaughter. If anyone knew that Cheng Qianma called same-level elite monsters low-level fragile enemies, they'd surely find it absurd. Only a freak like him would have the confidence to say something like that. With that, the first wave of attacks took Cheng Qianma only about 10 seconds to clear successfully. Congratulations on passing the first wave. The second wave will begin in 5 seconds. Please keep up the effort. Cheng Qianma smiled. The intensity of that battle wasn't even enough for a warm-up to clear the second wave quickly. He even timed it perfectly, precasting his second area of effect ultimate move. However, the moment he cleared the first wave, The external square machine was also broadcasting his progress in real time. At that moment, everyone's faces showed a hint of shock, though they knew Qing Qianma was strong. The first wave of small monsters shouldn't have been cleared in under 10 seconds, right? He's not even a mage class, with tons of group damage skills. So, everyone was now a bit puzzled, and on Li Wenxuan's face, similarly filled with curiosity. It seems this kid is truly as the rumors say, having activated several ancient altars. Otherwise, with a freelancer's AoE efficiency, it would never be this exaggerated. When Qing Qianma first left the Management Association headquarters, he left behind several valuable ancient altar coordinates. As the instructor of the soul of Yanlong, Li Wenxuan naturally had the authority to know about this, so it was only logical that he attributed Qing Qianma's insane monster-killing efficiency to the ancient altars. Time ticked by second. When it reached the 28th minute, the expressions on everyone's faces had gradually turned numb, because during this time, Qing Qianma had consecutively cleared 19 waves of attacks. Such a freakish clear efficiency could only be described as inhuman. Based on the historical records of the soul of Yanlong, no one had ever reached such heights. And of course, Qing Qianma had no idea that he had already broken the soul of Yanlong's long-sealed void space record. He was currently battling 50-level, 62 self-destructing venomous insects. These self-destructing venomous insects were not only powerful, but upon death, they would also trigger a small-scale explosion effect. So, facing such a number of mobs, Qing Qianma had to handle them cautiously. Otherwise, even if he successfully killed them, he might end up being taken down by their chain self-destruction. Come on, let me test the power of my new passive. Qing Qianma switched his 1000-blade streamlight to spear form, then unleashed various high combo techniques against the surrounding self-destructing venomous insects. The main reason he did this was to trigger the other shore of unloading, which had only a 5% chance. With his attack speed boosted by an impressive 45.2%, Qing Qianma's movements began to leave afterimages. In just 6 seconds, his health suddenly dropped by 50%. Seeing this sudden change, he showed no trace of panic, but instead revealed an excited expression, because this was the sign of the Blood Realm's other shore activating. In an instant, a massive demonic shadow appeared behind Qing Qianma. Then, blood-red energy began to gather directly ahead. Soon, a small tornado about 8 meters tall started spinning violently. Qing Qianma directed it to circle around the self-destructing poison bugs. Just one lap, and all the mobs were swept into it. In the next second, Qing Qianma's lost HP instantly returned to full. At the same time, crunching and cracking sounds echoed from within the blood tornado, and kept getting louder. That was the sound of massive swarms of poison bugs, getting torn apart by the high-level strikes of Blood Realm beyond the shore. Moments later, a loud boom rang out. 50 self-destructing poison bugs, all level 62, were completely wiped out. The chain explosion they caused did reach Qing Qianma, but it didn't kill him. His HP didn't even drop below 90%, because the blood tornado's lifesteal effect was just ridiculously overpowered. The poison bug's explosive damage couldn't keep up with Qing Qianma's regeneration, and so, Qing Qianma successfully withstood the 20th wave of attacks, and the timer hit exactly 30 minutes. So that's it. Trial cleared. Feels a little anticlimactic. Qing Qianma had wanted to keep going, but his consciousness was forcibly ejected from the void space. That was because Li Wenxuan had preset the mission parameters, so once Qing Qianma completed them, he was automatically kicked out. As his consciousness returned to his body, Qing Qianma slowly opened his eyes. His vision shifted from blurry to clear. A few seconds later, he saw the expressions on the faces around him. Everyone had wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Li Wenxuan looked completely stunned. At that moment, Qing Qianma felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many pairs of eyes all at once. At the same time, he felt a little lost. Why are you all staring at me? Did something huge just happen? Chapter 565. Instructor Li is stepping in. What an overwhelming momentum. 30 minutes, and successfully withstood 20 waves of attacks. Did I see that right? This kind of clearing efficiency feels almost like he's using cheats. Look at his expression. He actually looks like he's not satisfied yet. Damn it. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. It's rare to see even Instructor Li hit a wall. So satisfying. Look at his shocked expression. It's hilarious. At this moment, not only were the students in even Li Wenxuan couldn't believe Qing Qianma's results were real. He originally thought that if Qing Qianma could last 30 minutes, it would already be an amazing feat. Who would have thought he'd actually break the all-time record for new recruits in the void space? Li Wenxuan looked at Qing Qianma with a complex expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Not long after, Qing Qianma noticed the silence, so he took the initiative to ask, Instructor Li, this should count as passing the second stage, right? Li Wenxuan snapped back to reality, and immediately felt a little awkward. He thought, if even this doesn't count as passing, then what about the other students? Wouldn't they all just be a bunch of losers? You're indeed very strong. Congratulations, you've passed. The final stage is simple. Last 5 minutes against me. Qing Qianma's terrifying talent had truly piqued Li Wenxuan's interest. He was now very eager to spar with him personally. If Chung Qianma could really last 5 minutes, he wouldn't mind giving him an unprecedented evaluation. As soon as everyone heard 5 minutes, their faces darkened. They knew Instructor Lee was a 4th-tier powerhouse. No matter how strong Chung Qianma was, there was no way he could last 5 minutes. Everyone thought Instructor Lee was holding a bit of a grudge. After all, he had been humiliated twice in a row. So at this moment, quite a few people felt that Chung Qianma was really unlucky to end up with such a monstrous instructor. If not for Li Yinwang's famous reputation, maybe 1 or 2 bold students would have spoken up for him. Last 5 minutes against a Tier 4 expert? Now that's interesting. Chung Qianma had never fought a Tier 4 powerhouse before, nor had he witnessed their abilities. As someone who constantly seeks challenges, his blood instantly boiled with excitement. Not only did he not feel afraid, he actually started to get excited. When Li Wenxuan saw his expression, his face turned odd. Good grief. Is this guy some kind of battle maniac? He smiled when he heard he'd be fighting me. This kid is a total lunatic. Fine then. Let me see what you're truly capable of. Li Wenxuan hadn't felt this excited in a long time, so his eyes lit up with anticipation too. Soon, the two arrived at the battle. There was a small battle arena here, just big enough for sparring. This is a 5-minute hourglass. As long as you're still standing, when the sand runs out, you pass. Don't worry, I won't use Tier 4 ultimates to bully you. I'll also control my strength. Let's begin. Though Li Wenxuan intended to test Chung Qianma, he knew where to draw the line. A Tier 4 ultimate was capable of destroying everything. If he used it here, he might bring the entire Hall of Honor down with it. He wouldn't allow that, nor would he hurt such a promising talent. Chung Qianma nodded slightly after hearing that. Though he was confident in his strength, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could defeat a Tier 4 expert. The conditions Li Wenxuan gave weren't particularly unreasonable, so he gladly accepted. Here I go. Be careful. Li Wenxuan is a 4th-tier elemental explosion expert. His advanced class is Ember Child. This class has the power to manipulate elements, boasting extremely powerful magic output. Li Wenxuan acted decisively, immediately casting Crystal of Ice. Crystal of Ice generates a magic array in front, summoning numerous icicles to fall and strike the enemy. Once it hits the target, it deals ice element damage and slows them by 60%, lasting for 10 seconds. In an instant, beneath Chung Qianma's feet, a massive deep blue magic array appeared. Then countless icicles materialized out of thin air in the sky. Li Wenxuan's speed of casting was simply unbelievable. So this is Instructor Li's true power? Oh my god, this is insane. Can Chung Qianma withstand this? Instructor Li's gear must be insanely good. Otherwise, there's no way his casting speed would be this fast. These students rarely got to see Instructor Li in action, so now they all showed looks of envy. The people of this world have an innate admiration for the strong. No one is exempt. As a 4th-tier powerhouse, Li Wenxuan's advantages in both power and equipment were obvious. That's why he could unleash a move like Crystal of Ice in just 1 second. Come on then. Let me see how you'll respond. The corners of Li Wenxuan's mouth lifted slightly. This was his first challenge. This was the first challenge he presented. If Chung Qianma got slowed by the ice crystals at the start, there's no way he'd last 5 minutes. But in the next second, Chung Qianma's body was incredibly fast, beyond everyone's imagination. He weaved through the magic formation, dodging constantly. Not a single ice crystal managed to hit him. Turns out he had activated the passive skill from the Tower of Void, swift as the gale. This granted him a 600% speed boost. What? Li Wenxuan stared at the scene before him, his eyes suddenly narrowing. He had imagined many scenarios, but he never thought Chung Qianma would dodge every single ice crystal so easily. The burst of speed he just showed even surpassed the average Tier 4 standard. That sudden white glow on his body. You've surprised me again with a gear-based skill. This is getting more and more interesting. Another surprise from you. Very well. Then try this one. Dark Zone Expansion. In an instant, above the Hall of Honor, a black sphere appeared. Then a wave of dark energy shot straight at Chung Qianma. In that moment, the light inside the Hall of Honor dimmed instantly. That black sphere, it could absorb light. Chapter 566. A brilliant duel. Li Wenxuan's shock. Dark Zone Expansion generates a sphere of dark energy that absorbs all light within a 20-meter radius, causing blindness to all targets within the area of effect. Although the skill does no damage, its strength lies in its mass blinding effect. But its strength lies in its ability to blind multiple targets at once, and it had quite a large area of effect. Li Wenxuan already knew that Chung Qianma's speed was astonishing, so he planned a targeted approach. If Chung Qianma were blinded, no matter how fast he moved, he wouldn't be able to dodge skills anymore. From a tactical standpoint, Li Wenxuan's choice was undoubtedly very sound, but he still underestimated the power of Space Step. Just as the darkness was about to engulf Chung Qianma, his body suddenly vanished, and in the next instant, he reappeared right behind Li Wenxuan. Even more terrifyingly, Chung Qianma had already switched his Glimmerblade umbrella into dagger form in advance, clearly having prepared a skill beforehand. Backstab. Just as the dagger was about to plunge into Li Wenxuan's back, Li Wenxuan suddenly unleashed Repulsion Ring. This skill is Emberchild's life-saving move. It pushes back all enemies within 5 meters, by 8 meters. With a loud impact, the tip of Cheng Qianma's dagger seemed to hit an invisible force field. His body was then pushed backward continuously, though the exchange lasted only a few seconds. Both Cheng Qianma's assault and Li Wenxuan's counter were brilliant. All the students present were utterly stunned. They never imagined that Cheng Qianma would not only dodge the Dark Jade expansion, but also dare to launch a counterattack. Li Wenxuan was a 4th-tier powerhouse. For an ordinary 3rd-tier awakened one to simply survive would already be a huge achievement. But Cheng Qianma's courage was clearly extraordinary. Li Wenxuan, now a few meters away from Cheng Qianma, was at a very safe distance, so he asked with great interest. If Cheng Qianma had used the assassin's shadow pursuit step, he would have spotted it right away. But Cheng Qianma's teleportation speed was clearly much faster than shadow pursuit step, so it was obvious that it wasn't. Spatial fold is a skill that comes with my gear. Cheng Qianma didn't try to hide it. He said it casually and confidently. When the crowd heard this, they all gasped sharply. A guy like Cheng Qianma, with such insane passive skills, he was just too amazing. But for someone like Cheng Qianma to have gear with such powerful abilities, the quality must be top tier. It seems Cheng Qianma is a lot wealthier than they thought. Your gear is impressive. Even I'm a bit jealous, said Li Wenxuan, with a half smile. Who knows if he was joking or not? Very well. Let's continue. Elemental bombardment. Just as Li Wenxuan finished speaking, he quickly leapt backward. At the same time, in both of his hands, 2 glowing orbs appeared. Cheng Qianma wanted to pursue him, but the effect of swift as the gale had worn off, so he could only watch as elemental bombardment was cast. Li Wenxuan launched spells from both hands like dual artillery. The orbs of magic he released were all of different colors. Elemental bombardment is a locking skill. Let me see your defense. Having experienced how terrifying Cheng Qianma was, Li Wenxuan finally got serious. A lock-on magic skill means that once it's cast successfully, it hits 100% of the time. Using this kind of move was his way of showing respect to Cheng Qianma. After seeing elemental bombardment, the onlookers could barely keep watching, because this skill not only hits for sure, but it also allows the caster to switch elements, to inflict various debuffs on the target, in everyone's eyes. This time there was no way Cheng Qianma could dodge. However, Cheng Qianma didn't panic. Instead, he silently activated magic reflection. The next second, a magical shield shimmered around his body, and then, a faint blue light barrier appeared. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. 7 or 8 orbs of various colors bounced off the blue light barrier and flew right back. Li Wenxuan was instantly shocked. You even have magic reflection, such a rare skill? Even the usually composed Li Wenxuan felt a flicker of panic for the first time, because this skill was undoubtedly a nightmare for all magic users. A few seconds later, with a series of bangs, right in front of Li Wenxuan, a violent explosion erupted. When the smoke cleared, though he was unhurt, he did look rather disheveled. This Cheng Qianma, he's really a monster. He's only level 52, yet already this strong. What if he advances to 4th tier? Li Wenxuan brushed the dust off his sleeves, his heart filled with shock, beyond what words could describe. He now finally realized that if he didn't go all out, he probably wouldn't be able to pose any real. Such an outrageous thought, appearing in the mind of a 4th-tier powerhouse like Li Wenxuan, was truly terrifying. It also proved that Cheng Qianma possessed power far beyond his current level. There was just 1 minute left before the designated 5 minutes were up, and Li Wenxuan hadn't gained a single advantage yet. Before the battle started, this was something no one could have imagined. Looks like in our Xia nation, another extraordinary talent has emerged. Although Li Wenxuan was looking a bit battered, it didn't affect his mood at all. He was more than willing to become a stepping stone for Xia nation's future stars, even though time wasn't up yet. As I said before, I won't use power beyond the standards. Given the current situation, I really can't pose much of a threat to you. So continuing this fight is meaningless. Welcome to the soul of the flame dragon. As soon as Li Wenxuan said this, he put away his weapon. Everyone who saw this could hardly believe their eyes. It was obvious to anyone what Instructor Li meant just now. He admitted that without using his full authority, he couldn't defeat Cheng Qianma. That news hit everyone like a bolt of lightning, making their scalps tingle. Chapter 567. Top Rank Evaluation. Captain of the Azure Dragon Squad. Right after Li Wenxuan welcomed Cheng Qianma into the group, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. At this point, everyone deeply admired Cheng Qianma's strength. Now, no one dared to treat him like a rookie anymore. Seriously. His very first day in the soul of the flame dragon, and he already earned praise from Li Yanwang. Most of them couldn't imagine achieving that. At first, Cheng Qianma wasn't particularly interested in the soul of the flame dragon, but now his perspective had started to shift. These people seemed to genuinely care about the nation. There was almost no envy or jealousy. It seems that the Xian nation's current situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Besides, this instructor Li wasn't just powerful. He was also quite magnanimous. Perhaps, the Xian nation would soon rise in strength and prosperity. Cheng Qianma looked at everyone with a smile, then nodded slightly in acknowledgement. On the surface, it was Li Wenxuan evaluating him today. But in reality, he was also observing the soul of the flame dragon. Given his ability and discernment, this was always meant to be a two-way choice. If the soul of the flame dragon couldn't meet his standards, he could have just turned around and walked away. Fortunately, the result today was quite good. Cheng Qianma had seen the potential in the soul of the flame dragon. I hereby announce that Cheng Qianma has earned a top-grade evaluation and will become the 5th captain of... Right after Li Wenxuan announced Cheng Qianma's result, the crowd immediately erupted. They couldn't believe their own ears. You have to understand, there had only ever been 4 captains in Seoul of Yanlong, and every one of them was a near 4th-tier powerhouse. Yet Cheng Qianma had just joined today, and already leaped 3 ranks, rising from D-class rank to become an A-class member, the highest rank. This had never happened before in the history of Seoul of Yanlong. At this moment, everyone could imagine just how heated the discussion would be. When Li Wenxuan reported this at the high-level meeting, "Thank you, instructor," Cheng Qianma gave a slight smile. Although he didn't fully understand what it meant to be a squad captain in Seoul of Yanlong, he felt he was qualified for the position. So, instead of declining, he accepted it decisively and confidently. In the face of absolute power, there's no need to pretend. Follow me. The rest of you, go carry out your tasks. Li Wenxuan clapped his hands and dismissed everyone. Then, leading Cheng Qianma, he walked out of the Hall of Glory. More than 10 minutes later, they arrived at an old-looking building. You might not know yet what being a squad captain in Seoul of Yanlong really means. Let me explain it to you now. Li Wenxuan had grown quite fond of Cheng Qianma, so his tone became noticeably gentler. Seoul of Yanlong is a place with extremely strict hierarchy. Every rank of member holds the title of Hidden Dragon of the squad. The strongest title among them is Ancestral Dragon. There is, and only ever will be, one holder of this title. The Ancestral Dragon has always been the spiritual symbol of the Xian nation. Therefore, the one who bears this title will shoulder the responsibility of expanding the Xian nation's territory. They are the warriors representing our nation. The Ancestral Dragon must lead the soul of the Flame Dragon and stand at the very front of all comrades, using their own bodies to block all invading enemies. However, the requirements for earning the Ancestral Dragon title are extremely strict, and the Xian nation has declined for many years. The last peerless genius to obtain the title fell long ago in a great war against the beasts. So currently, the Ancestral Dragon title has been vacant for nearly 50 years. Beneath the Ancestral Dragon are the 4 captains, known as the Azure Dragons. Only members with a top grade, Class A, rating have a chance of being appointed. Of course, with Cheng Qianma's addition today, there will now be 5 captains. Each Azure Dragon captain can establish a 10-man elite guard. They can choose their members freely, with no outside interference. However, in return, if a major mission arises in the future, the Azure Dragon captain must lead their squad and charge at the front. Below that are the Class 1 members, known as the Seal Dragons. They represent the top combat power of the organization, second only to the Azure Dragon captains. Then come the Class 2 members, who can obtain the title of Horned Dragon. This group has the highest number of members among the 4 ranks, and is considered the core fighting force. Lastly, there are the Class 3 members. These are usually the newcomers, who've only just joined the soul of the Flame Dragon, so they can only receive the most basic title, Dragon. After listening to Li Wenxuan's explanation, Cheng Qianma's expression turned a little strange, because the soul of the Flame Dragon's ranking system was surprisingly similar to the mythology from his past life. As the saying goes, after 1,000 years, a dragon is born. After 500 years, a horned dragon. 1,000 years, a sealed dragon. 10,000 years, an azure dragon. In Seoul of Yanlong, the ranks of A, B, C, and D roughly correspond to these titles. They just removed the ranks below Dragon Transformation and added Ancestral Dragon above the Azure Dragon rank. The title of Ancestral Dragon was also once held by someone in Cheng Qianma's previous life. That person swept through rivers and lands, conquering all directions as a legendary emperor. At this moment, Cheng Qianma felt deeply moved. It felt as if fate itself had arranged for the ancestral dragons of 2 worlds to share a remarkably similar destiny. After a while, Li Wenxuan saw Cheng Qianma, subtly nodding. He thought Cheng Qianma had already digested most of the information, so he continued. The titles and soul of Yanlong are not just for show. Once you earn the corresponding title, you gain access to the dragon's blessing of that rank. The effect of dragon's blessing is far superior to that of the secret realm baptism, and it's completely independent. Now that you've earned the Azure Dragon title, you naturally qualify to activate the Azure Dragon's blessing. See the second to last dragon-shaped stone tablet? Place your hand on it. As Li Wenxuan said this, there was a trace of anticipation in his eyes. You have to understand, even within the same rank, the effects of the dragon's blessing are completely different. He was very eager to see what kind of terrifying power a peerless monster like Cheng Qianma could awaken. Chapter 568. Azure Dragon Mark. The one who inherits the power of the ancestral dragon. After hearing this, Cheng Qianma looked in the direction Li Wenxuan indicated. He found that there were exactly 5 dragon-shaped stone tablets. The tablets were lined up from left to right, and their sizes increased in order from smallest to largest. Could the dragon patterns on these stone tablets represent the appearance of dragons? Cheng Qianma had only read about these dragons in books before, but today, seeing their true forms, he found them utterly astonishing. Soon, he arrived at the second-to-last dragon-shaped stone tablet, truly worthy of our nation's dragons, with a head and 2 legs, their bodies shimmering with power. They're far more majestic than Western dragons. Just as Cheng Qianma thought this, an image of the Qing dynasty came to mind. The jade dragon is the most typical Western dragon. He never quite understood why, when Eastern dragons are clearly superior, almost godlike in their existence, far stronger than Western dragons. In the Tianqi continent, almost all dragon imagery is modeled after Western dragons. Our nation's dragons, don't they deserve better? Cheng Qianma certainly didn't think so. He believed the dragons in the lower kingdom should be Eastern dragons. If he could turn Xiao Qingqing into our nation's dragon, that would be perfect. An Eastern dragon lady. Just the thought is thrilling. Cheng Qianma's inner monologue was known to no one. He was just casually venting. Then, he placed his right hand on the Azure Dragonstone tablet. In an instant, an ancient aura surged from the tablet, and Cheng Qianma's body was instantly enveloped by it. Soon, he felt his body emitting crackling sounds. An unbearable surge of pain spread throughout his entire body. Even with Cheng Qianma's strong willpower, he couldn't help but let out a long scream. Li Wenxuan, standing behind him, turned pale with shock. What's happening? It's just activating the Azure Dragon's blessing. Why is Cheng Qianma in such pain? Li Wenxuan wanted to step in and help, but an invisible force kept him outside the door. In his memory, none of the previous 4 captains caused such a commotion when activating the Azure Dragon's blessing. So now, he was utterly confused. You must hold on. Li Wenxuan prayed anxiously. Time ticked by, second by second. 5 minutes. Cheng Qianma was drenched in sweat. Even the veins on his forehead bulged visibly. It was clear he was enduring unimaginable pain. Just then, Cheng Qianma spread his arms wide and let out a furious roar. Astonishingly, his body began to grow at a visible rate. What was even more shocking, a faint Azure Dragon phantom appeared behind him. When Li Wenxuan saw this, his face instantly lit up with joy. This is the Azure Dragon Mark. He's actually activated the Azure Dragon Mark. So overwhelmed with excitement, even the usually composed Li Wenxuan found his voice trembling. The Azure Dragon Mark he spoke of had only ever been activated by one person in Xia Nation's history. That was the previous ancestral dragon. According to the records of Soul of Yanlong, to obtain the title of ancestral dragon, first, one had to awaken the Azure Dragon Mark. Without the recognition of the Azure Dragonstone tablet, no matter how strong you were, you could never become the ancestral dragon. Before awakening the ancestral dragon's blessing, the previous ancestral dragon was only ranked in the nation's top 10, but after successfully forging a bloodline link with the ancestral dragon's blessing, his power instantly soared into the nation's top 3, and when he sacrificed everything, he firmly secured first place. Since then, many strong warriors had tried to activate the ancestral dragon's blessing, but none succeeded. It was only then that people realized, not just anyone can gain the recognition of the ancestral dragon, and Li Wenxuan had never expected that this young man before him would earn the ticket to inherit the power of the ancestral dragon on his very first day joining the soul of the flame dragon. This was an incredible blessing. Heaven bless the Xia Nation. This boy's future is truly limitless. Perhaps our Xia Nation will finally see the day it rises again. Li Wenxuan looked at the Azure Dragon Phantom behind Cheng Qianma, his eyes slightly misty. For decades, the Xia Nation has suffered endless bullying from other countries. Countless awakened from Xia are killed every year under their enemies' blades. This ancient land desperately needs a savior to appear. And just now, on Cheng Qianma, he had seen that hope. If another ancestral dragon were to emerge in the Xia Nation, surely, the nation's shame would be avenged, and the power of the second-generation ancestral dragon may even surpass that of the first. This was something Li Wenxuan firmly believed. Just as she was filled with endless emotions, Cheng Qianma's height suddenly grew from 1.8 meters to nearly 2 meters, and the size of her muscles also increased several times over. At this moment, Cheng Qianma's expression was no longer ferocious. Instead, it was replaced by utmost calm. It was clear that she had successfully passed the trial of the Azure Dragon Steel. However, at the moment she opened her eyes, the spatial storage device in her hand suddenly radiated a dazzling light. In the next second, a beautiful young girl in armor suddenly appeared beside the Azure Dragon Steel. The ancient aura that was about to fade away seemed to sense something. Not only did it intensify, it kept merging into the beautiful girl's body. This time, it was the beautiful girl who let out a cry. Clearly, she had no idea what was happening. Her body was shrouded in a mist of teal-green color. In an instant, her once sturdy armor shattered completely and was replaced by a flowing long dress. At the same time, the dark green scales that covered her skin largely disappeared. Patches of snow-white skin kept appearing. If you didn't look closely, the beautiful girl looked almost indistinguishable from a human. Seeing this scene, both Cheng Qianma and Li Wenxuan were stunned, but for different reasons. Li Wenxuan was stunned because she never expected that inside Cheng Qianma's storage, he would be hiding a beautiful girl. Even more outrageous, from the appearance of this beautiful girl, she was clearly not human. He was secretly raising a dragon girl. As for Cheng Qianma's shock, it was because terrifying messages suddenly. She never expected that her previous joke would actually come true. Chapter 569, The Fearsome Azure Dragon Phantom. Congratulations on obtaining the Azure Dragon's blessing. Azure Dragon Mark. Azure Dragon Mark permanently increases all attributes by 20 points. Allows usage of exclusive skills. Azure Dragon Phantom. Azure Dragon Phantom can temporarily unleash the power of the Azure Dragon, increasing all damage by 20%, including abnormal damage. Also reduces all skill cooldowns by 30%. Lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 days. Due to sensing the aura of its kind from a foreign race, the power of the Azure Dragon forcibly transformed it into kin. Emerald Dragon. Adolescent stage. Qing Dai successfully evolved into Azure Dragon. Tier 3. After seeing this string of messages, Cheng Qianma showed a shocked expression. Whether it was the rewards after activating the Azure Dragon's blessing, or the surprise evolution of Qing Dai, it was a power Cheng Qianma had never seen before. So it can work like this? Cheng Qianma tried swinging his fist, and found that even a casual punch could. The effect of plus 20 to all attributes was insanely powerful. From the perspective of an ordinary awakened, this was like getting the power of 20 extra levels for free. Right now she was without a doubt the strongest below the 4th advancement. Cheng Qianma. What's more, she had learned an exclusive skill, Azure Dragon Phantom. This made her burst potential reach a terrifying new level. And Li Wenxuan had just witnessed the power of a casual punch from Cheng Qianma. Her face also showed an expression of amazement. Quick, tell me what the Azure Dragon Mark does. Li Wenxuan felt like she had witnessed history, so she couldn't wait to ask. Cheng Qianma smiled, and didn't intend to keep it from Li Wenxuan. After all, without her extraordinary promotion, he might never have gotten the Azure Dragon's blessing. Plus 20 to all attributes, plus an exclusive skill that boosts damage and reduces cooldown. Azure Dragon Phantom. As Cheng Qianma spoke these words, there was a trace of composure on her face. Even though the cooldown time of the Azure Dragon Phantom is as long as 3 days, its effect is ridiculously powerful. You have to know, her current attack power is already approaching the level of a 4th advancement. If it's further enhanced by the Azure Dragon Phantom, she would be no different from a walking weapon. Now, not to mention top-tier 3rd advancement experts. Even when facing ordinary 4th advancement experts, she was confident she wouldn't lose. All attributes increased by 20 points, and an exclusive skill on top of that. You're not joking with me, right? The Azure Dragon Mark is really that powerful, Li Wenxuan said in disbelief, while Cheng Qianma simply smiled and nodded. The Azure Dragon Mark is just that insane. Alright. You've brought me another surprise. I'll go right away and announce this exciting news. Make sure you remember, don't go running around these days. In a few days, a major mission will be assigned. You must not miss it. With an excited expression, Li Wenxuan finished giving instructions to Cheng Qianma and happily dashed off. He wanted to be the first to deliver this incredible news to the Management Association and to all the top members of the Flame Dragon Soul. Today was destined to be a day remembered in history, because the future of the Xian nation might very well change from this moment on. Watching Li Wenxuan leave, Cheng Qianma shook her head with a smile. If that scene just now had been seen by the others from Flame Dragon Soul, they would have been utterly shocked. They would never have imagined that the usually strict and stern instructor Li would act like this one day. Little Qingqing, how are you feeling now? Since Li Wenxuan didn't know the origins of Qingqing, and his attention was completely drawn by the Azure Dragon Mark, so he didn't say much just now. He simply assumed Cheng Qianma had a special hobby. After all, something this private, if asked directly in person, it would be really awkward. But Cheng Qianma had seen with his own eyes the message of Qing Dai's evolution. Naturally, he had to ask about her condition. Master, I feel much stronger now. But this outfit feels kind of weird to me. Also, several techniques have appeared in my mind that I've never heard of before. As for my previous skills, I've completely forgotten them. Qing Dai shook her sleeves, clearly uncomfortable with her brand new outfit. However, her power was far beyond what it used to be. Cheng Qianma nodded slightly after hearing that, then checked Qing Dai's stats. Azure Dragon, Tier 3, SSS Class Pet, Supreme Quality Grade. When used as a flying mount, it increases movement speed by 800%. When used as a combat unit, it can assist its master in battle. Its power is equivalent to a level 65 human awakened. Qing Dai's current power is actually equal to a level 65 awakened, truly worthy of the legendary Azure Dragon. Compared to the massive 800% movement speed bonus, Cheng Qianma was clearly more focused on Qing Dai's combat capability now. If someone had a pet on par with a level 65 human awakened, but only used it as that would be such a waste. Even someone as wealthy as Cheng Qianma wouldn't do something that ridiculous. He was very satisfied with Qing Dai's evolution. Tier 3 equal to level 65. That's roughly the same as a human's third advancement. Does that mean the blue belt can still evolve to the 4th tier in the future, or even the 5th tier? Through simple reasoning, Cheng Qianma seems to have discovered the power system of the blue dragon. Legend has it that human awakeners can have up to 5 class advancements. So, can the blue dragon also evolve to the 5th tier? At this thought, his face was filled with boundless anticipation. If that day truly comes, the blue belt will surely become the most terrifying pet on the Tianqi continent. Wait a moment. For an ancient dragon clan like the blue dragon from the legends of the lower kingdom, it's merely an SSS grade super pet. Yet Yu Jiang, who's just a little kitten, how does he possess the same quality? Thinking of the utterly mysterious Yu Jiang, Cheng Qianma's face showed a strange expression. He still couldn't figure out what kind of power this seemingly harmless little kitten. Does he even deserve it? Cheng Qianma was utterly perplexed. Chapter 570. The shock of the big shots. The hunting plan begins. Old Li, what's this important matter? With the hunting plan approaching, everyone's quite busy. I never thought you, such a wooden block, would take the initiative to gather people. What a rare occasion. Speak quickly. We're dying to know what this is all about. What could make you so anxious? After Li Wenxuan left Cheng Qianma, he immediately issued a summoning order. This is a privilege reserved for the higher-ups of the Flame Dragon Soul. Now, in a meeting room, the headquarters of the Management Association and the Flame Dragon Soul's top brass are almost all present, including old acquaintances of Cheng Qianma, Gu Zizhen, and Qin Feiyu, who are also there. Even a few big shots from the Research Institute were dragged over, though they were extremely reluctant. But since Li Wenxuan said he had something important to announce, they had to temporarily put everything aside and hurry to the meeting room. Just like everyone's reaction earlier, Li Wenxuan had almost never taken the initiative to summon everyone. So naturally, everyone was curious. I know you've all been very busy lately, but I have something important to announce. That's why I called you here. Li Wenxuan said to everyone with a bright smile, and such an expression really amazed everyone. When did Li Yinwang change his personality? He's actually laughing heartily? Did the sun rise from the west today? At this moment, Qin Feiyu sat at the head seat, smiling as he looked at Li Wenxuan. He already had a rough guess in mind. Stop teasing us. Just say it. I'm dying of suspense here. An old man in his late 50s was always known to be impatient, so he immediately urged Li Wenxuan to stop keeping them in suspense. Li Wenxuan smiled faintly, and then slowly said, Everyone, I've discovered an exceptional genius. I've just appointed him as the 5th Azure Dragon Squad leader. The moment he said that, a wave of commotion broke out among the group. Wait a second. If I'm not mistaken, you're currently on duty as an instructor, right? Could this so-called genius be a newcomer? Are you serious? You old fossil. You actually went against ancestral rules and let a newcomer skip 3 ranks to directly become an Azure Dragon Squad leader? Are you out of your mind? While we trust your judgment, this really seems to go against the rules. At this moment, besides shock, the big shots present were mostly full of confusion. Everyone knew well about Li Wenxuan's character. If anyone in Flame Dragon Soul was the most old-fashioned, it would undoubtedly be him. But what he just said completely overturned his usual image. This had to arouse everyone's curiosity. Right now, there were only 2 people in the room who weren't surprised. They were Qin Feiyu and Gu Zizhen. After all, Qin Feiyu oversaw everything and rarely showed any emotional fluctuation. But Gu Zizhen's expression was extremely odd, because he already knew who Li Wenxuan was talking about. Cheng Qianma is truly a monster. Did he brainwash Li Wenxuan or something to make this old fossil promote him straight to Azure Dragon? It was simply unbelievable. Gu Zizhen's mind was currently in turmoil. He couldn't understand how Cheng Qianma managed to pull this off. At that moment, Qin Feiyu asked meaningfully, explain in detail. Hearing even Elder Qin getting interested, everyone had no choice but to listen patiently. At this point, whether they supported Li Wenxuan or not, they could only sit tight and listen. It is indeed a newcomer. His name is Cheng Qianma, but his talent is the most astonishing I've seen in my life. More importantly, not only did he successfully activate the Azure Dragon's blessing, he also obtained the legendary Azure Dragon Mark. What is the Azure Dragon Mark? I believe I don't need to explain that, do I? When Li Wenxuan mentioned the words Azure Dragon Mark, he was clearly very emotional, and the others' reactions were even more There was even an old man drinking tea, who couldn't hold it in, and instantly sprayed tea everywhere. Then he blankly muttered, Azure Dragon Mark, is that really true? Li Wenxuan nodded proudly. He had actually expected this reaction, so he went on to describe Cheng Qianma's test results in great detail. 10 minutes later, the meeting room was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by Cheng Qianma's feats. Even the usually composed Qin Feiyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Good kid. You always manage to pull off the most unbelievable things. Even I didn't see this one coming. Qin Feiyu was in a great mood now. After all, Cheng Qianma was a talent he had personally discovered. The stronger Cheng Qianma became, the better it proved Qin's judgment, and it also meant a brighter future for the Xian nation. Excellent. Li Wenxuan, your judgment was spot on. I trust no one here has any objections? Qin Feiyu looked around with a smile, naturally expressing his stance. No one here was a fool. They all understood what activating the Azure Dragon mark meant. If Cheng Qianma had enough opportunities in the future, he could even earn the title of Ancestral Dragon. That title had been vacant for over 50 years. Now there was a chance for it to return. Everyone was more excited than anything. Why would anyone oppose that? So Cheng Qianma was definitely qualified to be promoted to Azure Dragon Captain beyond protocol. Seeing that there were no more objections, Qin Feiyu continued. The other 4 captains should be back in a few days. Include Cheng Qianma in the hunt planned 5 days from now. Assign him a vice-captain level task. Although he doesn't have time to form a squad, his individual strength is enough to make an impact. As soon as he said that, everyone gasped in shock. Qin Feiyu's meaning was clear, even if Cheng Qianma was on his own. His power was equivalent to half an elite squad. I hope your first expedition will bring glory to our Xian nation. Qin Feiyu's face was full of hope. Chapter 571. The Hunting Plan, Blood for Blood. 3 days later, Seoul of Yanlong Cafeteria. Lu Cheng'an, have you heard? There's a monstrous genius who recently joined Flame Dragon's Soul. A young man wearing a t-shirt was enthusiastically talking about Cheng Qianma's recent remarkable feats. He and Lu Cheng'an were teammates. To make it back in time for the hunting plan, they had just returned to the Flame Dragon's Soul headquarters yesterday. Originally, Lu Cheng'an was full of pride, as he was considered the most talented among this batch of newcomers in Flame Dragon's Soul. But after he returned, he found that everything had changed. A newcomer who had only joined Flame Dragon's Soul for 1 day had already been promoted by Instructor Li to Azure Dragon Captain. Such an insane fact dealt a huge psychological blow to Lu Cheng'an. Although he felt a bit unwilling, faced with the astonishing stories everyone was telling, he didn't dare to provoke because he knew his teammate wouldn't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. So now he appeared a bit indifferent compared to his previous prideful demeanor. He was like a completely different person. But just then, a middle-aged man who looked around 40 suddenly appeared in front of Lu Cheng'an with a tray of food. Why the gloomy face? That's not like you. The middle-aged man smiled and said. When Lu Cheng'an saw who it was, he immediately greeted him. Greetings, Captain Zhang. The Captain Zhang he addressed was Zhang Feixiong in full. Zhang Feixiong was 41 years old and had reached level 69, almost stepping into the realm of the 4th advancement. He was one of the original 4 captains of Flame Dragon's Soul. As a promising newcomer, Lu Cheng'an naturally knew him. That's why he had greeted him so respectfully just now. Sit down and keep eating. Don't be so nervous. Zhang Feixiong pressed down with his hand, signaling Lu Cheng'an to sit down. With Zhang Feixiong's appearance, there was an immediate stir in the cafeteria. After all 4 captains had returned yesterday. They must have already heard about Cheng Qianma's unbelievable feats. Everyone was now very curious. How would they react to something so outrageous? What were their thoughts? Naturally, Lu Cheng'an was also thinking about it, but he didn't dare ask directly. So the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Don't stir your food with your chopsticks. That's very impolite. Zhang Feixiong reminded with a gentle smile. He seemed completely unfazed by Cheng Qianma's achievements. Captain Zhang, I'm not convinced. Why was Cheng Qianma, on his first day, able to accomplish something others haven't done in years? Since when did the position of Captain of Soul of Yanlong become so easy to obtain? Lu Cheng'an was a straightforward guy. He felt the higher-ups were being unfair. For Lu Cheng'an to get promoted, he needed not only enough strength, but also military merit. There were still plenty of members with sufficient strength, but lacking in battle achievements, still waiting eagerly to be promoted. Yet, Cheng Qianma had only been here a day, and he jumped 3 ranks at once. That was clearly unfair to others, because it broke the established rules. At the same time, Lu Cheng'an felt sorry for the other 4 captains. After all, for them to reach their current positions, they had endured unimaginable hardship. Lu Cheng'an knew that very well, but Cheng Qianma merely passed the rookie test. It was simply unbelievable. However, after swallowing a bite of twice-cooked pork, Zhang Feixiong smiled and said, so that's what you're upset about. You're not convinced by Cheng Qianma. Since the higher-ups made that decision, they must have had special reasons. We just need to do our own jobs well. The hunting plan starts the day after tomorrow. As one of the captains, Cheng Qianma will definitely get a chance to prove himself. If he's not worthy of the title, someone will naturally call him out. Instead of wasting time complaining, why not think about how to kill more enemies? Zhang Feixiong's carefree attitude was completely beyond Lu Cheng'an's expectations. He hadn't expected Captain Zhang to have such a broad perspective, and felt a bit ashamed. Captain Zhang's advice was right. I was being too petty. For this hunting plan, I must strive to earn battle merits, and bring glory to the nation. Lu Cheng'an's once dim gaze suddenly lit up again. After hearing this, Zhang Feixiong nodded with satisfaction. This is the spirit our Xia nation's elites should have. However, I've heard that the neighboring Wen nation is taking this hunting plan very seriously. So the geniuses they're sending this time might surpass all previous ones. You're right to want to kill more enemies, but you must also ensure your own safety. At the mention of Wen nation, Zhang Feixiong's previously calm expression immediately twisted into a grimace. Even the chopsticks in his hand were slightly bent from his grip. The full name of the hunting plan is the World United Beasts Hunting Plan. Ever since the last Beast War, the energy from the Void Rift has been leaking more and more each year. Now, every few years, a wave of beast nests appears on Blue Star. Humanity today is no longer the powerless weaklings of the past. They also wish to strike back. So all the nations of the world have nurtured many outstanding elites. Organizations like Flame Dragon Soul exist in every country, though their strength varies. Whenever a beast nest spawns on Blue Star, neighboring countries must send awakeners to exterminate them, and to encourage awakeners to slay more beasts. Every country offers part of its resources each year as rewards to honor those who achieve outstanding contributions. The hunting plan has a complete points and reward system. As long as the awakeners achieve great results, or the nation, everyone can receive generous rewards. And for Soul of Yanlong members, battle merits are essentially earned through these points. Since Xia Nation and Wano Nation are neighboring countries, the target of this hunting plan is naturally the same beast nest, and during the beast hunt, awakened from all countries are completely unsupervised. So many powerful nations take this opportunity to carry out underhanded moves to weaken neighboring countries. After all, resources on the Apocalypse continent are limited. Of course they want their neighbors to be as weak as possible. Only then can they gain greater advantages. Many of Zhang Feixiong's comrades were once killed by awakened from Wano Nation. That's why he was burning with anger just now. This time, you'll pay with blood for blood. Zhang Feixiong's fingers cracked as he clenched them. Chapter 572. Arrival at Falling Star Mountain. The banners from Wano Nation. 2 days later, Soul of Yanlong selected their strongest 100 members, led by Li Wenxuan and 2 other instructors. They arrived at a mountain range outside the Xia Nation's borders. This mountain range was called Falling Star Mountain, and it was one of the Beast Nest refresh points in the eastern region of Blue Star. Due to this Beast Nest being rated as medium danger level, each country could only dispatch. This way, the hunt could help train participants without causing large-scale conflict. After all, whenever a hunt is launched, there are always minor skirmishes behind the scenes. Though everyone is well aware, they tend to remain restrained. As long as no fourth advancement awakened are injured, no major power will make a fuss. In this survival of the fittest world, the weak will never have a voice. Even if you try to argue with a strong nation, you'll just end up humiliated. They won't even bother responding. On the contrary, if you make too big a scene, you might provoke sanctions from the strong. So, even if this tacit understanding is unfair, it has continued to this day. When the sun was high in the sky, Li Wenxuan led the main force to the outskirts of Mount Fallen Star. At this moment, not only had Flame Dragon Soul arrived, but teams of awakeners from many other nations had also arrived one after another. Everyone, make sure to put on your translators. Otherwise, you won't understand a word foreigners are saying, Li Wenxuan said as he put on his headset translator. While speaking, since strength is everything in the world of Blue Star, awakeners basically had no time to study foreign languages, so the task of communicating with foreigners was left to the translator device developed by the Research Institute. This translator could transmit over 100 languages in real time. It was extremely useful. In his previous life, Cheng Qianma wasn't good at foreign languages to begin with, so this translator had been a huge help to him. Outside Mount Fallen Star at this moment, there was a red protective barrier. No one could enter. So, the awakeners from all the nations could only wait patiently outside. Everyone, remember your tasks clearly. Once we enter Mount Fallen Star, your priority is to stay alive, then complete your missions. You must follow the captain's orders at all times. Don't act recklessly. Otherwise, if an accident happens inside, even the gods can't save you. Li Wenxuan, with a serious expression, warned his subordinates. He wasn't just trying to scare them, because Mount Fallen Star was no Apocalypse continent. On the Apocalypse continent, the worst outcome is just being sent back, but this was the real world. If you die here, then you're truly dead. There's no medicine for regret. According to records from past hunts, Xia Nation's casualty rate was as high as 50%. Of those, about 15% of awakeners would die directly. That's why he didn't want anyone from Soul of Yanlong to fall here. Even if they earned fewer points, it didn't matter. As long as they lived, there would always be hope. After all, the 100 people before him were geniuses selected with the full might of the nation. Even losing one of them would pain him deeply. After hearing Li Wenxuan's instructions, everyone nodded seriously. But only Cheng Qianma's expression seemed a bit strange, because his mission was completely different from everyone else's. Instructor Li must really think highly of me. He actually gave me a guard duty. Although Cheng Qianma now held the title of Azure Dragon Captain, he didn't yet have his own squad, so Li Wenxuan assigned him a very special mission, to protect his teammates, and kill enemies along the way, especially anyone from Wano Nation, kill on sight. It was a direct kill order. To carry out the mission more effectively, Chung Qianma quietly pulled out his assassin gear from the Brotherhood of Shadows. Who would have thought my street assassin outfit would come in handy like this? Once he donned the black outfit, his fellow soul of couldn't help but admire it. Now Chung Qianma stood 2 meters tall and was bursting with muscle. Even though the assassin outfit was a bit small, it highlighted his perfect physique. This outfit is a bit tight. Looks like after this mission, I'll have to visit the Brotherhood of Shadows to update my clearance and get a new set of clothes. Might as well grab a new outfit while I'm at it. Just as Chung Qianma was silently complaining, 3 people approached from a distance, instantly stirring up a commotion. Chung Qianma quickly turned his head and noticed that the way they were dressed was quite distinctive. They were all under 1.7 meters tall, sporting a hygiene mustache. A hygiene mustache is that small patch of hair right under the nose. You know what I mean? They're definitely people from One Nation. Among the 3 awakeners from One Nation, the leader's level was astonishingly as high as level 76. With such power, he would already be considered top tier in Xi'an Nation's management association. But clearly, this wasn't the full strength of One Nation. Those truly top-tier powerhouses would never personally lead teams to participate in the hunting plan, just like Qin Feiyu would never lead Flame Dragon's soul himself. This clearly showed that the overall strength of One Nation was indeed a cut above Xi'an Nation. When Li Wenxuan saw the faces of the newcomers, his expression darkened instantly. Both hands clenched tight. His knuckles cracked loudly. Isn't this Xi'an Nation's Flame Dragon's soul? TSK, TSK, TSK. It's been a few years, but it seems you haven't improved much. Your team is still so weak. Better not wet your pants later. The One Nation's team leader started mocking them right away. His words were full of sarcasm and carried an air of superiority. The 2 people behind him also joined in with mocking laughter. In an instant, the tension at the scene skyrocketed. The arrogance of One Nation's people made every member of Flame Dragon's soul feel their blood pressure rising. Chapter 573, A Shift in Mentality. I'll give you a big gift. On Flame Dragon's soul's side, many were newcomers, participating in the hunting plan for the first time. Young and hot-blooded, they couldn't bear such humiliation, so one after another, they started shouting in protest. They all shouted out in defiance. Some people even wanted to rush forward and argue, but very quickly, they were held back by their respective captains. Judging by the captains' barely restrained expressions of anger, it was clear that what had just happened had occurred often before. It wasn't until this moment that Chung Qianma finally realized just how stifled Xi'an Nation had been living all these years. They had been humiliated so blatantly by Wano Nation, yet still didn't dare to speak up in defiance. Sure enough, in this world, if you're weaker than others, you don't even have the right to speak. Yekao Jushalang. It's been years, and your mouth is still as foul as ever. We have an old saying in Xi'an Nation. I'd like to give it to you today. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't look down on a young man in hard times. Let's see if you can still laugh the way you do now in a little while. Li Wenxuan knew Yekao Jushalang was deliberately trying to provoke him, so he could use it as an excuse to start something and give his squad a reason to attack Soul of Yanlong. At the same time, there were still many people from other nations watching nearby. He didn't want to escalate things either. So, Li Wenxuan could only force himself to stay calm and refrain from any rash actions. However, Yekao Jushalang clearly didn't take Li Wenxuan's words seriously and continued his mockery. Humph. If Soul of Yanlong's real strength was even half as sharp as your tongue, then Xi'an Nation wouldn't have been trampled underfoot by our Grand Wano Empire for decades. Let's see then how you plan to back that up. Something that can't make me laugh. I hope you won't regret it later. Let's go. We're leaving. After saying this, Yekao Shizuru led his 2 companions back to their team. Actually, this trip here seemed like Li Wenxuan was mocking brainlessly on the surface, but in reality, he wanted to see how Yanlong's soul was progressing. After all, with Xi'an Nation's population base, they could rise up at any time. Therefore, even though Wogu currently holds a considerable advantage, they dare not let their guard down. Fortunately, after glancing at the strength of Yanlong's soul out of the corner of his eye, he finally felt relieved. Because the average strength of Yanlong's soul's participants this time hadn't shown any significant improvement compared to their own team of awakened. They were clearly inferior. As Li Wenxuan watched Yanlong's soul's backs fading away, his eyes were filled with towering fury. The other members of Yanlong's soul were also on the verge of erupting in anger. What just happened? You all saw it. Today, many of you are new faces. It's your first time joining the hunting plan, so I won't keep anything from you. This is our Xi'an Nation's current status on the international stage. If you want to change all of this, then work hard, and work even harder. Without absolute strength, you can only swallow your anger just like we did just now. As Li Wenxuan spoke these words, his expression was extremely serious. The pain in his heart was hundreds of times stronger than that of these rookies. But for the sake of the bigger picture, he could only silently endure it all. The words I just said, did you all remember them? Li Wenxuan asked in an almost resolute tone. After hearing this, everyone stood up and answered. Remember this. That shout carried countless years of humiliation. At this moment, every member of Soul of Yanlong had only one goal in their hearts: to restore Huaxia's glory, to wipe out Wano Nation. When members of other nations nearby heard Soul of Yanlong's battle cry, they weren't shocked. In fact, they found it a bit ridiculous, because in their eyes, Xia Nation may be lacking in many things, but when it comes to shouting slogans, no one is louder than them. At this moment, members of several countries began to mock and sneer. These bloody truths were laid mercilessly before Cheng Qianma's eyes. He sighed quietly to himself. Xia Nation had been at rock bottom for so long that people had forgotten what the world was like before Apocalypse Continent began. So be it. Though I'm a transmigrator, the blood flowing in me is still Xia blood, and no matter what world I'm in, that fact will never change. Today, let me do my... For the first time, the usually calm Cheng Qianma, since crossing into this world, was overwhelmed with a growing anger. It had nothing to do with others. It came purely from the cry of his bloodline. Cheng Qianma's mindset shifted for the first time, from a bystander to a true participant. For the first time, he decided not to fight for himself today, but to win honor for Xia Nation. Yet just then, Falling Star Mountain suddenly began to quake. At the same time, countless roars echoed from within the mountain. In the next second, the red barrier surrounding the area suddenly vanished. The hunting plan had begun. Almost all awakened from every nation rushed in at the first moment, trying to seize the advantage. The hunting plan will last for 1 week. Everyone, be sure to stay safe. Go now. The future of Xia Nation depends on you. After Li Wenxuan gave the final order, all members of Yanlong Soul split into 4 teams and rushed swiftly into the Falling Star Mountain. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianma, as the only free agent, was just about to leave when Li Wenxuan suddenly called out to him. Although you've been assigned a deputy leader's mission, your priority should always be to stay alive. Remember this. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Be very careful. Li Wenxuan knew how heavy Cheng Qianma's burden was, so he reminded him once more. Cheng Qianma nodded with a smile after hearing this. He had his own plans. Rest assured, Instructor Li, I know what I'm doing. A week from now, I'll prepare a big surprise for you. See you. As soon as Cheng Qianma finished speaking, he dashed straight into the Falling Star Mountain. Chapter 574. The sky in the starry projection darkened. More than 10 minutes later, once all awakened from every nation in the Eastern Division had entered the hunting grounds. A blood-red barrier appeared again around the Falling Star Mountain. At the same time, a starry sky projection suddenly appeared above it. There were 2 leaderboards on the starry projection, an individual points leaderboard and a national points leaderboard. This time, a total of 20 nations from the Eastern region were participating. According to tradition, the national leaderboard was initially arranged based on the previous ranking. Currently, the top 3 positions were Wogu, Peacock Nation, and Goryeo Nation. Last time, Xia Nation's performance was only average, so now they were ranked 9th. Outside the Falling Star Mountain, only the leaders of the 20 nations remained. They all gathered under the starry projection. Even their positions were quite strategic. The top 3 nations in the rankings appeared to be acting separately, but were actually connected. At the same time, beside them, also for the sake of members from several allied nations, Xia Nation had always pursued a policy of moderation, and its overall strength was weak, so they could only stand alone on the sidelines. Standing beside Li Wenxuan were team leaders from countries ranked well beyond the top. The contrast made the scene feel even more desolate. Accompanying Li Wenxuan were 1 male and 1 female instructor. Their names were Jia Pan and Kong Minghua. The 2 hadn't spoken until now, because they were observing the strength of other nations. Now that all the awakened had entered Falling Star Mountain, they finally spoke up. Several nations clearly came well prepared this time. I just scanned their awakened teams and found they numbered over 200 people. This hunting plan is likely to become a bloody battlefield. The 2nd and 3rd ranked countries aren't weak either. Looks like it's going to be a tough day for the weaker nations. The 2's concerns reflected the mindset of over a dozen weaker nations present. They were basically here just for the show. To minimize casualties would already be a blessing. As for aiming for good results, they didn't even dare dream of it. At best, they'd scrape by and maybe earn a few contribution points. At that moment, Li Wenxuan said nothing. He simply gazed silently toward the depths of Falling Star Mountain. Give me a great gift. I hope you keep your word. Once all the awakened entered Falling Star Mountain, they found the sky inside gradually darkening. Perhaps to establish an early advantage, awakened teams from 20 nations immediately spread out in perfect coordination. After all, gathering in one place would only slow down monster hunting and make it harder to carry out secret maneuvers. The members of Soul of Yanlong advanced under the leadership of the 4 captains, heading north. Before long, they heard a series of strange battle noises ahead. This is bad. Up ahead are corrupted sludge monsters. There are at least 500 of them. Everyone fall back now. Leave it to the ranged attackers. Zhang Feixiong, truly worthy of being the most experienced Azure Dragon captain. Right away, he issued the most precise battle command. Slimes are typically creatures with high physical attack, but slow movement speed. And among them, the corrupt poison slimes are the most dangerous. Wherever they go, they leave behind toxic green slime. If any awakened touches it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even though Yanlong Soul's frontliners are all battle-hardened veterans, they couldn't handle so many corrupt poison slimes. Very quickly, the members of Yanlong Soul completed their formation change. The frontliners retreated, and the ranged attackers stepped forward. In an instant, a barrage of ranged skills poured out like a relentless tide, continuously surging forward. At this moment, Shang Qianma wasn't in the formation, because his main task was to guard his teammates. With the visibility in Falling Star Mountain so low, there was no telling when enemy awakened from other nations might launch a sneak attack from behind. Yanlong Soul always operated in the shadows, remaining undetected by anyone. In this way, any sign of movement or disturbance would be spotted by him in advance. Yanlong Soul indeed has outstanding talents. This Captain Zhang, whether in terms of experience or combat instincts, was exceptionally sharp. Since there's no danger for now, it's better to give them more combat practice. Shang Qianma wasn't concerned about personal points. After all, he was already one of the Azure Dragon captains. Military achievements, to him, didn't mean much. It was better to give his teammates more chances for promotion. That way, Xia Nation could grow stronger and stronger. If every member of Soul of Yanlong could obtain the Azure Dragon's blessing, that would truly be a terrifying sight. He eagerly awaited that day. Time ticked by. All the nations were now engaged in battle, but because they were in different regions, the types of monsters they encountered varied greatly. At this moment, in the sky projection outside Falling Star Mountain, both the individual ranking board and the national ranking board began to shift. The top 3 nations at the moment were unchanged from last time. Still Wano Nation, Peacock Nation, and Goryo. However, Xia Nation had a pretty lucky start this time. Although the corrupted sludge monsters were quite strong, Soul of Yanlong had nearly 65% of its force as ranged units. So, the monsters became nothing more than live targets. As a result, Xia Nation's ranking suddenly jumped into the top 8 on the national leaderboard. But just then, Falling Star Mountain's interior suddenly shook violently. The sky, which had still been somewhat bright, instantly turned pitch black. Then, from directly above Soul of Yanlong, a piercing screech echoed. Something just scratched me. Why is my skin turning black? It hurts so bad. Someone suddenly let out a shriek of agony. Soul of Yanlong instantly descended into chaos. In the next second, numerous Soul of Yanlong members were suddenly attacked by unknown creatures. Chapter 575 Nightmare Crows Strike from the shadows. What are these creatures? Zhang Feixiong had participated in the hunt twice before, but he had never encountered anything like this. He had never encountered a situation like this before. It was already dark before, but now it had become completely pitch black. And those strange silhouettes in the sky, he had never seen them before either. Even in Soul of Yanlong's battle memos, there was no record of such things. He instinctively looked at the other 3 captains, and saw the same confused expressions on their faces. It was obvious that, like him, this was their first time encountering such a strange phenomenon. At this extremely dangerous moment, Zhang Feixiong could only rely on instinct, swinging his weapon repeatedly, and issuing commands for the team to respond. Everyone, quickly use any skills that provide illumination. If anyone has night vision goggles, put them on immediately, since none of them had ever encountered a blackout phenomenon before. When they set out, Soul of Yanlong hadn't equipped the team with, so Zhang Feixiong could only give it a try, and told those who carried night vision goggles to put them on immediately. Very soon, various fire-type spells were cast in succession, and the pitch-black night sky was finally lit up briefly. Fortunately, the members of Soul of Yanlong were well trained. Each of them carried some special equipment on their backs for emergencies. Among the nearly 100 team, more than 30 had night vision goggles on hand. That was a stroke of luck in the misfortune. Soon, someone finally identified the mysterious creatures. Nightmare crows.